We're obviously, you can see us in a slightly different place to usual. I think we are live. Let's have a look. And we will see in a second if we are or not. Pop it in the link if you think we're there. 5 are now watching, which usually means that we are actually with you. Yes, there you are. So good to see you. I'm just sorting out. You speak to them
Okay,
whilst
yes, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. We're in new surroundings today. I'm having to speak a bit quieter because we're in a public place. Katie's playing her competition, has another game to rush off to, but she'll be back
I will.
at the start of the match at 1 o'clock-ish because she gets an hour off for lunch here. So certainly for the first hour.
And honestly, I'm playing so badly, I'll probably just, no, I won't. I'm going to be a katipunera.
So it'll be both of us at some point close to 1 o'clock at the start of the match. But for the first 45 minutes or so, it'll just be Coach Dan, and we'll be talking all things Alex Eala versus L.Noskova. Can she keep up this amazing winning run?
And you can ask him all the questions you've ever wanted to ask him when I'm not here.
So yes, you'll have to be your wonderful, supportive selves while I try and cope with two jobs in one for a bit. Katie is backwards and forwardsing.
But I'm just setting up his text so he can read your messages.
We'll get her excitement for the start of the match.
Noid is watching the other semi-final. Now, you know how to do it, darling. When you speak to them, actually, each person individually, you press at, and then once you've done the first two numbers, like 127, it comes up. You have to put it in there. Yeah. At 12, and then it comes up. Anjali, hello, Anjali. And you can go, hi. There you go. Right, and they are watching the other semi-final at the moment, which you're probably watching as well, I would imagine. And
we can talk a little bit about that.
Okay.
Okay, I'm all good.
Wish me luck, guys. Sorry about the silly hat, and I will speak to you.
Do you like the mirror in the background? Possibly. No, we'll go that way a little bit.
Right, be kind to him.
So we'll wish Katie well for her third game. I think she's played 2 and had 2 defeats, so not in the same form as Alex, but unlike Alex, she's not playing for a living, she's just playing for fun. Can you let me know if this sound is okay? Because as I said, we're on location today, and I'm having to be a bit quieter as we're in a public place, but we're in a corner here of the clubhouse, and it's nice and free of a lot of noise. So there might be a bit of background noise coming and going, but generally I think we're going to be good. Thank you there. Eastbourne 7287, that's perfect. So I'm probably just going to see your comments with my eyes and try and address any questions that way. But I am able to see your comments as well as speak to you. And then when Katie's here, she's the one that does all the interaction online. So what a match we have to look forward to. We're just looking at the Edison Garcia's question there. So as it stands, Alex is due to play in Bad Homburg. There's been no news of any change to that yet. I've said a few times it's very difficult until a player actually comes out of the previous week. When Alex has finished her commitments in Berlin, she'll obviously get a feel of how her body is feeling, how how well recovered and rested she feels. It's going to be a quick turnaround, but she would get Monday off. If she's playing tomorrow in the final, she would definitely get Monday off. She wouldn't be asked to play on Monday in the first round. They'd put her first round back to Tuesday. I doubt Bad Homburg would go as far as Berlin did for Donna Vekic and put the match back to Wednesday morning, but you can never say never. But I suspect Alex's best scenario is she'll get a complete rest on Monday. If she lost today, then she'd obviously get Sunday and Monday off. That's the best case scenario. 2 days rest. Remember, she's 21, she's fighting fit, extremely strong and resilient. So I would say it's you can expect her to play. That's my feeling at the moment. It's all about her left arm. We saw her yesterday with lots of tape on her left shoulder and also on the inside of her left elbow. That's hopefully just precautionary because she's playing a lot of matches. Success means more wear and tear on the body. It's one thing practicing and training, but in the high intensity of a competitive match, that's when you are on all systems go, and that's when the body is put under the maximum stress. So it's not the same as a practice day playing matches. There's more demands on the body, and that's why Alex is probably put more tape on her body, just more probably, let's hope, precautionary rather than because she's really struggling with a niggle. I suspect Alex wouldn't have been serving as well as she's been if she had anything significant, so fingers crossed. Okay, so Maria Carmelo, good evening. Welcome from Cebu City. One of our long-standing community members, nice to see you. Edison Garcia, we've said hi to. Yes, Maria's just saying the audio's a bit low. It's my microphone. There we go. Yeah, I'm kind of speaking low because I'm in a public place, but I can try to increase that a little bit. So I'll try and talk a little bit louder. Is that a little bit better? Will Alex driving the ball deep be an effective tactic versus Noskova? Yes, especially on return. Very similar matchup. Linda Noskova is a more consistent player than Donna Vekic, and is possibly playing at the moment this week. If you're just looking at this week, is possibly playing the best of any of the opponents she's faced this week, despite being lower ranked than Svitolina and Rybakina. So yes, Alex is going to have to play a really, really strong match today to have any chance. This could be a case of the two informed players competing today. Two informed players, which means if both players play well, then it's going to be really on a knife edge. It's not that common. I think I said in my pre-match analysis that it's far more common where one player plays well and one player is a bit more erratic. But if you get a match where both players play well, then we're in for a treat, and it will be a very close call. But Alex has to return well, and she has to try and get some of those big first serves of Noskova back into court. That will depend on how well she's able to read Noskova's serve. Against Rybakina earlier this week, Alex was able to start returning even some of Rybakina's first serves, especially after those first 5 games. Once Rybakina had got that 4-1 lead, Alex started to read her serve and was able to get that first serve back into court. And that can be the difference between one more unforced error or a free point to the server. Yes, you're asking if she can just play the doubles next week. I think that's going to be very difficult in terms of doing the right thing by the tournament. Remember, Alex has been given a wild card, so that's like being invited to the party. She's already being given special treatment. They've attracted Venus Williams, and Alex is obviously a key part of Venus Williams' plans for next week. So not only would she really be kind of, I think, upsetting the tournament, she could potentially, if she pulled out, upset Venus Williams. So for me, Alex is probably expecting to play, and if she was, she's not going to be able to take the halfway option of resting from the singles and just playing doubles. I think that would be frowned upon, and so Alex, I don't think will be able to do that. But equally, I don't think she would like to do that. So those joining us, it's coach down until the match starts. Katie will be popping in. She's got an hour after she's playing this morning in a croquet tournament. She's just in her last match before lunchtime. At lunchtime, she'll be joining me and she'll be with us for an hour, which will hopefully coincide with the start of the match. So please just bear with us today. We're just trying to do this on location. It's been a really great week for Alex. She surprised everyone, possibly not her team, possibly not herself, because she's been in such good form. Remember, winning her 9 of the last 10 matches. 9 matches won on grass, just that one single defeat where Ivanovic played really well in London. That's been her only loss on grass, and she's on court after this first semi-final, which I'm just glancing across at. Sabalenka is trying to make it 1 set all with Jessica Pegula. It looks like it's going to 1 set all. But remember, Alex isn't due on court until 1 o'clock in the UK, 2 o'clock in Berlin, and that's 8 o'clock with you. So it might be 5 minutes either way. They've got a third set ahead of them, which could take 45 minutes or so. So might be 10-15 minutes late today. But that first semi-final looks like it's going to 3 sets. So a few more hellos. Badong, welcome to you. Have a feeling Alex will level up head-to-head with Linda tonight. Yes, reminding us that they've already met once as adults. They have played each other, as many of you are aware. When they were juniors, Alex got the better of Linda, I think, in their junior days, but you're having to go back quite a long time before actually Linda Noskova was fully matured and the physical size she is today, playing today. But the meaningful matchup was earlier this year in Indian Wells, where Alex played Linda Noskova on a hard court, and it was a very different Linda Noskova. And Alex got a real understanding why Linda Noskova has been securely inside the top 20 in the world rankings for a considerable period of time. Certainly the last 12 months she's sustained her ranking, and now very impressive, ranked number 12 in the world, and on grass in particular. She's a little bit more experienced and reached the last 16 at Wimbledon last year. That's her most significant result on grass, because that means she won 3 rounds at Wimbledon last year. And then she came up against Amanda Anisimova last July. And we know how well Anisimova played at this point last year, because she got to the final in London and then she went on to get to the final of Wimbledon. And in that 4th round against Noskova, it went to a very close match. It went to 3 sets. And Anisimova was very relieved to come through that final set. Very close match, 6-4 in the final set. So Alex knows Linda Noskova is very good on these faster courts. It suits her big game. She's basically just a younger and better version of Donna Vekic. She has a very impressive first serve. Her hold percentage is extremely high. She wins a lot of her service games because of this very good first serve. And she's close to 80%. So Alex is not going to get many chances to break serve. Very different to the Svitolina match yesterday. So it's imperative, it's absolutely vital that Alex finds her serving form from the beginning of this week, when she played Vekic and Rybakina yesterday. The big concern that I'm sure we all have is that towards the end of the match, Alex looked like her serve was tiring and she wasn't able to generate the same quality of first serve towards the end of her match with Svitolina. And so that's why we're all a little bit concerned. But today, hopefully, she'll feel her energetic, normal self, and her arm is feeling okay, and she can serve to the standards that we saw against Vekic and Rybakina, because that will be key. Alex has to hold her serve as much as possible, because I don't think she'll break Noskova's serve more than once in any set today, especially the first set. There's a little chance that if Alex can get on top and win the first set, Noskova sometimes her game unravels quite quickly. She gets down on herself when she's behind, when she's losing, when she starts to get frustrated. Her temperament can be suspect, and she can mentally sort of go walkabout. But that will only happen if Alex gets on top. So we'll see. But yes, Alex's serve will be crucial today. She must start better than she did in Indian Wells. Noskova raced through that match 6-2, 6-love. But that was on a different surface, and Alex is playing a lot better now. So, Rico, is that Rico Neck? What time will it start? We're expecting it at 8 p.m. in the Philippines. When we get to 1 o'clock here in the UK, 2 o'clock in Germany. That's the earliest it can start, but it's going to follow this first semi-final. And as I said, it looks like Sabalenka, she has to hold her next service game to make the match go to the deciding final set. And a set can take anywhere between sort of half an hour and 45 minutes on grass, unless it's a real epic and goes all the way to a tie-break. So my prediction is that we will see the second semi-final at about 1/4 the next hour. So that's 45 minutes time. Lots of you in the Philippines. Katie always likes to ask you where others of you are joining us from. I've already mentioned that we've got someone from Seattle today. So welcome to you. I'm managing both jobs. Katie is competing at croquet, which is actually the scoring in croquet is a bit like one set of tennis. So it's first to 7, and if it gets to 6-all, then they have a sudden death hoop. So it can be 7-6, but it's first to 7 rather than first to 6. So it can be 7-love right through to 7-5, and then if it's 6-all, they play a sudden death, what they call a golden hoop. And Katie lost the first game. She played 7-6, which was very close, went to the last hoop, sudden death hoop, and unfortunately she came out on the wrong side. But she's playing her third game now, and she'll be with me for the entire lunch break, which is an hour. So she'll be here for the start of the match and probably the whole of the first set. Yes, Sabalenka not been playing very well since that French Open defeat, and she's not managing to serve this game out very well. She's got to save now 2 break points. So Jessica Pegula is set up, and Sabalenka is 5-3 ahead in the second set. But these are now 2 points for Pegula to get a break back. So we'll just keep half an eye on that. Okay, so in terms of how I feel about the match today, if Alex is 100% fit, her arm is not bothering her, the tape and the taping we saw on her elbow and her shoulder, if that is not significant, if there's no issue and that's just precautionary and Alex is 100% fit, then this is going to be a really good match. If both players play well, Alex could still lose this match because Linda Noskova is one of those players that can play so well that it's very difficult to prevent her from winning. But if Linda is slightly off and Alex plays at the level she has done for most of this week, then Alex can definitely win this match. But it's going to be her toughest ask this week. And that may appear slightly strange given she's already played Elena Rybakina, but Rybakina has not been her happy self. There's a lot going on. And although she started well, I don't think that was the best Rybakina compared with, say, in the Australian Open. Donna Vekic, we know, had a great week last week, but coming into this week, she was fatigued, and it wasn't the very best Donna Vekic. Now, that's nothing to do with Alex. That's just my honest appraisal of those two opponents. Alex still had to play really well, and I was really impressed, as we said at the time, I was really impressed with Alex's level, which is totally on her. She's totally in control of her level, and she's upped her level. And what's been more impressive is we've seen flashes of it in previous tournaments before the grass court season, but now on grass, Alex is being consistent with that high level, and that's the key today. Alex has to consistently play that high level to beat Noskova today. It's that simple. So I think I said it's 60-40 in favour of Noskova, which means if they played 10 times, Alex would win 4 of those matches. If she plays a high level, then it's very much closer to 50-50. And then it's a toss of a coin. It's down to those big points, those big moments, and whether Alex can save the big points with her first serve, which she's done this week really well. It's whether Alex can find those deep returns, hit good returns. It's dependent on whether Linda Noskova misses her first serve. Sometimes it'll be just a question of, will Linda Noskova miss a few first serves in the same service game so Alex can get a real chance of breaking her serve. Lots of small moments will determine whether Alex can win this match. So it's very much going to be to do with her. Is she going to be 100% when she comes onto court? Is she able to really go for it for 2 sets today? And we're going to see. It's very exciting. This is a semi-final. She has nothing to lose. This is all a bonus. It's been a great week and a great grass court season. And for me, it's a win-win today, regardless of what happens. Nathaniel, nice to see you. Lots of comments in a row here. Yes, I agree. It's a big ask, but this is what happens when you're successful. You're required to play day after day. At the Grand Slams, you have the benefit of a rest day because those events, the Wimbledon, the French Open, the Grand Slams, the 4 big events, they have a rest day between matches, so they play every other day. When the events are just held over 7 days, like this one in Berlin, the number of rest days is much reduced. And so pretty much from Thursday, you play every day, 4 days in a row, and that is a demanding schedule. Yeah, absolutely. You're saying things that we're all aware of, and it's a bit of a question mark, but you're right. Alex is a fighter, and it's no different for any of these players that are winning regularly on tour. They all have the same challenge of managing their bodies as well as their commitment on court, how they manage their bodies. And some players are more fragile, their bodies aren't as resilient, and that's just how human beings are made. They're all made differently. And touch wood, I've got some wood here. Alex has got a durable, strong body. And so far in her career, she stood up well to the demands on the tour, and long may it continue. So fingers crossed that is the scenario today. I do agree, Coach Dan, that Alex this time is a different player than in Indian Wells. Yes, and that's an important point, Badong. Movement. Alex moves better on grass. There's no rhyme or reason to that. Obviously, it's a different surface. She seems to be just instinctively more comfortable, And I think that confidence transmits through her body, and she just seems to react and move and see the patterns of play, anticipate, all these types of words. It just seems to come more naturally to her on grass than maybe the clay or the hard. So I'm just, because we've got a few minutes, I'm going to put up this. Here we go. I'm going to put this graphic up and talk a little bit about Alex's ranking. So we've talked about it quite a lot, but I've not used this graphic before, and a lot of you will have heard me talk about a player accumulating ranking points from 18 counting events, and you can see these counting events underneath Alex's face, and the number 30, which is her current world ranking. You can see a whole list of 18 events, and these are her current counting events from the last 52 weeks. You can't go any further back than that. It always has to be on a rolling 52-week period. So whatever you're playing currently, if you gain points from that same event the year before, then those points you have to defend when that tournament comes round again. And the previous year's points will drop off when you get to the following Monday. So you can see that there are 10 tournaments that are set. They're the same for everyone, starting with those 4 Grand Slam tournaments at the top. So you can see US Open, Australian Open, Wimbledon, and the French Open. Those are the 4 biggest tournaments, and they have to be 4 of your counting events. And you can see what Alex achieved at those 4 events in the last 52 weeks. So her Wimbledon points from 2025, where last year she lost in the first round, the round of 1-8, that's the first round. She got just 10 points for getting into the main draw, but she didn't win that match. So that's the points she gets. Now those points come off at the end of Wimbledon, the 13th of July there, and will be replaced by what she does this year. So if Alex wins a match at Wimbledon, she will gain 70 points, which is obviously 60 more points than last year. So that would improve her ranking by plus 60. Underneath the Grand Slams, you can see there are WTA 1000 events, and you have to count 6. Those first 6 listed events there have to be on there. So they're the 10 mandatory counting events Alex has to count, and that's the same for every player. And that's why you see Cincinnati, Alex didn't actually play, but she still has to count it, and that's why there's a 0 against Cincinnati. And then you can see how she did at some of the other 1000 events. And then Montreal, which is the 7th one in that list, and all the other events below that are her 8 best counting events outside the mandatory 10. And that's just an accumulation of her best results. And you can see Eastbourne is listed there. You can see Berlin this week is listed. And so that's how her total of 1,557 points currently is made up. Right in the bottom right-hand corner in a grey font, you can see her non-counting events, some of the events where points have been counted but have been replaced in recent weeks. And the first word you see there, if you look right in the corner, is Linz, L-I-N-Z, and then the brackets and 60 in brackets. Now those points were on until this week, but her results in Berlin have replaced, because Berlin, currently, Alex has got 195 points for getting to the semi-finals. That's obviously better. So Linz got pushed out, and Berlin has replaced in terms of her counting events. And the difference between 195 and 60 is why Alex has earned 135 more points counting on her ranking. So hopefully that's helped a little bit more explain the ranking, how it's worked out. And it's the same for all the players, but that's the specifics for Alex and how her current ranking is determined, and why she's now world number 30. So if I went into more detail, I can tell you that apart from Eastbourne, there are very few points to come off Alex's ranking over the next sort of 6 weeks on tour. And so if she does reasonably well at Wimbledon, even wins 2 matches, I'm very optimistic, just thinking a bit further ahead, that she will stay within the top 32 in the world and get a seeding at the Grand Slam that follows at the back end of August at the US Open as well. So that's very exciting. Right, looking at the first semi-final, they're now in a tie-break. Sabalenka didn't close out that first set, so Jessica Pegula, if she can win this second set tie-break, will win the match. She will be the opponent in the final, and that would mean that Alex's match would not be far off being on time in 15 minutes or so. This tiebreak will decide whether Alex is going to semi-final will be on time or whether it will be pushed back half an hour. Good evening, Antonio. Welcome to you. Welcome to Luther. Lots of you excited for today's semi-final. It's a big match for Alex. This is a tournament with the top players in the world in attendance. So this is actually a better tournament in terms of Alex's performances than that in Birmingham. Winning in Birmingham, winning a title at a 125 event is definitely a great achievement. But getting to the semi-final in a WTA 500 event with most of the top 10 players in attendance is a really it's a better achievement in many ways, and that's the ranking points is stating that, because she's already got more than 125 ranking points that she earned in Birmingham. Pegula 2-1 up, 5 points from beating the number 1, and that would be a good win for Pegula because she hasn't beaten Sabalenka in a long time. So what do we think? How many sets? Who's inclined to win at what percent? Yes, I kind of covered that. I think it's 60-40. Noskova is the favourite going into the match today. And we're all praying that Alex's body holds up and she's able to deliver first serves 160 kilometers an hour or slightly more, which is 100-mile-an-hour first serves, gets the placement in the corners of the service box, especially that serve down the middle, which you can obviously hit from both sides when you're serving, regardless of whether it's the first point or the second point. The odd points you serve to the deuce court, the even points you're serving to the ad court. That's in effect right. You start on the right of the middle tee and serve to the returner who's waiting in the bottom left corner as the server looks, and then you swap, and then the server is left of the middle tee, the little marker on the baseline, and they're serving then to the ad court, which is the opponent is returning from the bottom right hand corner of the court as the server looks, and that alternates. But Alex has got a serve which she's serving more and more now, which is that serve down the tee, which is the middle of the middle of the service box. There's a kind of letter T formed by the white line, and that serve is serving her well. Forgive the pun. And that is going to be a key serve today. Can she get her first serve working down the tee, down the middle? Because when she serves wide with her more spin, that the direction is more important than speed, because you're trying to get the ball to swing away away from Noskova, and that works well without being delivered at 100 miles an hour. It can be, it's all about placement, but the serve down the middle is going to be important, that she gets more pace on that serve. Who is the better opponent for Alex today if she was able to get to the final, Sabalenka or Pegula? Well, it's been a very mixed time for both Sabalenka and more recently Rybakina. I don't know where their heads are at. I think their tennis brain is a bit confused, and they're not comfortable. They're not in a place of comfort, because I think they're feeling the pressure from players below them in the rankings, and they're not feeling as secure. The word I would use is they're not feeling as invincible anymore as they did in the first few months of this season and the back end of last season. And when you're the best players in the world and you're ranked numbers 1 and 2, and you start struggling like we saw yesterday, Bartonkova very close to beating Sabalenka. When Alex beat Rybakina, all it's doing is reinforcing how their invincibility is wilting. They're no longer invincible. Everyone else fancies beating them. And so I think, for me, Pegula would actually be the tougher match this week, bizarrely, even though she's world ranked number 4. So I'm just looking, has Pegula won? It looks like Pegula is very close to winning. She's ahead in this tiebreak, so we'll know very shortly. Oh no, you're right. Sorry, I can't believe it. It's raining. You couldn't make it up. It can only be a light shower. Badong is absolutely right. But the court, they're thinking about covering it. I can't see many umbrellas. It looks like it is very light rain. Pegula 3-1 up in the tiebreak. It's only the first to 7, but they are now covering the court, and play is suspended for what I hope is just a few minutes. I'll have a quick look. You can all get your weather apps out and see what it says for Berlin. I was expecting it to be quite dry today. Oh no. There's 10% chance of some rain in Berlin, so that may delay things. Looks like most of the rain is 2.5 hours away. So fingers crossed that this light shower, and it is only light, people are standing around in t-shirts and baseball caps, and there's not much sort of diving for cover yet. So hopefully it'll only be light and they'll be back on court. But there is some rain later this afternoon in Berlin, looking at this weather app. So hopefully 10% means it's 90% not likely to come. But whenever I say the rain won't come, it does. And so is that the same for you? You kind of believe one thing and then the other thing is bound to happen. It kind of feels like that here as well. But, more and more now, they're very conscious of the players' safety. And obviously when grass gets wet, they have to go in, especially in light of some of the recent injuries. And Boko being the worst injury that's happened on grass recently in London. Her legs went, her weight went one way, her legs went the other. And that is not good, especially on the knees. And the knees are the thing that knees and ankles, players do not want to aggravate or tear tendons, ligaments. It's their worst nightmare because it takes a long time to recover from. So they take the players off when it's raining very quickly. Yes, a bit longer for Alex to rest up and recover. Remember, Noskova played earlier yesterday, so she's had a few more hours rest than Alex. Alex last on court the last 2 days. So it swings and roundabouts for most of the for a run of matches. Alex was first on court. She was playing early. She was playing early in Birmingham, and she played early last week in London, and she was first on against Donna Vekic. But then the last 2 days she's been put on the kind of the main match of the day, playing fourth on court. Today she's second on. But yeah, it could only be light rain. People are kind of moving around, milling about. We'll see. So what do we think about Alex's upcoming commitments? She's got 2 more events on grass, and then I expect Alex to have some time off. And then she will go across to the American hard courts again, possibly starting actually in Canada. I say America, but Canada is joined, isn't it, to America? But it's what they call the North American hard court swing. And she will finish up in New York the last week of August. So whether she plays Montreal and Cincinnati this year will be likely, because they're 2 1,000 events. That will be interesting. There's Cincinnati, Montreal, and then the US Open. So there's 3 big events there, which pretty much fills most of August. The other option is a warm-up event in Washington. So once she finishes the grass court season, she'll be over in America. So you can start planning your time differences. We'll be back late at night or even early morning. So it all kind of switches around for Katie and me. We had this in March. We were getting up at 3 in the morning when Alex was playing in Indian Wells and Miami. So Europe is a good location for us in the UK because it's only an hour's difference. Yes, some of you talking about the ding-dongs. We've got the lucky ding-dongs. We kind of saved them for the second set, but we've just bought 1 pack today because we're on location. So we kind of threw in the laptop and a few bits, but we have got some lucky ding-dongs and some boy bewangs. Hopefully for the second set and the winning set from Alex's point of view, because she's won 3 matches this week and won them all in the second set. Straight sets wins. Hello to Melbourne Guy, joining the army of supporters of Alex's army. Absolutely. A lot of people are for Pegula Badong because Sabalenka not seen as positively as a lot of players, possibly because she's the world #1 and everyone likes to beat them, possibly because she's she's a loud player. She's known for her loud screams and yells on court, possibly just because you know, she has that intimidation factor, being the world's best, and she's physically an impressive, powerful player, isn't she? But it's the tennis really that matters, and at the moment she's not playing very well, and Pegula looks like she's going to win that match when the rain delay passes. Hello from Bebe Leyte in the Philippines, Gerald Tito. Some of you asking about, was Rybakina injured during their match with Eala? I don't think she was injured. She started the match off really well, served unbelievably well. Her first 3 service games, she served 6 aces. So that's like giving someone a 30-love head start in 3 consecutive games. So I don't think she was injured, but I think half the battle at professional sport is what's going on in the head. And mentally, I think, as I've been saying, these top players at the moment, they don't seem to be as secure mentally. Things are happening in their heads. They're thinking about things which mean there are problems possibly off court that are occupying their thoughts, and that's transmitted to the court. And so when Alex came back at her, and Alex played so well in that match, it kind of was just too much for her to cope with, and she wasn't mentally in a good place. She wasn't mentally as strong as possibly when she's playing her best. Good afternoon, Marcos 3489. It is a dream. It would a dream match to play the world number one. It would. Maybe we can save it for Wimbledon, but it doesn't happen here. Just seen an umbrella, so this looks like a longer shower. Few umbrellas up now in Berlin. So for those of you just joining us, let's see what else I've got here. The Wimbledon hat, which I have got. We'll talk a little bit about Wimbledon. Wimbledon starts on Monday the 29th of June, so we're only 9 days from the biggest grass court championships played by a tennis player, and we're still waiting. Someone's there, Melchor Del Moral 8075, who won the championship as a wild card. There is one more wild card to be declared. I think they're waiting on Serena Williams. I think she is the reason why there's one unannounced wild card. So we're waiting on that. But in terms of the build up to Wimbledon, we start on Monday, this coming Monday. In 2 days' time, Alex will be confirmed as a seed at Wimbledon. 32 seeded players. They get put in a set place in the draw. The number one seed goes at the top of the draw. That will be Aryna Sabalenka. Elena Rybakina will go in as number 2 seed at the bottom of the draw. And then there are positions which get decided by the computer. So numbers 3 and 4, that's a 50-50, whether the number 3 seed goes in the top half or the bottom half, and so the same for the number 4 seed. And then that happens for the block of 4 seeds after that, numbers 5 to 8. There are 4 possible positions in the draw, and they get decided randomly. And then for the seeds 8 to 16, there are 8 possible positions in the draw, and they get randomly decided. But there are set positions for the 32 seeds, and Alex is likely to be seeded 28 now because 29 now, because Victoria Mboko is injured, as is Hailey Baptiste. But Alex is now one place, she's above Hailey Baptiste, so she might get bumped up to number 29th seed or 28th if someone else pulls out, but roughly 29th seed, and she'll go in the draw, which means where she won't face another seed till round 3. When she gets to round 3, though, she is guaranteed to have one of the top 8 seeds. So because she's seeded between 24 and 32, she has to play a top 8 player in round 3. But that could be Sabalenka, it could be Rybakina again, it could be Iga Swiatek, right down to Coco Gauff and even Elina Svitolina at number 8 in the world. So any of those players in round 3 is the likely prospect if Alex wins 2 rounds in Wimbledon. And that will start either Monday the 29th or Tuesday the 30th of June. And she will play Monday if she's in the opposite half to Iga Swiatek, and she will play Tuesday if she's in the same half as Iga Swiatek, because what Wimbledon does is the defending champion always plays on the Tuesday, and the people in her half play on Tuesday, and the other half plays on the Monday. So it's the only guarantee at Wimbledon is Monday and Tuesday. They split the matches according to the top and bottom halves of the draw. Thank you, the running barista. Hi, DTM. Have a great time today. Come on, Alex. Exactly our thoughts. We haven't got any tennis in Berlin at the moment. 10 minutes ago or so, they covered the court. Light rain in Berlin. I looked at the weather app. I didn't think there was going to be any rain, but it seems to be a 10 to 20% chance of rain. We're hoping it's 80% dry rather than 90% dry. But sadly, they've taken the first semi-final off court. Pegula was a set up, and it's 6-all. They're playing a second set tiebreak, and Pegula was 3-1 up. Looking at the forecast, hopefully they'll be back on court quite soon. There's not a lot of rain. The spectators look quite dry to me, so fingers crossed. Thank you for your kind words. Do you think Eala should play Bad Homburg or better to rest? If Alex can rest up without upsetting anyone, if she can do it with good grace, and Venus Williams is okay with her not playing, and the tournament understands, I think if it's done on good terms with a positive agreement, then I could see that being a positive decision. But I certainly wouldn't rest if I was 21 and feeling okay. And the reason I say that is, just a second. Excuse me. The reason I say that is because when you're 21 and you're on a winning run, you want to keep going. You don't know when you're going to play match after match and keep on winning again. You don't know when the next winning run is going to happen. So you're going to be very reluctant at 21 to pass up and stop playing. So I think Alex will take advice from a team, and they'll factor all those things in, and they'll make the best decision for them, because it's the right decision, because Alex and her team will make it, and we'll all get behind that decision. But as a slightly older 21-year-old, looking at how Alex played yesterday at the end of the match, my view is that I would rather do well at Wimbledon than Bad Homburg, and therefore, if I can sort it, I might tactically take a rest. But that's just me, and I will be happy with whatever Alex chooses. Yeah, I think we all agree, don't we? I think we've all got that feeling. We're all concerned for Alex above anything. Her health is the most important thing, and we do not want her having a long-term injury that would set her back in her career, because it's not just a time out to recover from the injury that's the issue. It's also getting back to the level you left the game when you got injured, and that can take some time. So for anyone who's had an injury, it's difficult while you're having an injury, but the frustration is that you come back and you don't just immediately start from where you left off. You have to get back up to speed, and in tennis that can be quite hard because no one kind of waits. There's someone who's behind you who's just happy to slot in and take your place, and that is something Alex will be desperately keen to avoid. So it's all very much on her body. She knows her body the best, and I'm sure she will make the right decision for her. Yeah, that's very common, Francesca Barong. Lots of players, when they have a really busy week and win, they don't get to leave the tournament, the venue, until late into Sunday evening, because once they've done the presentation on court that we all see and lift the trophy, they then have to stay at the venue and do quite a lot of media interviews. There's quite a lot of commitments which go with being the tournament winner and go hand in hand, and you can't just literally have a quick shower and get in the car and go to the airport or go to the train or the car, wherever you're getting to the next tournament. Alex would have loads of commitments, and that's why often tournament winners pull out the following week. But I just don't think Alex is of an age where she's looking to do anything other than the right thing. And doing the right thing for Alex will be honouring her commitment, because she said yes to a wild card, and she said yes to playing doubles with Venus Williams. So it's kind of made a commitment, and I'm sure many of you would honour your commitments, and that's what Alex, I think that's where she is at the moment. She'll want to honour her commitments. So I'm just going to say hi on here. Oh, it's okay. I'm okay, thank you. Someone offering me a drink, that's very kind of them. I'm just saying hi electronically here. Katie will be joining me in the next 10 minutes, I think. She's just finishing off her third competitive game this morning. We'll find out whether she wins her last match this morning. They play 3 matches in the morning, 3 in the afternoon, but there's an hour off for lunch. So she is going to appear in the next 10 minutes or so and say hello to everyone in her usual positive, engaging way. She's so proud of Tagalog and how that's coming along. She's trying really hard to learn as much Tagalog as possible, and she puts me to shame. But we're a double act, so I feel like I'm only here with my left hand as opposed to my right hand, but I haven't got both hands today until she's here. It's a question of time. She won't make it on June the 21st when she goes to the final of Berlin unless they move her schedule. Yes, and they obviously did that in Berlin, didn't they? Donna Vekic, they moved the schedule for her. And if Alex won in Berlin, Bad Homburg would want Alex. And I think they would do the same potentially for Alex as Berlin did for Donna Vekic. Yeah, I don't think it's an option. We've had that question. Marcos 3489. We've had that question a few times. It's a very sensible question. It seems to us, just play the doubles. It would be less demanding on the body. That would make perfect sense in the clubs up and down the country, just pulling out of the singles. But I think at a professional level, it just wouldn't be seen as okay. You're either fit or you're not, and if you're fit enough to play doubles professionally, the tournament's not going to be keen that you kind of pick and choose. So for everyone else, it would seem a perfectly common sense option, but I can't see that happening. I don't see Alex doing that, I'm afraid. Much as that would be makes sense. Yeah, so I'm afraid not. I've had to come in the clubhouse because we get Wi-Fi and electricity and power. So I've got a socket here I can use in the clubhouse, and I get Wi-Fi, and that's the only way we could do it today. Down by the actual croquet lawns, the signal's hopeless. I just wouldn't get the quality of picture. So much as I would have liked to have stayed down there outside, it's just not possible. Yeah, tournament schedule, singles and doubles, first round, it always looks initially like it's going to happen on the Monday. What they will do is they will split the matches across 2 days, and they will look to manage players' workloads. So if a player is committed to singles and doubles, they won't ask them to play both singles and doubles on for the first round. So if Alex played doubles, it would either be Monday or Wednesday if she played singles on the Tuesday. If she played singles first on the Monday, she wouldn't play her doubles till Tuesday, and then her next singles match, assuming she won, would be on the Wednesday. So they would alternate it. It would only be towards the end of the week if you were successful in both events, where you might have to play 2 matches. But I don't see that happening. The other good news is there's an extra round in the singles, whereas the doubles there's only 16 pairs. So there's only 4 matches to be played across the 7 days. So there's quite a bit of space and wriggle room in terms of the doubles. So they will hopefully, I think, alternate it, certainly till the Friday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Alex would potentially just play 2 singles and 2 doubles, and they would try and alternate it. That's how I would expect them to schedule that. How long's one game of croquet? Well, it should be 50 minutes. Sometimes it goes to an hour and sometimes even longer, but generally 45 to 55 minutes is the kind of time frame. Katie said hi at 10 past 12, so that was an hour ago, and then she started probably started about 50 minutes ago. So yeah, that's why I can see her appearing in the next 10 minutes. That's my estimate. Shout out from Tagaytay City in the Philippines, Marvin Cruz. Welcome to you. Ramoa 9306. Hello from Silang. How do we say that? Cavite? Savite in the Philippines. We're all hoping and praying for Alex today. Absolutely. Letter A, can you pronounce R? Coolford. So that would be Carvite. I need Katie's help here. Apologies if I'm getting that wrong. But by the time we actually land in the Philippines in January 2027, next year, the beginning of 2027, we will be both in perfect place, a perfect spot to practice Tagalog constantly with all your help and being immersed in the Philippines will have a massively positive impact on how well we speak Tagalog. Thank you. How are you? Thank you for asking. I'm very well, thank you. If that's, but that might be you're asking other people. Maybe it's Cavite. Thank you. Breaking it down into syllables for me, that's very kind. Cavite. Cavite. It is easy to learn Tagalog. Thank you. It's not so easy to learn anything the older you get, though, is it? So that's that's the challenge. But we just do our best. It's what we refer to as lifelong learning. So we don't just stop learning at school. In fact, some people would say we start learning when we're not at school. But this is all good for our aging brains to take on new learning. There are no long vowels in Tagalog, all short vowels. So that would be cavite. That's perfect. Yes, thank you. I'll go with that. I like perfect. Still raining, I'm afraid. Flores. The good news is Katie, I can hear. She's just getting our lunch. So she's going to join us with her lunch and possibly some food for me in literally less than 5 minutes. Thank you. Yes, so we're hoping, aren't we, that the Manila Open will maybe get boosted from being a 125 event to a 250 event. But you're correct. If it's the same as last year, then the 125 event really is the pinnacle of the lower tier. So it's not considered a main tour event. It's the second tier, very similar to the Birmingham Open that Alex won 2 weeks ago. But yes, we want to try and not just visit the Philippines, but combine it with the tennis and then potentially go across to Melbourne for the Australian Open, because it's a long flight from the UK. And when we went to Australia in 2020, we went from Bali. Some of our friends went to the Philippines, but we went to Bali in January 2020. And then we hopped across to Perth, and I'm pretty sure the flight from Bali to Perth was just a few hours, something like 3 or 4 hours. And that was much better than the 20-odd hour flight it is from the UK. Here she is. So, Katie, they're all waiting to know how well you did in
Hello,
game 3.
everybody. In my third game,
Yes.
well, I think I played like a catipunera. Yes, I won on the golden hoop, which is this, if you may have explained it
A
to them,
little
I'm
bit.
not.
They've been asking about the scoring.
Okay, so the scoring goes, if you get to 6-all, you have to do this funky kind of backwards hoop. What are you after, darling?
Yeah, they hit the sound.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so Eala's not started yet. Oh, it's raining. Oh, I look, the first thing I did, I'm playing on a lawn and there's no internet down there. And so the first thing I did when I came up, hello everybody, thank you so much for your welcomes. Oh, it's so nice to come back. I really missed you. I did not want to have Dan do this without me. I was just being selfish, really. I know he'd be fine, but I kind of wanted to be here. I also, yes, I won Badong. Yes, 7-6, which means I won on the golden hoop. I played a little bit of a catipunera. Although, if I'm really honest, I think the lady who I was playing had a nasty poorly back, and she was grunting and groaning the whole way through. And I don't think it was because of her shots or anything. I think it was her back, bless her. So it didn't really feel like a particularly good win. I have not had a great day. 2 lost, 1 won, but we're all on a journey, just like our Alex, right? And it was fun, and it's a morning outside. Oh, it's so good to see you all. So what have you been chatting about? You must have been chatting for ages because she's not on. What time is she going to come on, darling?
Well, the first
Cheers.
semi-finals unfinished at the moment. So Pegula is a set-up, and they're in a second set tiebreak, and Pegula's 3-1 ahead. So she's 4 points from winning.
Oh, and then it rained.
And then it rained, and we're hoping that they come back on court and Pegula wins that tiebreak. Otherwise, it's going to be about an hour's wait once the covers come off.
Do you know the way God works? I suspect there'll be rain enough. Dan will chat with you whilst I play my next 3 games, or 2, or however many I got to play. And then just when I finish my games, on she'll prance in her pistachio green dress just to match the rain covers. And then she will get to it. Won't that be fun? And gosh, there's lots of you in the room. And you know what? We've been absolutely blown away because overnight we did that video. I think you probably all watched it because it looks like the whole world's watched it. It's funny. I think it may be cultural. Our culture imagines that the thing that people would be interested in is how she beats the next person. So we've always done how do you beat the next person videos. And interestingly, you guys, we've for the last 2, we've done a post view of the match, like a post-match analysis, and they've done way better in terms of people being really keen to watch them, and I've been really interested by that. So you can tell me whether I'm right or not, everybody online, because it seems to me that you guys love the post-match analysis. So we're going to carry on with that because basically we do what you want us to do.
I was just looking. I just spotted someone's question about the first Grand Slam winner. I don't know whether you meant Wimbledon, but I'm going to stick to Wimbledon. You have to go back into the 19th century, and there were a lot of British winners to start with because it was a pure amateur sport. And if you go way back, it was a lady called Maud Watson in the 1880s.
Oh, she probably had a flowing long dress on,
but
and a hat.
more relevant is
Bonnet.
In the what they call the open era, when professionalism was first coming in. Billie Jean King won Wimbledon in 1968, and the WTA Tour was founded shortly after in 1973. So it's just over 50 years ago that the women's game became very professional, and it was built upon the foundations of the formation of the WTA, the Women's Tennis Association, and Billie Jean King was the primary reason that was founded, and that's why she's still, the key person and considered a legend both on the court because she won multiple Grand Slam titles, as well as off the court because she's done so much for the women's game.
And Charles Bacolod is saying, yes, your analysis was really spot on. That's so kind of you. I'm so proud of Dan. I can't, I mean, I've always gone to tennis tournaments with Dan and talked about tennis and watched tennis with Dan. And I've always thought, gosh, I'm lucky because I sit here and he tells me all these things and he predicts just before something happens, he predicts it's going to happen. And then I think, oh, it's just so nice. And then, and now in the last 4 months, I can see somebody wandering around with what is probably our lunch. Oh, no, it isn't.
Yeah,
In the
it's
last
just
4 months, suddenly he's sharing it with you guys, and I'm just so thrilled. It's really nice to share this clever boy. Mwah.
thank you.
Yeah, you're lovely. Huh. Anyway, it's
How's lunch working today?
lunch
Are they
is
bringing
working.
Are they calling it out, or is it that lady at the? What are you having?
Katie, I watched the local news tonight,
you
and
eating
voila, fish finger sandwich. That's mine.
Lovely.
Thank you. Your YouTube channel was on in the background
you.
of a known human rights lawyer in his Zoom interview. Not our channel. Chalk Dust was on in the background of the local news for no way. Badong. No way. I wonder. I think I know who that is actually. I think he's the church.
Oh right,
The
okay.
church warden.
Not illegally.
Yes,
please.
he's having the cheese food. Thank you so much. So the lovely people here are bringing us. I've got a fish finger sandwich. We both got a shandy. Thank you so much, Michael Ramos. You're always so very generous. That's lovely. Thank you for the super. I know what it's called now. It's a super, and so I watched the local news tonight, and voila, the Chalk Dust YouTube channel was on in the background of a known human rights lawyer in his Zoom interview, and it was from #1 digital TV in here in Berlin. Oh, wow. Do you think everybody's looking it up going, who are those crazy Brits who are screaming for Eala? And why are they screaming for Eala? Well, we all know why, don't we? Because she is just our tonic of delight. Oh, I grew up watching Navratilova, Borg and McEnroe. Noid PH, we must be the same age. Absolutely. McEnroe, Dan as no other hero bigger than McEnroe. And Katie, he was watching your channel. Huh. You guys are making my head big. I gotta believe this isn't true. But you are so sweet. I can't really believe it. We actually did get interviewed yesterday. The guy who does the scoreboard here, you know, this scoreboard that you've got underneath, because we only put that scoreboard on because you guys asked for it when we very first started. You were like, we want a live scoreboard, and we didn't even know how to do it. And then we learned how to do it. And so we put the live scoreboard on for you, and we worked it out with the help of our children and this guy who does this piece of software. And of course, there were a few hiccups, and we would ring him and go, Connor, he was in Ireland. Connor, what do we do? What do we do? And
Lovely.
he's
Thank
helped
you very
us
much.
out. Anyway, turns out pretty soon, our YouTube channel was bigger than his. Bless him. He's only got like 500 subscribers, and he's quite niche, but he's a lovely guy. Would you like a knife and fork, darling?
No, it's okay.
Anyway, so he interviewed us about how we've done. I think it was marketing for his scoreboard software for people who want to put scoreboard software onto watch-alongs, which of course is exactly what we've done. So we told him all about you guys, and you never know, you might appear on somebody else's YouTube channel. Hello, Maria Carmela Hugo. Sister Mary is in the room. I'm delighted. God is in his heaven. Everybody's here. I love it. It is just so nice. I've got everybody's here. Marvin's here. Oh, just noticed, where are you? Well, we're at the croquet tournament that I'm in today, which is why Dan's been on his own for the last, I don't know how long we've been doing this, an hour and a quarter. I've been playing croquet. And when, I don't know, maybe when Eala comes back on, or comes on, it might be that I have to go back and play. I've got 3 more matches. I lost 2 this morning, 1 to the golden hoop, which means it's really tight. That was my first match. Should have won that one. And then 1 I lost quite easily, and to a friend, honestly, she's such a nice woman, and I keep on beating her, and so this time it was her turn. Hello, Emile Damien, of course you're there from New Zealand. And then this lady with the sore back, bless her, beat her. But yeah, I was a Catupanera because I was winning all the way, but she was creeping up, and then we got to 6-all, and then we went to the golden hoop, and I won, and I thought of you guys. The first thing I did when I got off the court was check out, how's Eala doing? And I saw that it was not started, so I assumed it was raining. But have dinner before Alex's game. Yeah, you are as well. Yeah, we are, and you are. Were you analysing other players before Alex came along? Dan has always analysed women's tennis, and he's got his own website he's been doing for a couple of years of analysis and statistics and all that really deep dive stuff. And then we decided he wanted to set up a sort of YouTube channel. Oh no, he wanted, it started off as a podcast. It's on Spotify. It still is on Spotify. And you'll see, we just do like a weekly podcast with us chattering about tennis, generally about tennis. And we were so thrilled because we had like 24 subscribers on YouTube. And we were, oh, isn't this lovely? We've got 24 people who want to hear us whittling on. And then, as it happened, we just mentioned something about Eala, who Dan knew about already, but I didn't know about, because I'm not really the tennis person, honestly. If I answer a question about tennis, check it with Dan. I try to either answer if I definitely know, or if I'm not sure, 100% sure, or if it's very complicated, I answer and then I say to Dan, am I right in that? Anyway, so we heard about the Australian Open when they misscheduled her onto some court at the back of the stadium, and there were 7,000 Filipinos waiting after the stadium was full. And then we watched that match, and they were Sweet Caroline, and they were singing and they were dancing, and we were going, this is how tennis should be. This is the way we should watch tennis. Because in England, it's lovely, it's all a green and pleasant land, and everybody has strawberries and cream, but it's a bit, I don't know, very civilized and very, oh, super duper darling, well done. That was rather a nice shot. And what we like is when everyone goes, yay, this is fantastic, screaming and shouting and real proper support. And so we're loving it. Oh, bless you, Helen Perez. Oh, Helen, we've missed you. I think I haven't seen you for a couple of shows, a couple of matches. Connor, thank you for the technical support on the scoreboard. Katie, please invite Connor to the channel so we can thank him. Oh, C Nation, thanks, Connor. We will clip that. I will clip that and send it to him, and I will invite him to to one of them. He's Irish, but I don't know. I think it's sort of cheaper for him to live and work in Bali. Who knew? And then every now and then he's back in Ireland. I think it's probably a visa requirement or something. So he pops back to Ireland, and then he pops off to Bali. And we spoke to him yesterday. We were interviewed. I'll share on the channel. I'll share it when he does his when he puts it on YouTube. I do agree with your analysis, Katie, about the advert of Alex comp to Linda on that part. Alex is a fighter. Absolutely. Advantage of Alex, yes. Badon, you do know, don't you, that I'm just reading what Dan writes. I mean, it goes in one eye, I read it, and it goes out the other ear, and a little bit of it goes through. But generally, I just put the into it. And then whilst we've got one laptop between us. And that's the funny thing, because the last two nights we've been up till about 1 a.m. because Dan, the first night we were really late because Dan wrote them both on the laptop, and then he's like, throws the laptop across to me, and he goes off and gets himself ready and tidies up the kitchen and does all the other things, and then I have to do all the production and speak it in and everything. But yesterday we got a bit better. Yesterday Dan wrote the first one on the laptop. Then I came in and he wrote the next one on a piece of paper. That was much better, because then we were multitasking. Very professional short dust outfit. And so, has the rain stopped? Someone saying the rain stopped? Maybe. They're saying play suspended due to rain until at least 12:45 GMT. GMT? Not GMT. Anyway, so am I halfway through a story? Can't remember. So that tool to use when hitting those croquet balls is called a mallet. Yes, it is. It is a mallet. And one day I'll show you all about croquet. We could take you down the croquet lawn. That would be fun. Because all England tennis club was called, I think maybe is officially still called, the All England Tennis and Croquet Club, isn't it? Wasn't it? And before the tennis club was in Church Road, where I grew up, literally, that's where my home is, on that very road. When I was 5, we moved there. So, and my mum and dad were there, have always been there. And my mum's still there. My dad sadly died a couple of years ago. But he's here supporting us really from above, just like Dan's mum. And he would love this. He loved sport, loved to watch sport on the TV. And so, yes, before the All England Club was on Church Road, it was down on Nursery Road. Now, Nursery Road, when they sold the ground, they sold it to my school. So my school, we had beautiful lawn tennis courts and a big hockey pitch and everything. And it was all where they used to run. So if you see the very old pictures of Wimbledon tennis, that's where I learned to play tennis, because that was my school. When we go to Wimbledon, I'm gonna get on my bike with my little camera on my hat, and I'm gonna take you around. I'm gonna take you around, and I'm gonna take you for a coffee in the village. The village is so nice, especially during the tennis, because there's such an atmosphere. Dan and I actually got married in COVID. During COVID, we got married in a beautiful event space in Wimbledon Village, and I will show you it. And it really means a lot to us. It's very special. So you must be a top croquet player, Katie. Mr. Badong, I wish. I love it. And we do play all over the place. We've come a couple of hours to here. Katie, will you please wear that white cap again? Because I feel that it brings good vibes and good luck to us. Yeah, I will. Yeah. You know why it's good luck? Because Dan didn't have to eat it. There you go. I have live telecast, but still chalk dust to watch along for Coach Dan commentary. Bless you.
That's
Bless you. That is so lovely. You know,
very kind.
It is kind.
You see, Katie won't let me commentate on her croquet.
No. He puts me off. Everything, I could do it better. Everything.
I can't see the screen at the far end of the court in Berlin has got some messaging for the spectators. I can't tell what it says. There's quite a lot of spectators.
Please excuse me.
Coming back into the into the seating areas, and they just don't look like they're getting wet at all. So I can't for the life of me feel like there's a lot of rain, but it's been like that since they went off. So if anyone's got really good eyes and can read what it says under the words rain delay, and you actually you can actually tell us maybe what their message is, because I just can't read it.
I can't read it either. We have something in England and probably in Germany too. We call it mizzle, and it's the cross between mist and drizzle. It sounds really depressing, doesn't it? It is a bit depressing actually. And it's not raining enough to put a coat on. It's just a misty, drizzly, rainy something. And that is what we have here today, or we did earlier on, didn't we? We were expecting basking sunshine, so we came with all of our hot things, and then it's not been like that. It's been quite.
I have been seeing the comments of this going down the screen, but someone asking who does a player from the past that Alex reminds me of.
Oh, good question.
It is a good question. Obviously, I'm thinking a left-handed player. I'm kind of thinking Monica Seles, a player from the 90s. So we're going back nearly 30 years. She was world number 1. She did win Grand Slams. Slightly different in that she sometimes played double-handed forehands as well as double-handed backhands, but she was a left-hander and a similar style player, especially from the back of the court. Obviously, you've got to allow for 30 years how the game's developed. Whenever you compare generations, it's never a perfect comparison, because you're not really meant to compare. It's like me saying, would McEnroe beat Nadal? Well, clearly he wouldn't. But if McEnroe and Nadal played in the 80s, in the early 80s, in that era with wooden rackets, then I would say McEnroe would beat Nadal. If McEnroe played Nadal on the clay courts in the French Open, then Nadal would win. So that's why it's really kind of hypothetical only. But Selej has a lot of the features that, in my opinion, that Alex has in her game.
I'll try your idea. Eddie has said, take a photograph of the sign and then zoom in. Okay, let's have a do it. We'll have a go at that. I love the way you guys give us all the solutions. Oh, you know, just as I went towards it, it's changed. Okay, I'm going to do that. I think there's a barcode. There's a QR code on it now.
I think it's on I think there's two.
It's on a circle, is it? It goes round and round. I could. Oh no, that's definitely a QR code. They're trying to get everyone to join an app or something. I so love watching both of your reactions when Alex wins a set this past couple of nights. I even replayed it a couple of times at set points. Do you know, I was saying to Dan, everybody seems to enjoy our reactions, even though they're just kind of literally how we feel. I was saying we should put together a video of from Berlin all the set points that she's won, and it would just be really funny. Do you think that would go down well? I think that would go down well. Because you guys last night were asking us to do reactions to some pop group, and it's really not us. It's really not authentic. Somebody said it will get you 100,000 subscribers, and we were like, yeah, no thanks. We'd like the tennis fans. We'd like the Eala fans. Watching K a go Kabayan, and I think I've had a few people saying that my Tagalog is getting a little bit better. I feel like it's flowing better, but also when we come in January to the Manila Open, I'm so looking forward to it. My ears can finally relax because I'll be able to hear you, because you guys are so kind at helping me with my pronunciation. Like, I know that there's no ah, so I used to say mabuhay, and it's not mabuhay, it's ma. Someone said it's like the ah from run is the ah, so you say mabuhay, and anyway, so yes, Coach Dan, because Monica is super good on the rise hitter. Badong is another of these tennis nerds. Well done, tennis nerd. Oh, sorry, you got your mouth full. I thought you were going to take over. I'm improving. Thank you, Chico Mismo.
Very good. I said we would be much better when we're in the Philippines, and we can actually learn from indirect conversations face to face.
I was very discombobulated because I went to Duolingo to learn Tagalog, and like you can learn the language from Game of Thrones, for goodness sake, on Duolingo, but you can't learn Tagalog from English. That's outrageous. I felt like writing in to the producers of Duolingo going, what are you doing? I would like to learn Tagalog, please. Why on earth can't you? So that was my, they're still talking about tennis. You'd think you were on a tennis channel, wouldn't you? Mabu ha 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 hi. Stress on the second syllable. Mabuhay. 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 Okay, got it. Say it. Mabuhay.
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 Yeah, but Mabuhay.
Mabuhay.
Good. I like
Mabuhay.
it. Yeah, like you're shocking, like you're surprising somebody. Mabuhay. Is that right? Are we going good?
Mabuhay.
I like it. I like it when I get done to say katipunera. There is no Tagalog, I think, in Duolingo. Exactly. Isn't that outrageous? I think there should be. So let's say katipunera. Katipunera.
Katipunera.
That's what she is. A katipunera. Katipunera. Good. Well done.
Yes, going back to Monica Seles, you're right. Yes, she had that terrible. Well, it was what do we call it? It was horrible. I mean, a spectator came down and attacked her at the side of the court, and that was really the beginning of the end of her career. But yes, I was focused on her tennis. She was a left-hander, very, very similar for me. Very strong, gutsy, resilient baseliner who liked to take the ball early, like Alex, played a lot of similar style shots on both her backhands, especially her double-handed backhand. Very good at hitting shots down the line, and the serve actually quite similar. And that's why I thought of her. I was trying to match up someone who was also a left-hander. There aren't that many. I think I've done that blog about the ratio of right-handers to left-handers, and it's something like 90% on tour are right-handed and only 10% are left-handers. So no surprise I went that far back to find someone who I think may be the type of player that Alex eventually reaches, that type of player. And I'm sure Alex would bite your hand off if, not literally, but if you offered her Monica Selig's tennis CV.
Or old tennis racket, that would be cool, wouldn't it? I've just asked, because yes, people keep on saying to me there are no long vowels in Tagalog, but I don't actually know what that means. I can't understand the difference between a long vowel. Is it like ah and ah? If it's like we live very near Bath, and I say Bath, but if you come from the north of England, you'd say Bath. I am assuming that maybe Bath is the short ah, and Bath is the long ah. So now I have to be like, so as a Southern English person, and the Queen's English, that's what I speak and we speak really. I have all my vowels are long, so I think you're telling me I need to sort of perform as if I am a Northern English person. Not equals not each, etc. Oh, it doesn't really help, Noel. A equals R, not A. Oh, okay. Confused. Trivia. Tonight will be the third time Alex Eala and Noskova face each other. In 2018, Alex beat Linda in the finals of Les Petits A's to be the first Filipina to win this prestigious junior tennis event. I think I might have seen pictures of that. Did we see pictures of that last time
yes.
they played? She played
Unfortunately, Linda Noskova was not fully matured. So I think if you looked at the photo and compared it with a photo of them today on court, I think you're basically seeing the difference between junior tennis and the WTA Tour today. But yes, it's still worthy of recognition. The fact that Alex had some great achievements as a junior. Today, as I started the channel's content today, this is, I think, her hardest match of the week. Forget people's names and rankings. On current form, Linda Noskova on this surface is a tough matchup. Yesterday, Svitolina grass is her weakest service, was her weakest surface. She's had the lowest win percentage on grass, Svitolina, and yesterday she didn't play her best tennis because possibly grass is her weakest surface. Her wins on grass was closer to 50%, whereas Noskova, this is her best surface in terms of win percentage. In her career, she's very successful. She wins 62.5% of matches on grass, and that is better than any other surface. So, nothing easy about today. Alex will have to play really well. She'll have to serve well. She'll have to return well, and basically have to match Noskova, which is a really tough ask in the serving department, because Noskova this week, yesterday, she had 73% first serve percentage. Alex was down at 51%. When Alex gets her first serve in, as we know this week, she's winning a lot of points, over 70%. But in terms of getting her first serve in yesterday, it dropped. She was way down on her first two matches. And that will not cut it today. I believe Alex has got to get back to the high 60%, if not 70%, especially when she needs her first serve. If she has break points against her, she has to find her first serve. Noskova is playing too well for Alex to get away with mistakes from the opponent Vekic made more mistakes than she would have liked. Rybakina certainly made mistakes, and Svitolina yesterday was quite wasteful. So Alex is going to have to tighten up in all departments. I really think L.Noskova on grass is going to be a future winner of grass events. If you look at the young players, Noskova just about a year older than Alex, I think. They're very close in age anyway. But compared with Andreeva, compared with Mboko, compared with Iva Jovic, these other young players that are on the tour rank very high in the rankings. L.Noskova, the only thing that's holding her back is her mentality. She hasn't got a mindset yet, which I think is why she's falling short. But this is going to be someone who does really well on grass. The same applies to Alex. These two are going to meet a lot, I believe, over the next 10 years, especially on the faster surfaces, especially on grass. And this is going to have the potential of being a great matchup at this time of year.
Well, great for us in terms of that the mentality is her weakness, because one of the many reasons that we love supporting Alex is that her mentality, not just in strength, but also in direction and ethics, I think. Her mentality is such an attraction, because it makes her such an inspiration to young people and such a great role model. And so I think that means, but then there's also the strength in that, we're surprised when we see her celebrating a really important point win. Now, no other people, will do that all the time. Every tiny little point, they're like, yay, and they're screaming and they're shouting at their player box and all that sort of thing. But I just think she's such a great example to young people, well, to everyone, honestly. And so you've got these two ends of the spectrum. You've got Noskova, who is supposedly not the best at that, and then you've got Alex, who I would say is the best. I mean, I can't think of anyone better than her at that, holding yourself well. We talk about it a lot on this channel, don't we? So the gap there will be huge. She's got this. Well, it's a huge gap, because it'll be very useful for her, because when Noskova's weakness comes in, Alex can pounce. It must be difficult for her to do that, because it's kind of almost nasty. It's almost not, if you're in a playground and somebody shows a weakness, you don't pounce, you go and help them, just like Alex
I've
would.
had a stats question. Have you seen that? How many double faults? Linda's total double faults. Thank you for the question.
Dowie has asked that, have they? Yeah, it's a great question, Dowie.
Yeah. I don't have all this data in my head. I do have some help, but Noskova has served in the last 52 weeks of competitive action. She served 372 aces and 288 double faults. So that's nearly 90 more aces than double faults. So you can expect slightly more aces and double faults if you kind of what's that proportion, isn't it? It's the proportion and ratio. So she does serve her fair share. 372 aces in the last year puts her inside the top 5 servers in the game. 270 odd double faults. Just looking.
I'll come down for 2 o'clock. Thanks.
Is 288, sorry, double faults is a 7%. 7% of the time she's double faulting. So that's quite a high percentage. Whether we see that today, we saw Svitolina serve 7 double faults yesterday in the match, but you're looking at sort of 1 in every 15 service points she might double fault. That's 1 in every 3 to 4 service games, that kind of amount. It's possibly not going to be a huge factor today. So I think we have to rely on Alex serving well rather than Noskova serving badly.
Just a quick question, because I don't want to give away any personal data of anybody who's in the room, but I've just seen somebody who is in the room who I think might be the person who had us on the background on the TV when they were being interviewed by somebody on local news. So I'm not going to name any names because that's personal and that's private. But if anyone was in the room who was that person who was interviewed by local news on Channel 1 of the Philippines and had us on in the background on the TV, please raise your hand if you feel like it, because that's quite exciting. And I've just seen the person who I think might be that person. Anyway, lovely to see you all. I've just been told by my croquet team, they're not my team, my croquet compatriots, that they want me back in 10 to 15 minutes. So I said I don't want to be late and it would be rude. So I'm going to go. I said to them I'd go back at 2 o'clock. I'm almost out of snacks. Oh no, you have to get some more. Do you have Deliveroo there? We have Deliveroo where people bring things on motorbikes. It's so 21st century.
It's the smallest amount of rain that's consistently
There's nobody with umbrellas in the...
bonkers.
And the umpire's car is still parked there. I'm surprised it hasn't got a ticket. That Mercedes. It's not me for sure, says Marvin. Music Man, because I think Alex doesn't care about any rankings at all. She's probably relishing all these challenges. You know, Julie B, I saw the video here in YouTube. It was a live stream of local news a few hours ago. Oh, well, if there's somebody in the room, put your hand up. Badong me. Yes, it is not drastic. So I'm going to leave you. I don't want to leave you. It's like leaving my kids on their first day at school, except it's not your first day.
How long was your lunch out there, Katie?
I don't know.
About 40 minutes, I think.
Was it? Well, apparently there's some people who've just come up for lunch, so I can see we're all wearing white, so I can see that is valet parking, Marvin, isn't it? Right on the court. I can see the people sitting over there having their lunch and they're in their whites, which means that not all of us have gone back. And to be honest with you, because I'm now, so the way we're doing exactly the same as the way Alex does. We're going top half, bottom half, and I would eat my hat if I wasn't in the bottom half this afternoon, because I won one of my three matches, but I won mine were very close. So if it goes on to goal difference, or hoop difference, as we call it in croquet, then I will be pretty good.
I'm just showing Katie the weather app for Berlin, and there's just a tiny bit of precipitation. There's virtually nothing on the radar, but whatever there is, it's over this tennis court.
Henrietta has just told me that I should ask ChatGPT on Tagalog accents to help me. I don't trust ChatGPT on accents because she comes in and she says things like "mabuha," and I'm like, what? And because I do talk to her in Tagalog sometimes, and her accent is not good. And she says things like Alexandra Eala, and I'm like, me and ChatGPT know each other well enough. I'm just a bit offended that she says things like that, and so I have given up, hoping that she can behave herself with accents for Tagalog. But maybe there's another one that's different. According to Google, from this Berlin Open, Noskova has 6 double faults and Eala has 4. That is a good stat.
Yes, the stats I was quoting were based on the last year. Lots of matches. Data is kind of meaningless, isn't it? You can make data sort of favour or not, depending on which ones you pick out. Certainly this week's form is the most relevant. The last year is less relevant. But I was just giving you an idea on Noskova's serve. She's got a very effective serve. And yes, neither player's serving a lot of double faults this week. And that kind of stat, I think Noskova's played 6 sets. So you're looking at 1 double fault every set. But she's winning those sets quite comfortably. So she's breaking her opponent once or twice, which means she's only serving 3 or 4 times in each set. And that kind of is her average. She's been serving 1 double fault every kind of 15 points over the last year, which isn't far off 6 double faults in 6 sets. But she won't be far off 1 or 2 double faults a set, I wouldn't have thought today.
1 or 2 faults a set. Look, guys, be nice to Dan. Be nice in the chat, because I know he doesn't have the time that I have. When he's chatting, I go to tappy tappy tap tap. So behave yourselves. I know that Mr. Rainio Poe is in the room, and he is obviously the church warden. So listen to him and be good. And Music Ramblings, you can keep everyone in order as well. And I think Maria Carmela Hugo is here too, Sister Maria. So look after each other. Be kind. If you can be anything, be kind. And Laban, Alex.
Laban, Katie.
If I get a chance to, between points, but not between points, between games, I'll let you know. But I haven't even got 4G or 5G down there.
You just have to pop
I'm in a
back
kind of, I'll try.
and say you're going on a comfort break.
Bye, everybody. I miss you guys already. Katie, the person that was being interviewed by local TV was Atinera Colmenares, a well-known human lawyer. Wow. Shall we maybe get him in? I'm going to take a photograph of his name, and I'll maybe, as the Americans say, I'll reach out. I'll reach out to him and say hi. Because you can't, by mistake, have our channel on, right? It doesn't just come on by mistake. Maybe he loves tennis. Maybe we could say to him, would you like to have a chat with Dan and ask him all your questions?
Yes, and we'll need a few more questions to help us pass the time we're waiting.
Yeah, and look,
the first
guys,
good sign will be when the covers come back off this court. That'll be the first sign we get that they're expecting play.
And look, you guys, honestly, I love that you tell me when we've got more subscribers, and I have no idea about it. We're nearly at 9,200. I had this dream. I like to set a target and go for it, a bit like Alex. And but sometimes I set a target there's no way we're ever going to get to. And I set a target with Dan, and I said, come on, we need 10,000 this year. And we started in February, and it looks like we're going to be near to 10,000. Be today or tomorrow, never know. Anyway, guys, love bomb Dan, will you? And wish me luck. And so long. Katipunera. Mabuhay.
Very good.
Bye-bye.
Good luck.
Thank you. Don't forget.
The lucky ding dongs.
Ding dong.
Are you going to take those with you?
No.
No. Okay. Well, that was a treat for us all. Off she goes back to her croquet. We'll hopefully see her again popping back in, and hopefully the tennis will return very soon. So a few more spectators coming back to their seats, which is hopefully a good omen. But the key thing we're looking for are the court coverers to pull this court cover back off and reveal the grass, and then we hopefully won't be that far off, because I believe Pegula will hopefully close out that tie break, and then Alex will follow on 10 minutes thereafter. And I've looked at the weather app in the last 5 minutes while Katie was with us, and there's very little rain about in Berlin now. So it can only be a case of the wind, whatever wind. It doesn't look very windy. That's probably the issue. The wind blowing the rain over. Helen Perez, is she with us today? A long-standing member of the channel. We're still talking about this TV appearance on the huge TV behind. Music Ramblings complimenting. I'll let her know, Music Ramblings. I'll let her know when I next see her. Welcome to Carlo Navarro, another regular all the way from LA. Welcome to everyone. So just try a little quick bit of typing. But Yes, Noel, I believe so. L.Noskova is playing very well. If you look at her scores this week, she's won very convincingly in straight sets. She looked very ominous yesterday, beating Badosa, who, remember, had just achieved a really good win against Coco Gauff the round before. Badosa came out yesterday and Noskova wiped her off the court, really, 6-1, 6-3. So that's evidence of how well she's playing. And she's won 11 of her last 14 matches on grass. So I'm including last year and this year, the 3 wins this week and the 11 matches she played last year on grass. She's got a very high win percentage, over 80% on grass the last year on grass. So Alex has to play well. And that's really the case every time she plays a top player. Yeah, you do have days where the players have a poor performance, but it's very rare. And at this point in the tournament, it's a semi-final. You're not going to have a player playing badly because they've had to win matches to get to the semi-final. So factoring all that in, Alex now has to play really well today and then really well on tomorrow in the final if she's going to win the tournament, and that's the same at any of these elite tournaments. We saw that in the French Open, didn't we? The young Polish player had a great tournament, got to the final, but yet again another top player in front of her, and it was one more match where, unfortunately for Maya Helinska, she just couldn't find her level, and Andreeva won that final very comfortably. So you don't have to, your level doesn't have to change by very much. And a tennis match can, the score can be look very one-sided. So you just need a sort of 5% drop in performance. And at this level, that can mean the difference between a 3-set match and losing in straight sets very easily. Yes, good point, Ronaldo Ramos. There's plenty of years ahead for Alex in her career. You're talking about the Olympics there. They happen every 4 years. Tennis back in the Olympics from the mid-90s. I think it was 1994 when one of my contemporaries, Tim Henman, won a medal in the doubles. I think that was in... was it 1996? Sorry, not 1994. Atlanta. I think that's when tennis came back in the Olympics. 1996 Atlanta. Yeah, I'm just it's a bit like a sports quiz, isn't it? But yeah, Alex has got certainly 2 Olympics where she'll be in her 20s, and if she's still going, she'll probably play one when she's 31. Tennis players' careers now extend into mid-30s if you want and you stay fit and healthy. Mr. Sealdown, yes, I hope so. Welcome to you again. Pegula is looking very strong, very solid. I haven't got her head-to-head record with Sabalenka, but from memory, she's lost a lot of close matches. The US Open semi-final springs to mind. Pegula played really well last year in the US Open, but Sabalenka played really even better to close out that semi-final. So I think Pegula's very much owes her one. She tends to do well on grass. She likes Berlin. I think Pegula will close that match out today. And that's good news for us because we're having to wait, but that will hopefully keep our wait down to a minimum for Alex's match. There's great improvement on her first serve. Yeah, I wasn't worried about Alex's pace of serve as much as her ability to serve either way. And what I mean by that is a lot of lefties are expected to serve the natural way that the racket flows. So it's obviously the opposite to the right-hander. And so when you're serving, if you're imagine Alex is playing a right-hander, which she's done all week this week, and she's playing another right-hander today. When she serves, her natural left arm action will swing the serve down the middle when she serves to the deuce court, which will go to the right-hander's backhand, and the same when she swings her serve to the ad court, it will naturally be easy for her to swing it into the corner away from the right-hander, again on the backhand side. And it's why left-handers are seen as having a bit of an advantage on serve, because 90% of the time they're going to be playing a right-hander, and they're able to serve to the right-hander's backhand comfortably. Now, the trouble with that is it becomes a predictable serve, and so the opponent is expecting it. So what I was really pleased in that Alex has improved so much this year is her placement and her variety on serve, and she's now able to serve the other way, the less natural way, which is actually to the right-hander's forehand. So she's able to go down the middle on the ad points and surprise the left-hander, surprise the right-hander who's expecting it on their backhand. And she goes down the middle, and that's actually to their forehand side. And that's perceived generally as the right-hander's strength, but it catches them out. And she served quite a few aces, didn't she, against both Vekic and Rybakina, down the middle, down the tee. And the less easy serve on the deuce court is the diagonal, but it's also a serve that Alex deploys now. So she's got variation. She can go either way. So that's my explanation about what I consider one of Alex's developments is her placement of serve has variety. She also occasionally serves what we call a body serve, where she actually serves the ball swinging into the body, so the player gets cramped up, and they actually, unless they're very quick to react, the ball comes into them and they're cramped up, and it's quite a difficult serve to get right, but they're kind of, the ball's coming in with a bit of spin into their body, and it's called the body serve. Now, what Alex has struggled with in terms of her second serve is putting the ball in a position which doesn't allow the opponent, because it comes with a lot less speed, doesn't allow the opponent to just simply step round, get their best shot, their forehand into position to hit their returns with a very aggressive second serve return. Noskova did this throughout the match in Indian Wells. The match was won 6-2, 6-love. Every service game, every time Alex served a second serve, Noskova was getting her forehand into play. We've seen it in the last few weeks. Eva Jovic, very similar forehand, a dominant, powerful forehand return. Alex, when she serves second serves, they're basically, more often than not, being put away, either for a winner or really gives the returner control, because Jovic and Noskova both had very impressive forehands. And so, has the second serve improved? Yes, if Alex gets the placement and the depth. And certainly against Rybakina, she was serving well. Her second serve, so points won on second serve, were actually a combination of the fact that Alex was able to place her second serves close to the service line, good depth, and good direction. And that's the best we can hope for when Alex puts in her second serves, because when she gets a little bit nervy or edgy and just puts her second serve in, it doesn't really have any benefit other than it avoids a double fault. But more often than not, the opponent is winning those points, because it basically gives the initiative, it gives the control of the point to the returner. Now, that's fine when Alex is returning, and she does exactly the same, if not better, when she's receiving second serves. So it's no surprise her opponents are looking to do the same. But yeah, the key word, which I'll say on commentary, is Alex has to commit to her second serves. And even though she served a couple of double faults against Rybakina, they were what I call good double faults, because she was actually missing long. She wasn't double faulting into the net, and I consider a double fault where the second serve goes into the net is a poor double fault as opposed to a positive double fault. So even though the outcome's the same, being brave and going for depth on your second serve is a much better play. And I think her stats on second serve were the best in a long time when she played Rybakina. So that's the kind of serving performance we need today. It's sort of all under the headline of a great serving day. Alex will need a great serving day, because if she has a great serving day, then the emphasis is very, very much on returning. And Alex is superior to virtually all the players on tour with her returning game. So if all things being equal, if they both serve well and take care of their service games, then we're going to go to a tie break. And that's absolutely fine, because then it comes down to just the odd point, and Alex's returns will, over a course of a match, tend to be, the statistics back this up, tend to be better than virtually everyone else on the tour. So that's why, if she's holding serve today, like she did against Rybakina, then Noskova is suddenly vulnerable. Right, catching up with the comments. Noskova's defeated two lower ranked players, yes, qualifiers and Badosa, all much ranked lower than her. Yes, absolutely, you can only beat who's put in front of you, and Alex on paper has beaten two top 10 players. Yes, you would think on paper that counts for a lot. It's just that tennis instinct. It would be lovely to think it was as simple as that. And if player A beats player B and one's higher ranked, then that would have meaning. But for me, it's just the instinct you get, the feeling you get from the body language of the player, how they're feeling on court. Both these players this week are both playing very well, and they've just beaten people who are in front of them. And I don't think it matters who they've beaten. It's really about what I've observed in their performances, what's come from their racket, regardless of how their opponents played. And I was really impressed with Alex earlier in the week. I wasn't impressed. Yesterday I came away and I thought, yeah, I was really disappointed in how Svitolina played, and Alex beat her, and that's great. But the first two rounds, I was really impressed with Alex, and it was irrelevant to me. It was irrelevant how the opponents played. Whereas yesterday, I was like, if you're being honest, Svitolina was nowhere near her level. Some of that was Alex's tactics and how she played, and some of that was what was going on in Svitolina's head. And only she will know what was going on in her head, but it didn't. Yesterday was the most comfortable win Alex had all week, and she didn't have to find her best level. In fact, her level dropped towards the end of the match, and it still didn't matter. And so that's all good. Yeah, it's a good point, Dowie. Tino 5733. Yes, you'll know Alex is doing well if Noskova starts to get frustrated. That's going to be a really good sign that Alex is getting on top today. The drop shots, yes, we have been going on about drop shots throughout the clay season, and rightly so, because it's a very useful shot to have on clay. But it also has a huge value on grass, especially when you're inside the service line. The ball really dies on grass, and Alex's use of the drop shot this week has been really good. And there was one shot on return yesterday, which I think you're referencing there, where sometimes you see Alex is really pleased with the shot that she's executed, and the drop shot return, that was one occasion where Alex was really chuffed with herself, how she executed that shot. Yeah, I don't know whether it was nerves. You don't know. I mean, Svitolina's got a lot more going on off court in terms of being a mum and family life. I think the freedom you have when you're 21 can be an advantage in terms of off-court commitments, but equally Alex is so popular and so well followed, everyone wants her time, so you could argue Alex also has a lot going on off-court. It's difficult to know, but it's just a reminder that these players aren't machines. They can't week in, week out produce the same level every time they go out onto court. It's just not that simple. Yeah, that last word is key, Gillian. Sorry, well, not the last word of those three. Relaxed, I think. That is a word which sort of is the opposite of being tense. And if Alex is relaxed on court, if she's feeling good about her game, then there's no tension in the racket arm, and that allows her to play freely, swing freely, and deliver the racket time after time in the right way. And that's when she plays her best. And really, you're playing with instinct. You don't have long to react. You're talking decimals, aren't you? The ball's going from one side of the net to the other in decimals, isn't it? You know, half a second, 1 second, 1 point, whatever it is, ranging depending on how hard they're hitting the ball. But very little time to react. It's all on instinct. And the more relaxed you are, those instincts are allowed to flow positively. And I think there's been occasions where we've really seen what Alex is capable of, and she's really enjoyed herself this week. And that's not always the case. If you go back, I think March, April time, if you look at some of the matches at that point in the season, I felt Alex looked like she had more weight on her shoulders. Not real weight, but just a sort of saying. I wouldn't say she had the world on her shoulders, the weight of the world on her shoulders, but certainly she had a little bit. She didn't look as like she was enjoying her tennis. And I think Katie and I mentioned it in Madrid when she got onto the clay courts. There was a point in Madrid where her team sensibly put her on, advised her to play doubles that week, and she came on court in Madrid with Zeynep Sonmez, and they played her first round doubles match. And I saw a sudden change, almost like whatever weight that I've just referred to lifted off her shoulders, and it was the smile on her face, and it was enjoying her tennis again. And it almost happened for me in that week in Madrid, because leading up to Madrid, I felt like Alex was not enjoying her tennis as much. But now, since that week and that doubles, and playing those couple of matches with Sonmez in Madrid, I feel her tennis has freed up. She's played much more relaxed tennis, and her results have steadily picked up since then. And she's really pleasantly surprised me how quickly she's progressed. So now it's about sustaining that improvement and keeping it regardless of the day of the week, coming out on court and getting that consistent level time and time again, which is going to be really hard at 21 to do. But she's got time, and she's work in progress, and it's about an evolution, not on any given day. It's over time. So there's sort of some good news in that I can see some movement on the court. There's 3 or 4 ground staff on the court now. Don't know what they're doing. They aren't actually moving the covers off yet, but they're out, and that's a positive note. Right, a few more questions here. Apologies if I'm missing any of these questions as they're going down. Yes, I think we've covered yesterday's match. I think it's Svitolina seemed to be very indifferent. That's the best word. certainly, if you just focus on Alex, she started the match yesterday really well, and that has such value. So regardless of how the match, really, the second set dropped off in terms of level from both players, Alex started the match so well, and that is the level that we need to see today. Mr. Sealdown, amazing stat on this tour. Alex has never dropped a set yet against higher ranked players. In terms of this week on grass, absolutely in Berlin, she's having a great run. 3 matches played, 3 matches won in straight sets. The same score, Vekic and Rybakina, 6-4, 7-5, 6-4. And then yesterday, not quite as close, 6-3, 6-4. So all against higher ranked players. Donna Vekic just being ahead of Alex when they played on Wednesday. Welcome to Dan from he's watching from Singapore. Yeah, absolutely. Alex's game has troubled players. She's had the surprise element. Talked a little bit about this. Those who might have played Alex before will have been surprised this week how well she played, especially the elements of a game that have improved. And so that element of surprise will have affected how they played as well. Absolutely. Yeah, her mentality, her ability to cope with all situations, whether she's winning, whether she's behind in a match, all that is part of being a tennis professional. And Alex does, for someone very young, she doesn't give off the negative feelings when she's struggling. She's human. You'll occasionally see her very pleased and excited with her good tennis, and equally sometimes just the odd little kind of disappointing look, but it's a facial look. It's no more, no less. It's very difficult to really get any strong communication from Alex's body language on court. Yeah, she played Pegula, didn't she, in Miami after beating Iga Swiatek, and that was a very close match. Went to over 3 long sets. Did they cover the car? They didn't, but the good news is, because in looking at the car, I can see the covers are now coming off. So we're going to have some tennis. How long we'll have to wait now? If there's no more rain, I would think it'll be about 10 to 15 minutes before this tiebreak continues. If we're really lucky, Alex will follow a very quick 4 or 5 points. Pegula wins the match, and then it'll be 10 minutes thereafter. So let's hope it does happen like that. That's very kind. Yes, I don't know the players personally, but as Katie said earlier, I've been covering the women's game really since I stopped being a head teacher. So I was a tennis player in my early days as a junior, as an adult. I was still playing tennis at Alex's age now, at 21, into my sort of nearly my mid-20s. I was playing tennis and I was coaching tennis, and I was basically trying to be a tennis player. But I was not really very good away from the competitions. I wasn't very good at training and doing all the fitness work and the gym work. My excuse is, in my era, it wasn't so well done. There weren't all these role models and inspiring players that had gone before. The people I had been inspired by as a child tended to have drinks in the bar and go to clubs after they finished matches, and they weren't great at all the fitness either. So that's my excuse. But joking aside, yeah, you have to work so hard in so many ways to be a tennis professional. And I like to think my actual shot making was competitive with very good players, including players like Tim Henman, who I played 6 times as a junior. But we don't live life, do we, with woulds, coulds, should haves. I'm quite happy that I went into education and worked with lots of children, and that's a very inspiring, enjoyable career. But in the last 3 years, I've did less in schools. I was more part-time, and I devoted time to becoming a tennis analyst in particular. And I focused on the WTA tour primarily because it was so unpredictable and so much more interesting in terms of winning from week to week. And I also felt the game had a lot further to go in terms of its development. So from a teaching perspective, it's more interesting when there's a lot more learning to go and there's mistakes being made, because the best learning can come from failure. I mean, it's positive failure, but the best learning can come from mistakes and failure. It's more powerful. And the women's game is really evolving, and I think that's much more interesting from my observation. So I've been following the women's game for this is the third season, sort of full time. And we watched Alex, and I was aware of Alex obviously coming onto the tour early last year in 2025, and her really good runs throughout 2025. And I was actually on my website at the start of the year, I was really quite confident that she'd do well in Auckland. And I was actually really gutted that she didn't win that match point in the second set against Sinyu Wong in the semi-final, because Alex was on top in that match. And Wong played unbelievably well in that end of that second set. So that was a disappointment, because I like to be I like to get it right in terms of my analysis, a sort of professional pride or personal pride in that. But yes, Alex has actually surprised me in a positive way how well she's developed in the 6 months since Auckland. But I do know most of the players, maybe if you went outside the top 100, it gets harder because you just don't get to see them that much. But if they're playing regularly and they're ranked inside the top 100, I will have watched most of the players play at least once or twice. Right. The good news is the net is now on the court. The court. It's the stadium court. It's the Steffi Graf Stadium Court in Berlin, named after their best tennis player, best female tennis player. Obviously, a legend of the women's game, having won the Grand Slam, having won all 4 Grand Slam titles in 1988. That's a bit of historical knowledge on Steffi Graf, but that's the court that Alex will be coming out on after this first semi-final is completed. And it looks like there's even leaf blowers. There's a chap with a leaf blower at the back of the court, and he's trying to blow air, a bit like drying your hair with a hairdryer. He's drying the grass at the back of the court. So they're in a hurry to get this match started again. Right. Yes. Yeah. I agree, Dowie. The Jessica Pegula who played in the US Open, I think that was a hard luck story for her, because I think her stats in that semi-final and the whole tournament as a whole were better than plenty of people who've won a Grand Slam. So she was really a tough match. She was a tough opponent in most of 2025, to be honest. But yeah, she's a bit more hot and cold on other surfaces, especially clay. She lost in the French Open very early, didn't she? And she's not played for a while, so she'll also be fresh this week, which is another factor which I should mention about Noskova. Noskova lost early in the French Open, has not played until this week, so both Pegula and Noskova both benefiting from being fresh. Alex wouldn't have changed her schedule. She wouldn't swap her 9 wins. They're very important wins. You want to bank all the wins you can on tour. So that's not a statement about Alex. It's about a statement about those two. They've come into this week primed for a good week. It's not raining. The rain's gone. They're giving this court about 5 minutes, I would think, just for the top bits of moisture under the covers to pass. They're blowing it dry, and this tiebreak will be resumed in 10 minutes. That would be roughly the time frame we're looking at. I haven't, yeah, thanks, Badong. I have been a coach. I'm just a bit older to run around. And so if I went back to coaching, I doubt I would get a job with a professional, which obviously Alex has a team. And so sometimes the senior coach stands at the side or at the back of the court, isn't doing a lot of running around. But I was a much more hands-on coach. So I would be hitting the balls, etc., having been a good player in my day. So yes, there are different types of coaches, and yes, I could certainly be a coach that worked in the same way as Joan Bosch, with doing the analytics, studying other players, looking at the data, etc., looking at how they play, watching the videos of other opponents, going through the tactics. That's less on court type coaching. But someone has to ask you, really, and I'm not really in the environment. But thank you, yes. I used to joke, because Emma Raducanu, being British, she's gone through a lot of coaches, and she's ended up back with Andrew Richardson, who I also played. He's virtually the same age as me, and I've also played him as a junior. So anyone who's British, who's my age, within a year or two, I will know if they were a junior in Britain. Yes, music ramblings. We're just thinking ahead to Wimbledon, aren't we, Alex, to be playing the second week? So to get to the second week, Alex has to get to the 4th round. So the second week of a Grand Slam has round 4, which is the last 16. It then has the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the final at the end of the second week on the Saturday, from the women's point of view. So you have to play 4 times, and it used to be Monday through to Saturday, but now they start the 4th round actually on the middle Sunday. But in effect, it's sort of traditionally the beginning of the second week. And so Alex has to beat a seed, and she'll have to beat one of the top 8 seeds. Alex is bound to be seeded between 25 and 32, basically one of the bottom 8 seeds, the lowest ranked seeds, which is an excellent achievement. But in the context of the question you've asked, she's going to be facing someone ranked between 1 and 8 in round 3. Now, if that seed, which could be Sabalenka, right down to Alina Svitolina, Pegula, Rybakina, Coco Gauff, you know the names, but any one of those players, if they happen to lose in round 1 or 2, then Alex could face that player, an unknown, like Halinska did in the French Open. But if we assume the seed gets through to the 3rd round and Alex meets that seed, then she would have to beat one of the top 8 players to get to round 4, which would be very possible because she's done it twice this week. Why couldn't she do it at Wimbledon in, well, it would be either Friday or Saturday, literally 2 weeks today. It could be 2 weeks today, that 3rd round matchup. So what they're saying is Alex is actually potentially, if she's good enough to win that 3rd round, then potentially she could win the whole tournament. Because if you're saying you could beat one of the top 8 players in the 3rd round, you're basically saying she could beat any of the top 8 players in any round thereafter, aren't you? I wouldn't be bold as to say that because I don't think there's any point building Alex up at the age of 21 and saying she's going to win Wimbledon this year. I think that's an unnecessary expectation. Her coaching team certainly wouldn't be talking in those terms. None of the people at the Rafanel Academy would. If she happened to play brilliantly for 4 or 5 matches at Wimbledon, of course she's going to take getting to the semi-finals or final. And if she happened to win it, brilliant. But you're certainly not going to start off 2 weeks before talking about that actually happening at the age of 21. I am not going to put that pressure on Alex, and I wouldn't be saying that if I was on a TV channel. I think the sensiblest expectation for Alex is to live up to her seeding this year, win her first match at Wimbledon. So last year she lost in the first round. So it'd be great for her to win 2 rounds and get to the 3rd round. And anything after that is a bonus. But it will be a great tournament if she gets to round 3 this year. And that's the kind of expectation, the sensible expectations that I think her team will be working towards this year. Yeah. Many points to gain in Wimbledon. Yes, I put up this graphic earlier. Let's see if I can get it up. There we go. The leaf blower man's still on the court. The umpire's out, and I think they're just phoning up, seeing if the players are ready to come out. Right, so what you can see here are Alex's 18 counting events from her last 52 weeks on tour. These are the events that count towards her world ranking, and she's number 30. You can see the sort of donut shapes telling us that she's won 47 matches, lost 26, and then the makeup of how the points have been made up from the different tiers on tour. 10 of these events have to be there. Those 10 counting events include the 4 Grand Slams, which are at the top. Now you'll see the last 4 Grand Slams, Alex has only got 1 win. So the second round in the US Open, she achieved 70 points. The other 3 Grand Slams she lost in the first round, and so she only has 10 points. And that is where she can clearly improve. So if she won a match at Wimbledon, the 10 points would drop off and be replaced by 70 points if you won just 1 match. If she won 2 matches, then she is collecting 130 points, and 10 points would drop off, so that would be a gain of 120. And so it goes on, it kind of increases and increases, and this is why Maya Helinska raced up the rankings, because she got to the final, and so she got 1,300 points at the French Open at 1 event. And if you happen to win the Grand Slam, you get 2,000 points. So sometimes your ranking can kind of jump up by having a great week, a great 2 weeks at a Grand Slam. And then you can see all the other counting events, and you have to have those top 6 WTA 1000 events counting as well. But thereafter, the last 8 are basically your best 8 results. And so the important point in terms of this week is Alex is counting Berlin this week, and the points that Berlin has replaced this week were Linz, which is in the bottom right corner in the non-countable section on this graphic. And Linz is followed by the number 60, and they're the points that Berlin has replaced. And it's the difference between 195 and 60, which is why Alex has improved by the net difference, which is 135 points. The other key thing is the dates by each tournament that's counting. That's the date when those points will drop off and disappear forever and no longer count. And so the computer basically shuffles in your next best as long as it's from within the 52-week period. And so that is a rolling 52 weeks. So Eastbourne will come off, but not till the 29th of June, and those 181 points will come off. But the good news from Alex's point of view is this week has basically covered those other points. So her ranking's not going to change hugely when those points now come off at Eastbourne. And in my opinion, winning 2 matches at Wimbledon will do the rest. And actually, she'll stay where she is, if not slightly better, by the end of Wimbledon. So I hope that's helped. I'll just take that off so you can see me again. Yes, I don't see Alex's ranking changing too much, either way, actually, until she's had the next series of Grand Slams, starting at Wimbledon, right through to next summer, because the Grand Slams is where Alex, when she's had 4 more Grand Slams under her belt, if she wins even an average of 2 matches at each of those Grand Slams, you can see that that's going to make a difference of 400 to 500 points difference in favour. Alex is going to get better by 400 to 500 points if she's able to live up to her seeding, and that for me would be a huge step in the right direction if Alex is sustaining her level now, sustaining her world ranking, and living up to a seeding position at each of the next 4 Grand Slams, then you're talking about potentially another 400 to 500 points, which gets her nearer 2,000 points rather than 1,557, which then puts her closer to the top 20 in the world. But it's going to take another year if you're being completely realistic, because they are the biggest counting events, and Alex has got very few points to defend at those tournaments. So that's where she's going to have the potential of the biggest net gain. No, good point. Amazing 131911. Very good point. You see, you've got a much more positive outlook on the potential this week. You're giving Alex the best case scenario there. If she won in Berlin, she would indeed rank. I think she would go just above Clara Towson, and she would have close somewhere between about 1,867 points, and that certainly between 1,850 and 1,900, and that puts her in that bracket. And yes, you're right, she wouldn't face a top 8 player at Wimbledon if that happened. So thank you for making that point. It's a good point. I was not yet dealing with the potentials in even better scenarios. I was taking it based on as it stood today. But you're absolutely right to dream and believe. The ball is round and anything can happen. Thank you, Mr. Sealdown. So, what is happening in Berlin? Still no sign of the players. It cannot be much longer. Let's have a look. Well, everyone is out now. The stadium is packed. All the fans are back in position. If you can see the pictures, I think the funniest thing is the man with the leaf blower, because he's now, the good news is he's finished with the right side of the court and he's gone the other side of the net, so at least he's on the left-hand side of the court. So if his job is to go up and down the whole court, he's well over halfway now. But I think I can see the time now, so maybe in 1 minute they'll appear, because it looks like they're saying 1:45 is when they're resuming, so we'll see. Monday the 22nd of June, so we'll the sort of rankings are updated every Monday morning, but you can basically see it on Sunday night, and it will be updated Monday morning. They have to standardize things based on the global clock, I suppose, so they can't do it too early on Monday, but they will do it on Monday, and those seedings will be announced, I would think, by the middle of Monday and confirmed. And it used to be Wimbledon would go with their own views of grass court form, etc., but in 2019 they changed to in line with all the other Grand Slams, and they go with the world rankings. What time will it start? I think the players are going to appear and they'll have a warm-up, and then they'll, in 5 minutes after, so 5 minutes after they come out onto court, they'll have they'll resume the tiebreak, and I'm kind of praying that Pegula wins. She's 3-1 up in the tiebreak. It's 1-7 in a tiebreak, so she's 4 points from winning. What we don't really want is Sabalenka fighting back in that tiebreak and winning the tiebreak, because then we'd have to wait another set. But the good news is the umpire is out. Everyone's in their seats. The only man on the court now is the leaf blower man, so we're literally just waiting for the players. The crowd are now clapping as the leaf blowers are leaving the court. And that's the biggest round of applause for a while in Berlin. But that tells me they are going to resume play. So fingers crossed, Alex is on court in 20 minutes time. That's my best, most optimistic, shortest time frame for Alex appearing on court. If it's later than that, it means that Sabalenka's won the second set, I'm afraid. So that's the best we can do. Sabalenka is probably just meditating and contemplating the scoreboard. Yes, she lost the first set, which she did against Bartenkova as well. She's not a happy bunny at the moment. Don't know what's going on in her camp. I think the other there was a point. I was thinking about younger players. I think I had this point made to me when I was younger, and it was a really well made point by a much wiser older person when I was winning, not globally, but I was winning in my own country and doing well. And someone said in the sort of bar afterwards, yes, but you wait, you wait when you're working full time, how easy it is to win on weekends and things when you're doing a 9-to-5 job. At the moment, you're not working. You're sort of 21 years of age, and you're able to go to all these tournaments and events and competitions, and you're winning the semi-finals or finals at the weekend. And of course, you've got a big advantage. But you wait until you've got everything else going on in your life, and it's so true, isn't it? When you get older, and you have a husband or wife, and then you have a family, etc. There's a lot more going on off court than when you're younger. Not necessarily in terms of what you're occupied doing, but just you carrying more responsibility. I think that's the word. And I think Sabalenka and Svitolina and Rybakina, they've probably got more responsibilities, whether it's to within their personal life, in terms of Sabalenka's getting married getting married at some point in the near future, isn't she? She's now in a full-time relationship with a significant other. And as we've said, other members on tour, they've got their parents now, that they're able to have children and come back on tour, which is a good thing. But they just have more responsibilities, and I think the older you get, it's just not as easy to cope with all those off-court things. And I think when you're young, you also enjoy them because it's early on in your career and you've just not had all these things are fairly new and exciting. Whereas when you've been on tour 6, 7, 8 years, they're no longer exciting. You've seen it and done it all, and it can become a bit of a chore, which I think for most mere mortals in the general public feels a little bit kind of, well, they're well paid, they're really well paid, so they should be able to get on with it. But I still have some sympathy. And I think both Sabalenka and Rybakina are just going through one of those periods where they're probably, if they're being honest, a little bit... tennis is a bit of a grind at the moment, and they're just not enjoying it. Right, they've updated the time to 12:55. Where are we? 3:55 in Germany. So they're all ready, but they put the arrival time of the players in 5 minutes. They've actually announced that now. I can see that. So players should be walking out in 5 minutes. You're being all fantastically patient. Thank you for being patient and staying with me and having this chat. It's giving us time to cover lots of other tennis information. I'm sharing my insights. But please share your questions. What's your take about Eala taking a week off before Wimbledon? I think in an ideal world, you'd want to peak for the Grand Slams. And this is something that when you get into your peak of your career, that's what they try and do, wherever possible. So all the top players, Pegula's older than 27, 28, isn't she? But she's been in her peak for a few years. It just kind of, if I just draw that line, not as a definitive for an individual player, but as a sort of general reference point, at 27, 28 years of age, you're in your peak, and that might last 4 or 5 years, hopefully. And in those years, those players are repeatedly having a week off before the Grand Slams. It's quite rare if any of them play the week before. If they did play the week before, it's probably because they're out of form. The younger players, it's not so easy to plan their schedules with a week off before the Grand Slams. And we're only really talking about it because Alex has been really successful in this last phase of on tour. When I say last phase, the last 3 weeks. So since she lost in the French Open, she's come across to the grass court season, and she started in week 1, went to Birmingham, and she's had all this success, 9 matches won, only 1 lost. And now, of course, because of that success, we're thinking, she could do with a week off. But it's, of course, now we're doing that with hindsight, and a player doesn't know they're going to be successful, and they don't know when they're going to have their good runs. And so they have to commit to a schedule before, only a few weeks before. So now it's a little bit of a conundrum, a bit of a problem. But we talked about it a little bit before. I think in an ideal world, if she had the security of one of these top players who knows that they've got the ranking points in the bag, they know their ranking is secure for a while, then she would, of course, have a week off before Wimbledon. But because she's young, because it's only her second full year on tour, of course she's entered all these tournaments because she didn't know she was going to win 9 matches in a row. So it's one of those problems that's a nice problem to have. I expect that Alex, unless she really has an injury, which we'll know today because she just won't be effective on court. If she's genuinely carrying an injury, it'll be difficult today. Then of course she'll have a rest next week because she'll have to just pull out at Bad Homburg. But if she's not carrying an injury, which I think is good news, and she's able to compete today as we all hope, then she'll play next week. And it's just because it's just not a choice. Not raining. The players are due out any moment, like in 1 minute. Whether they appear is another matter. But the first people to appear will be the ball kids, and they've yet to come on court. But the good news is the stadiums are full. No one's going anywhere. It's stopped raining. The court's ready to go. I'm hoping that's even a cameraman in place, but we wait patiently. They're a very a scheduled country, Germany. They tend to do things by the minute, so fingers crossed. Pegula is 32, yes, and hasn't she? She's been ranked inside the top. Well, not quite close to the top 5. She's moved up a bit. There's been a lot of movement between those ranked below Rybakina. So Iga Swiatek has been number 3 now for quite a while, even though she's not really won anything of note. And then Pegula has kind of overtaken Coco Gauff. Anisimova is going to drop down, I would think, because she's struggling with injuries and she's got a lot of points to defend. Wimbledon being next up for her, 1,300 points will be falling off. Andreeva won the French Open, so she's moved up just behind Pegula. Jasmine Paolini dropped back because she had a lot of points coming off the clay court season, and she's fallen away. That allows Svitolina, I think, to move up to number 8. Mboko's now injured. She was inside the top 10. That might stall her for a while. But there's quite a big difference between those ranked inside the top 10 and those just out in terms of points. So it's going to take a couple of the big events and good runs in those for a big shift in terms of the top 10 in the rankings. Will Eala be fine if she skipped the next tournament? Absolutely. I don't think it matters. I think it's sort of, if her body is okay, then it's you could argue either way. She'd want to stay in form. If she's while she's winning, she'd want to keep playing. So a lot of people would say that's the right decision anyway, rather than rest. Keep riding the wave, the successful wave. Eala needs to disrupt Noskova techniques on court by pushing Noskova and run the ball from side to side. Yes, manoeuvring your opponent around, Alex, is very good. She did that very well against Svitolina, but Noskova hits it harder. That brings in greater risk from her side of the court because she's got to control that power. Svitolina didn't hit it as hard. You'll look at the odd forehand Svitolina hit like Bekic, and it was a very powerful forehand. But those shots are from very short mid-court balls. Generally, Svitolina hit with more topspin. Noskova will hit hard and flat. Well, flatter. They all use some topspin, but Noskova will hit closer to the net. And we saw back in March, she hardly missed. Hopefully she misses a few. But what you're talking about is gaining control of the point, constructing a point where you're making the opponent move. And for Alex to do that and gain control, she will need to hit deep and certainly move Noskova about. She's not a great mover, Noskova. She's not in the Coco Gauff, Iva Jovic level of movement, and I doubt Noskova will even run for some balls if Alex is actually pushing her back deep once or twice. She probably won't even make an effort to get to the third ball if it goes into the open corner. Yes, I hope so. A lot more players wear tape and just protect themselves. It's more precautionary. And let's hope that's the case. And we're reading more into her left arm being taped up than there's nothing actually serious lurking under that tape. Yeah, Pegula's an interesting player. I think she's just one of those players who may go down as being unlucky and just having her peak years happen alongside players like Sabalenka and Rybakina, and the big change those two made during Jessica Pegula's last 5 years, of course, they changed how a serve has really impacted the women's game. You could argue Serena Williams started that, but she was such a one-off. Really, Serena Williams was sort of led the way, and is the reason why Rybakina and Sabalenka followed. Good news is the players are now coming out onto court. And so we'll follow this second set when they've had their little warm-up. But that's great news. Tennis will not be far away. Yeah, Badong, I think what they're working on in terms of Alex's serve is what we say is leg action. You're talking about her service stance. That's quite technical. That's a more detailed aspect of her leg action, her leg position. Someone like Leylah Fernandez, who a lot of you will be familiar with, has a stance which is very front on. So when she delivers her serve, her face, and across her shoulders here, when she finishes a serve, she's almost standing front on to the player. Whereas a lot of players, they start with their shoulder, their leading shoulder. They're much more side on at the point of delivery. Alex sometimes is unbalanced when she finishes her serve, so they'll be working on staying balanced. The more balanced you are in terms of the service action, the better it is, because it's about repetition. You want the perfect serve repeated point after point. So when a player is serving well, it's usually because they're balanced and their serve repeats as it's meant to successfully, and that comes from having a good leg action which is sustained through the entire match. And I talked about that a little bit. When players fade and get tired, there is their leg action which doesn't work as well, and the leg action being that kind of springing up, so they bend at the knees and then they push off to try and impact the ball at the top of its flight from the ball toss. And so the leg action is crucial. the stance and the position is more to do with, I suppose, an element of disguise. You don't want to be easy to read, so the longer it takes the returner to react to the direction you serve, the better. So some of the detail points you work with a player is to have the same sort of body position for serving either way, whether you go wide to the backhand or down the middle to the backhand or out to the forehand side. Can you disguise your service action so it looks the same? And certainly with some players, their stance doesn't help them in terms of disguise. So yeah, there's so many points to it. Hopefully I've given you a flavour there. But yes, a team will know better because they've been with Alex for years. They'll know where they're trying to get to in terms of the points they're working on with her serve. And I can see they're working on her serve, and we can see some improvements, and that's just great news. So lots of us say she needs to serve better, she needs to serve better. It's not, you know, whether we were saying that in February or March or when she lost to Ivajovic in recent weeks. Yeah, they've been working on it, and they've got a plan for that, and we can see that's happening, and that's great news. But yeah, for me, Alex has just got to concentrate on what she's doing in terms of her serve, making sure that it repeats consistently, and that ball toss is in the right position, and then she is going for it. So that speed, that service speed, comes from releasing the racket arm, full extension, and this is why there is strain on the shoulder and the elbow. But she's really releasing that racket head through the ball and staying balanced, because if you're not balanced after the serve, then the returner's first shot is back on your side of the net very quickly, and if you're not balanced, you're not finishing in a balanced position, then it's harder for you to react successfully and get in position for the next shot. Yeah, we're all hoping Pegula wins and is the potential opponent for Alex in the final. I think that's a good shout, especially as she's so close to winning. They're just doing their last few serves, so I'm going to cover that match for a few points. A minor silly thing, if you're Alex's coach, would you mention to her to limit her every point after point shadowing forward and back, and it seems a wasting energy action? Yes, good point. Some of these things are just modern, the latest idea, and coaches will say do a bit of shadowing. Sometimes it's about the player staying loose, if that's an expression, keeping the muscle memory for the shots in your sort of consciousness for the next point. Sometimes players, it's not, they don't freeze on court, but if you understand the expression, sometimes players freeze in the big moments, and what happens, you'll hear commentators say they need to move their footwork, they've stopped moving, they're not moving as well. Everything's started to look a bit clunky on court. And this shadowing is about staying loose for the next point. There'll be more science to it than that, and it's quite a modern phenomenon. The coaches have been introducing it only in recent years, but that's some of the logic behind it. Okay. Alex's match is hopefully just 15 minutes away, but a lot depends on the next 5 minutes on this first semi-final tiebreak. Sabalenka now serving 1-3, coming out in the resumption after quite a long rain delay, but they're back on court, and Sabalenka has to really pull some good points straight out, because she's not got much room to manoeuvre with here, trailing already by 2 points in this tiebreak. Her first serve has gone out, but she's asking to see it on the big screen, and they weren't ready for that. We've already waited about an hour and a half, Arena, and now you're asking to see the very first serve you hit. It's being called out, but she wants to see it on the screen. A further indicator how grumbly and a bad mood I think Arena's been in for a couple of weeks now, and it's transmitted onto the court. And she's now seen the replay, so she's had to wait about 90 seconds to see that. Now she's having a word with her coaching team about the umpire. Very, very tetchy exchange, and now she'll serve a second serve. She does make it, but Pegula's on to the return. Now she slices backhand down the line from Sabalenka, back to 2 points to 3 behind. So it's Pegula with just one mini break, 3-2 ahead in this second set tie break. We're just hoping Pegula closes out this match in the next few points. Sabalenka not being very sportsmanlike on court at the moment. Pegula hopefully won't let that get to her. That kind of a bit of tactics from Sabalenka, gamesmanship you would say. Anyway, this 6-point underway, and Pegula finding some really good length, but has she gone long? She has. Wow, Pegula now wants a replay of that last shot. It's all happening in these first couple of points since they've resumed back on court. Not sure who hit it long. Might have been. They still haven't changed the score. This is quite unheard of. They're actually going to play. Are they playing that point again? Surely not. No, Sabalenka got the point. Back to 3-all. They've changed ends anyway. 3-all in this tiebreak. If Pegula loses this tiebreak, going to be quite disappointed for all of us. Second serve, net cord. Maybe if don't watch it, Pegula will win it. Well, we're back on court, Katie. But we're just waiting for Pegula to hopefully win this tiebreak.
Mabuhay, guys.
You can't make this up. Sabalenka's now won through the first 3 points since the resumption, and she's 4-3 ahead in this tiebreak. All her delaying tactics, that asking for that video replay, she's really trying it all now on court. I'm not very impressed with Sabalenka. Her attitude and the way she's on court. But anyway, Pegula started slowly. We could be looking at a third set.
No.
We've been talking lots of tennis, though.
I'm so glad you guys. I've just looked at the numbers of subscribers and all the chat. I know that Dan can't chat back with you. Long live Nod Garas, thank you. That's it, Nod Ragas. Welcome back, Emil Damien. Thank you, Emil. This is a very flying visit. I've told them I'm nipping to the toilet. I am not telling them I'm coming to see you guys and see how Dan's getting on. You've been live for 3 hours, honey, and they haven't had any Eala yet.
We've been talking about the serve. We've been talking coaching, technical things.
I think you do much better when I'm not here, actually.
No, not at all. It's I can't show the score on the screen because we're set up for Alex's match with our software, but it's 4 points all in the tiebreak. Sabalenka now 5-4 ahead, going with serve.
Come on, Pegula, just finish this off.
Just really hope Jessica Pegula can find 3 good points from somewhere.
Good morning, Calgary. So what does the room want? Does the room want Pegula to win?
Yeah, we all do.
Everyone does. Good. Yes, we all want nobody wants number 1 to win, right? Because Eala is I don't know, she'd be up for beating number 1 because she likes to fight. Dan's losing them.
Unbelievable.
Oh no.
Sabalenka has now got 2 set points. She's come out and she's won 5 of the 6 points. Pegula looks like she's...
How was the game? Thanks for asking, Maria Carmona. Dan didn't ask.
I didn't ask. How did you get on, Katie?
I got thrashed.
Oh, Katie, what was the score?
7-2.
Who was that against?
Oh, a woman called Claire. And she came on and she said, I'd watched her go a really near match with another woman called Claire this morning. So I said to her, I watched you this morning. It was a really good match. And she said, I should have won.
Who was that? The
the
older
other
Claire.
yeah. And she said, I should have won. And I thought, well, I was watching it and I didn't think you should have won. It was close. But, oh no, is it third set time?
Pegula and Sabalenka have gone to a third set.
Thank you, Badong. Welcome back. Oh my goodness, you are going to be exhausted. And then I'm going to come back and it'll be hours of, oh, well, I'm in a way, selfishly, I'm excited because it means that I won't get to miss very much of this match, possibly none. But
We
I'm now
didn't
thinking of who
envisage any of these issues, did we?
I'm now thinking of who we gave a lift to two friends and they're going to want to go home when it's over. And I'm now thinking, who can we ask to give them a lift home? But okay, I think I've got a couple of ideas for that. Right. Okay, guys, it's lovely. Can you discuss my chances of getting tickets at Wimby on the July? Yes. So tell them about the queue, Dan. Good question. Larmino 65, because he's going the weekend that we're not there, and then we're getting back again. Right, love you guys, see you later. Wish me luck.
Good luck, Katie.
Good luck, you guys.
So we have to sit and suffer Sabalenka for one more set. I kind of know as soon as I say the optimistic outlook and Pegula can win this match in 4 points, I kind of know as I'm saying it that it's what we say. That's the kiss of death. And it's going to go the other way, which is what's just unfolded. So we've got time to talk about Wimbledon. So Wimbledon is a long-standing event that has allowed people to queue on the day for tickets, not just into the grounds, but also if you're in the first 1,500 people, the first 1,500 people, there are seats available for the best 3 courts, centre court, number 1 court and number 2 court. They're considered the show courts at Wimbledon. But to get offered one of those 3 show courts, you have to be in the queue for the day's play in the first 1,500, and that's where strategically there's quite a lot of kind of timing and knowledge about how the queue works to achieve that. And then if you manage to do that, then they come down about 7 in the morning with 500 tickets for centre court, 500 for number 1 court and 500 for number 2 court, and they ask you if you want they say which court would you like if you're in the front of the queue, as it were. And when the tickets have gone, they've gone. And some people don't actually want centre court who are in the first 500 because they want to watch a certain player from a certain country. So it doesn't always follow that the first 500 people in the queue all go for centre court. It varies. But we ensure that we are in a good position in the queue because we camp and we go there with plenty of time. If you queue up on the day, then you won't be in the first 1,500 in the queue. So that's a logistical issue for people to work with. But camping and turning up is obviously challenging, but they have a really good site for sleeping. If the weather's really good, you don't even need a tent. You just need like a yoga mat, and you can leave luggage and any equipment in a left luggage. They put up a big left luggage. Well, it's more than a container, but it's sort of erected, and for less than 10 UK pounds, you can leave your luggage and your tent or whatever you sleep on, and you can go. You can get ahead in the queue. You can be in the first 1,500 people in the queue, and that's the best way to do the queue. If you go at 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, you will not get in the first 1,500 in the queue. It's obviously very popular and very busy. The other way is basically a ballot, which starts much earlier in the year, and that's open globally. And there are ways to access the ballot, but you have to do that, I think, in early December. And we don't use the ballot, and the reason we don't use the ballot is because the seats you get in the queue are all good seats. So they're not way back in the stands. The seats you can get when you queue up on the show courts are really good. So they look after people who've been in the queue if you're in the first 1500. So that's really worth knowing. So our sort of number one tip, if you want to go and watch play on the first Monday, you're best to go camping the Sunday, the day before, and arrive and camp until they'll wake you up about 5:30 in the morning, and you have to pack up your kit, leave it with the left luggage, and then the queue starts moving from 7 a.m. It's all really well organised, and we will go through all the specifics and show you actual live footage of us in the queue. And we go in the first week, we actually avoid the very first day's play. And the reason we avoid Monday is because it's the very first day, and all the systems, all the people who help run the tournament, all the people who search baggage, all the people who are checking all the tickets, etc. The first morning, it's obviously their first time doing it for real, and it just takes a lot longer. And so we always go Monday, but to queue up ready for Tuesday onwards. Okay, that's a bit about Wimbledon. Yeah, I mentioned about the score. If Katie was here, yeah, she could possibly update the scoreboard with the new names, but I'm not going to try and do that because she's the tech person and I'm the tennis person. So we try and share the roles out. So I will just keep you updated with the score verbally. And Pegula held serve. She's one game up in the third set. Sabalenka's now trying to hold serve herself in the second game. Pegula's won the first point, and Sabalenka's going to make that 15 all. So it's 1-love to Pegula, 15 all on Sabalenka's serve. Hi, Victor Lencio. Watching from San Bernardino. Is that in Canada? Central America? Pegula, yes. She did hold serve, went to deuce. Quite a date to prepare if you're planning to watch Wimbledon. Yes, we've done it for a few years, and actually the key thing is knowing how it works. And what Wimbledon are very good at is they run the event year on year the same, and so there should be no surprises. But if there are any changes, we will keep everyone updated. California. Okay, thank you. Welcome to you from watching from California. Yes, we're all having to be really patient. It's going to be nearer 4 p.m. here, 5 p.m. in Germany, or 11 p.m. I think that is in the Philippines, which is like a 3-hour delay from what we were expecting. Grass court tennis, eh? This is why Wimbledon has put roofs on 2 of its courts. That's why other majors also have put roofs on. But grass is the most challenging when the rain comes. Pegula has break point in the second game. A chance to go 2-love up. Sabalenka missing a fairly straightforward forehand there, 30-40. Someone mentioning a dirty tennis player. I think a difficult player. Dirty is a difficult word to sort of... I understand what you mean, but I would probably choose a different adjective for what you mean there. I think someone who tries all the tricks, all the gamesmanship, or, you know, pushes the rules to their advantage. Well, Alex played Laura Siegmund this year, and she is obviously at the other end of her career, 38-year-old. And anyone who watched that match earlier in the year, it went on for 3 hours 40 minutes. It was certainly around 3 hours 30 minutes, and it was a marathon. And it wasn't because the tennis ball was moving about for 3.5 hours. It was because Laura Siegemund was taking as much time between each and every point. And when she served, it was between every serve she had. And we nicknamed her the human rain delay, which seems appropriate to mention today since we've had a rain delay, an actual rain delay. But she's a very difficult watch, and therefore also for me a very difficult player to play against. Alex did really well to be patient for that long to beat Laura Siegemund. So she would be considered not a dirty tennis player, just a very difficult one. I would also say Yulia Puntinseva is not considered a very easy player to play against. She's can be very grumpy and difficult, and she will take anyone who likes to question her. So she's often had a few face-to-face incidents at the net with her opponents. So she's a feisty player, definitely. Yeah, all the players will have one or two players that they know for not being great. Who else? Well, there's a few countries that don't like each other, so that tends to transmit onto court when they play. The players tend to be loyal to their own home country, and they kind of feel like they're representing their country in those matches, so they can be difficult. There's been a few occasions where people have said, no one likes you. I think that's an accusation that has been aimed at Puntinseva. It's been aimed a little bit at Iga Swiatek, but I'm not sure that's fair. She's just been very successful in the past. Danielle Collins, but she's sort of semi-retired now, though she says she's going to play again, but she's certainly not an easy opponent, someone who likes to intimidate and not... she sometimes takes on the whole crowd, let alone the opponent. There's a few names for you, but yeah, it's not an adjective I particularly associate players with. I think dirty footballers would then equate to them being very dirty in terms of tackles, and that kind of matches up well in that sport, that adjective. But in terms of tennis, I think difficult is probably a better word I'd choose. So someone asking about the queue going on Tuesday. Right, great. So no later than... So your queue position is set, regardless of whether they actually give you a queue position card. They're numbered cards, and they tend to be given out no later than 4 p.m. the day before. But if you're in the queue, your position, even if you don't get say you went before 4 p.m. on Monday for Tuesday's play, that's absolutely fine. They have two big flags, and that's the start of the queue. Sorry, that's the back of the queue, not the start of the queue. They have one for the that's like a green flag for tomorrow's play, and a yellow flag. It might be the other way around, but there are two flags. One is the back of the current day's play, and one is the flag for tomorrow's play. And so that's quite easy. There's loads of people there who are there to help direct you, but you go to the flag which for the day's play you want to queue for. It'll either be the current day or the next day. And if you get there before they give out the cue card positions, you won't lose your position in the queue. Once you've given your cue card position, then you have to hold on to it, not lose it, and then you can nip to the loo or go and get some food, as long as you're back within half an hour or so. You can come and go, and your cue position, you just return to where you were, and you show the people and say, yeah, this is where I am, and you slot back in. And then when you go to sleep, if you stay overnight, you literally pitch your tent or lie on the ground where you've been standing, and that's all sorted as well. There's loads of volunteers that will make that happen, and it works really well. But you have to keep on to your card. I think I've got a picture on my phone of what the cue cards look like from last year. So I'll just put that up so you can see that. July, June. Okay. So that's from Wednesday last year, and that's what the number looks like. We were 890th there. Okay. Meanwhile, on the centre court, Pegula's raced into a 2-love lead. She's broken Sabalenka. She's 30 love up. So hopefully this set, I won't say it, but you know what I mean. 40 love. Pegula looking good for a 3-love lead. Yeah, so that cue card that I just showed you was for Wednesday. That was after we'd watched on the Tuesday. We went back to the queue for the second day, and so we stayed a second night. And as long as you're back by sort of 8-9 o'clock, then you're likely, based on last year's figures, to be okay for the next day's play. But it does get popular. Year on year, we're seeing the queue getting a bit busier year on year. And so, yeah, you have to be prepared to queue. But actually, it's a fun environment. It's a big community of people, and there's lots of space. And as long as the weather's dry, then there's loads to do, and everyone has a good time. So it's not, for me, it's far better than trying to get up at like 2 in the morning, especially knowing that you're actually inside the first 1,500 people. So you have the choice of courts. That's very satisfying when you're actually waiting in the queue, knowing that you're going to get a really good seat, especially if it is going to rain, because if you get on a show court, of course, you're guaranteed tennis, which is, as we've been seeing at these smaller events on grass, that can really spoil your day ahead if you know there's a lot of rain about. But guaranteed a roof as well if you're inside the first 1,000 people. So Sabalenka continuing to look very unhappy with her world, and now the score is making her unhappy as she's serving 3-love down in this third set. And I really hope Pegula wins this. And she's played a good return. Sabalenka serving and volleying on that first point. I doubt she'll do that on this point. I don't know what's wrong with her at the moment. Something went on in Paris. She beat Naomi Osaka, and that 4th round match in Paris, it was the first time a women's match was put on the evening schedule for years. It was, someone will remind me what, I think it was possibly Serena Williams, but it was a long time. It was a run of over 30 matches, maybe 40 matches, where they hadn't, the French Open, Mauresmo, the tournament director, hadn't chosen a female match, mainly because it's a shorter match and they want, for the TV and the fans, they want a men's match because it's 5 sets. But putting that aside, finally, the evening match in the 4th round, they put Osaka versus Sabalenka on the prime time match, and Sabalenka played unbelievably, served like she couldn't serve any better, and she beat Osaka, and she got in the quarterfinals, and a lot of the players had lost. About the only big name left in the draw was in the other half, Mira Andreeva, and then Sabalenka played Snyder in the quarterfinal, and despite winning the first set and being 4-1 up, 30 love up in the second set, looking with 6 points to go, serving double break, 30 love up, looking like she was going to win. Suddenly, everything went wrong thereafter, and she lost to Diane Snyder, who is a perfectly good professional, but she's not a top 10 player. She lost from there, and since then she's just been a different person. She looks all at sea. She looks angry. She comes across like she's angry with something. And here we are, love 3. She's serving, and Pegula is 15-40. Pegula's got 2 break points for a double break. Good return from Pegula. Sabalenka goes long. Jessica Pegula is racing through this third set, which is great news for all of us Alex fans. And now Pegula is edging very close to the winning line. 4 games to love ahead. Surely now this match is coming to a close. We all want a bagel, don't we? Absolutely, Badong. Yes, a lot of people go home in the queue if you get there too late or it's just really busy. If you get your queue card and it's close to 10,000 or bigger, then you know it's going to be not really worth waiting, because it's going to take you hours and hours to get in if you are able to get in. The capacity they let in is about 10,000, and that can be a really long and difficult wait. So we're going to try and help all our community with our channel to try and give that advice, because not everyone is hearing us. We're going to do a few vlogs and a blog and share that information just with our subscribers and our channel members, etc. Because it's really important. But I don't know if Alex will get put on a show court. Wimbledon has a lot of kind of, just watching this point, great point, Jessica Pegula, 15 all in the 5th game. Yes, I don't think Alex will get on centre court or number 1 court this year, even though she'll be seeded. She might if she gets to the 3rd round. I think that's highly likely. If Alex gets to the 3rd round, my kind of bold prediction is that she will play her 3rd round on a show court. But for the first 2 rounds, I think she's likely to be put on a court like court 3, court 2, possibly court 3, court 12, or court 18 possibly. They're the sort of next biggest. They're their kind of next tier of big courts, not as big as the 3 show courts. So possibly court 2, but certainly court 3, court 12 would definitely be where I think she'll be scheduled, which can seat, I think, up to 3,000 or 4,000. Certainly not enough if lots of people turn up to support her. I think in Australia, the Australian Open, there were close to something like 7,000 or 8,000 waiting to get onto court 6, which is a tiny court in relation to where she could have played. So I think they've learnt their lesson anyway, the tournaments now. They don't, if at these big events, they're not going to put Alex on a really small outside court. What is the pair for Ding Dong? Sabalenka is angry. I'm not sure. What is the pair for Ding Dong? I'm being daft. I'm sure that's a meaningful reference, but my can't quite work out where you're at. But Pegula's now 5 love up anyway, so we are back to that, 4 points away, and that's actually flown by. It's really good news. She's raced through this 3rd set. Not quite sure why Sabalenka bothered with all that gamesmanship in the tiebreak if she was going to let this 3rd set run away like this, 5 love. But you're right, we're all very excited now, so we can now get back to where we were 3 hours ago. L.Noskova versus Alex Eala, the 2nd semi-final. Both players in really good form. L.Noskova likes the grass. As I have said before, her win percentage on grass is better than any other surface. She's won 62.5% of matches on grass in her career, and that is a high percentage on grass. She's not quite old enough or had a long enough career to say she's a grass court specialist, but she's certainly headed that way. The same applies to Alex Eala. She is also becoming known as a grass court, favouring grass court. It is certainly one of her favourite surfaces. For me, at the moment, is where she's playing her best tennis. She also loves the hard courts, the fast hard courts, but she's getting her best results on grass. She got to the final of Eastbourne last year. She won in Birmingham. These are two players who like grass, and they're both playing well. Who is going to play well today? Who's going to cope with the conditions? Who's going to enjoy and play relaxed tennis today? A lot will depend on whether they're both coming out of a busy week, having played 3 matches this week. Who's feeling the fresher? Who's woken up feeling ready to go today? All those kind of little pointers will factor into this match. It's going to be key moments. The first key moment in this match will be Alex's service game, her first service game. A really positive service game will matter today. Remember in Indian Wells, when they met earlier this year, Alex started really slowly. Noskova raced into an early lead, and Alex really did well. She clung on to Noskova's coattails. Noskova played a blinding match, but she had the confidence of a very early lead, 1-love, 2-love, 3-love, that kind of early lead. Alex really must not let Noskova get ahead by 3 or 4 games early today. And the way she can do that is first service game, hold her first service game, and then put more pressure on Noskova's serve. Every time Noskova has to serve, if she knows Alex is holding her service game, that's when Noskova might start missing her first serves. So that's going to be key at the start of the match. The second big key thing for Alex to get into this first set is how well she reads Noskova's serve. How many first serves is she able to get back? Even if she's just getting the ball back into court early on, that will be a good sign for me, because the longer this match goes, the better Alex will return her first serve. If she can make Noskova play as many first serves as possible and limit her 3 points, then we might get the same outcome as we did with Rybakina. Noskova might get frustrated at not getting many 3 points on her first serve. She's not expecting to have to compete for long when she gets her first serves into court. So, I just looking match point now. Pegula for the bagel in the third set. She goes cross court. Sabalenka goes into the net, and there it is. Game, set, and match. Jessica Pegula does get a 6-love bagel third set, and she deservedly takes the scalp of the world #1, and she will go through to the final and awaits a winner of Alex or Noskova. So well played, Jessica Pegula. So yes, the second key thing for Alex to do well today is how many times she can get her racket on Noskova's first serves. Making Noskova play out points when she gets her first serve in might be the difference between breaking her serve and not. That's going to be important. Of course, the third big thing throughout the whole match, Alex has to take advantage of every second serve Noskova hits, and she's been doing that really well. She's been winning over 70% against every opponent. When they've gone to their second serve, Alex has been winning 3/4 or nearly 3/4 of the points on second serve, and that has to happen today as well. Now, it may be Alex gets 1 or 2 service games where Noskova misses her first serve 3 or 4 times in a row. They're the games where Alex has to try and get the odd break of serve. So those 3 things I've talked about are going to be really important. Alex's strength is her return game. She's got an advantage over Noskova, but Noskova's got an advantage on serve. Who's going to come out on top? Who's going to play their best tennis today? We're about to find out. The wait is nearly over. The players will be out in about 7 minutes' time. They have had to be very patient, as have we have all been. And yet again, it's going to be a late night. But at least it's Saturday. Hopefully, your working week is over. And we're going to see some brilliant tennis. We've seen so many brilliant shots from Alex's racket this week. There was a shot yesterday. It gave her a 2-love lead in the second set. It was a backhand down the line, and Alex gave out her biggest roar for quite some while. And it was a game that was a long game. It was a juice game, and then Alex finally closed out the game. It was a redirected backhand down the line, and it was one of the best backhand down the line shots you will ever see. And no wonder she yelped with delight. Someone mentioned earlier the return she played off a Svitolina's serve yesterday. Just took all the pace off her return and floated the ball like a butterfly, and it landed within 2 yards of the net for an exquisite drop shot winner. There are shots that Alex is playing at the moment that are unrecognisable from the player earlier in the year. This is a very much more confident player. She's believing in her own game, and she's enjoying her tennis. This is what I'm hoping for above everything today, is that continues today, that she enjoys her tennis, she enjoys the competition, and the match is competitive, because that's when Alex thrives. When the score is close, when the opponent is playing well and she comes back at them and plays even better. This is the type of match we want to see. And today, Noskova is going to provide that challenge. And I hope we're all kind of in our prayers and in our sort of dreams, the optimism for Alex to continue playing her best tennis. It's such a difference when you leave it all out on court and you go off court thinking you could do no more. That's the kind of feeling we want Alex to have today. And win or lose today, if she does that, then we'll go on to the next tournament. Very excited for what's round the corner. It was, yes, some of you remembering that backhand down the line. So they'll be just turning the court round. I'm assuming Pegula's interview's over. I haven't got the interview. I'm not watching the interview, but that will be done now. And they're given the rain delay as well, I think they'll turn this round very quickly. Qualifiers are happening actually in Bad Homburg, and so if Alex hadn't had a wild card and had to qualify, she wouldn't have been able to play the qualifiers. So that's the other challenge. If you're ranked in the 30s, 40s at some of these bigger events, you have to qualify. Then it can be there can be a clash in your schedule. If you're doing really well the week before, you then have to pull out because you can't actually make the qualifier. So that actually is another issue. Right, it's getting quite hot here, so I'm just going to take my outer top off. Bear with me. That's what it takes to beat, sorry, just looking at the stats here, Pegula, 33 winners, 25 unforced errors, +8 in favour of winners across the 3 sets. That's very good. Sabalenka today, -4, 41 unforced errors from Sabalenka's racket. That's a ratio, if you look at Sabalenka's stats earlier this season, every match she had a positive ratio of winners to unforced errors. Now starting to see that ratio switch in favour of unforced errors, and that is worrying signs for her. Right, let's take this top off. Yeah, if you're seeing that score, you can believe your eyes. It was 6-love, that last set, raced away. Pegula, far steadier, far more consistent. And Sabalenka, despite getting the second set, was nowhere to be seen in the third set. Right, some of you are asking where Katie is. She's been in the room a few times. She's actually playing a croquet tournament today, and she joined us for an hour over lunch, which was about 2 hours ago now, and she pops in between matches. She's in her penultimate game as I speak, so she might pop in half an hour's time, and then she's just got one more game, and then she'll be with us. So she's got about an hour and a quarter left of croquet, and then she'll be back for good. She started with me, and she was here over lunch. But yeah, it's just a clash. We're happy to have clashes, but sometimes we have life at weekends, and Alex has made it a busy weekend, which is absolutely great, because if you're playing at the weekend, it means you're in the latter stages. And she is warming up. Well, she's warming up. She's warmed up. She's waiting at the in the side of the court, under the stand, in the sort of waiting area, and she's going to come out to court now first. No visor on. She's in the same kit that the lower ranked player always comes out onto court first, and she is 18 spots below L.Noskova. She's coming out first, and she, of course, is totally focused. A little wave, lots of applause as she comes out onto court. And I mean, it's a huge racket bag. It's not changed. All the players have these big racket bags. As Noskova comes out as well, she's carrying her bag of rackets, but it's a tiny little indicator that her shoulder is good. If there was any serious niggle, you wouldn't be carrying even your rackets, even though the weight is spread evenly with the double straps these days. You wouldn't be carrying a racket bag. So yeah, I think we can assume that it's precautionary taping, and we'll soon see how well Alex serves. But for me, she's got to hold her first service game. That's really important today, particularly given their last matchup where Noskova got ahead early and really blitzed Alex with an amazing performance. But it came with the freedom that the scoreboard gave her. So Alex cannot give her any freedom, any space in the scoreboard, especially at the start of the match. That's what she'll want to do. You start with a game plan, and you hope you don't have to go to plan B, plan C. If you're having to find a plan D, you're in trouble. As amateurs, sometimes we have to go to the second half of the alphabet. But at professional level, they will only have 2 or 3 plans. And Alex will have a plan A today, and she'll be trying to execute it. Get into Noskova, get competing against her, extending the points, not allowing Noskova to keep the points short with first strike tennis. That's how Noskova likes to play. Big shots from every opportunity, from the first serve or first return. She's looking to get the first big strike in. This is very much a similar matchup to a Vekic or Rybakina type player. This will not be like Svitolina. It's not going to be a game of chess. There won't be as many extended points. If Alex is getting the ball back with depth for a 4th shot, a 5th shot, then Noskova, especially with her movement, a bit like a boxer, the more punches they throw, the harder work it is. That'll be similar for Noskova. I want Alex to expose Noskova's backhand side. It's the weaker side. She likes to hit the winners from the forehand. So Alex, a bit like she did against Vekic, she has to get her proportions right in terms of how many forehands, how many backhands she allows Noskova to hit. All these things will factor into her game plan today. Yeah, great start required. Tita Katie, yeah, she's had another commitment today. She's playing in a croquet tournament. That's where I'm sat. I'm in the clubhouse. Katie will be popping in. She's in her 5th match of the day. They play 6 matches. Each game's roughly 45 minutes to an hour. She's nearly at the end of her 5th match, so she's got one more match to go. Hopefully she'll pop in the next 20 minutes. If she doesn't, that means she's going to be playing her last match and going straight through, and then when she appears she'll be here for the remainder of the match. So hopefully the match is still going on, but she'll be definitely here hopefully by the 2nd set, depending on how long the 1st set lasts. What's going on now? They're sat, they haven't started the warm-up. Oh, you're joking, you're joking. So, ball. They put an umbrella up, but the players are sat on their chairs at the side of the court. It must be the lightest rain imaginable. Alex is smiling. I'm not an expert on rain, but I can't even see the rain. It's that fine. But the players, I can't believe it. They're going to go off court. I mean, seriously. How disappointing is this? I'm glad Alex has got more patience than I have. I'm lost for words. I'm really sorry. It's clearly beyond anyone's control. They don't have a roof, I'm afraid. Dom. I can guarantee you this rain is nothing but absolutely bonkers. It's bone dry here in the UK. But as soon as they take the net down and bring the covers across, it just means 20 minutes, at least 20 minutes. We'll try to keep the players outside because they obviously know that there's very little rain in the area. They wouldn't have sat there for a few moments if they were. They're hardly hurrying with the covers. Well, you're being brilliantly patient today. I'm watching the pictures. There doesn't seem to be a lot of urgency from the star or the ball kids. The covers are still not coming over the court. The lack of any sort of energy in terms of getting the courts covered tell me that it must be the most minimal of rain. A couple of them moving across now. Look, yeah, they are going to pull the covers across. Oh, how frustrating. Do you know any good songs? Oh, and absolutely. I mean, clearly now there's rain fallen. We do not want Alex playing on wet grass. Absolutely not. But I'm just frustrated on behalf of everyone that we were about to have play. I mean, literally, they were literally about to hit the first balls. So we're going to have to be patient. I mean, I've already looked at the weather app and it said no more rain. So as we know, the weather forecasters can be inaccurate. I think one of the problems today is it's virtually no wind at all, and when there's no wind about, the chances for the tiny bits of rain to come is greater, because it's the wind that blows the clouds obviously across, and these tiny bits of rain don't appear when there's a bit of wind about. But today it looks absolutely calm as anything. So, c'est la vie. Yes, all those things are required: resilience, grace, class, beauty, and humility. Certainly patience as well at the moment. The good thing for Alex and her opponents is they haven't actually started the match, so they haven't had to break their momentum. It's actually worse leaving a court mid-match as opposed to before it started. You've got better eyes than me, Victor Lencio. I see drizzle on my screen. Yes. Just no one's got very much wet hair. That tells me it's minimal rain. Who's the greatest tennis player of all time? Well, we'll have to, Maria Carmona, we have to go through the eras, don't we? How far do you want me to go back? When I was growing up, people used to say the Australian Rod Laver in the men's game was a fantastic player. And actually, Margaret Court, I think you'll find, is an Australian. They were players that were winning things in the 60s and 70s. So they were talked about when I was a child in the 70s, when I was very young and taking up tennis. Then, from my point of view, McEnroe was a fantastic player in the 80s, following Borg. And on the women's side, obviously, Navratilova and Chrissy Evert were the top two players. I always liked the players with the all-court game, so I loved McEnroe. I thought he was a brilliant volleyer, and Navratilova was a very similar style of player. So I was a similar type of player. I like to come to the net, chip and charge, serve and volley. And then the game changed quite a lot because the rackets changed from being wooden, and we then had graphite rackets and all the developments in terms of all the different composites since then. And the power game, especially on the men's side, I mean, they just play with so much power these days. But that really started with Sampras in the 90s and has sort of evolved from there. But the men's game really took off, didn't it, with Nadal and Federer in the noughties. And that obviously continued because their games lasted really well into their late 30s until really time, even for them, they couldn't carry on. Their bodies just wouldn't carry on. Djokovic. So those are obviously the big three on the men's side. Federer is obviously most people's favourite in terms of the aesthetics, the way he played the game, how it looked. But you could argue that Nadal and Djokovic both had different qualities to Federer, and given all three of their records, it's very hard to say who's the very best. Djokovic, obviously, on titles, has the claim to being the best. But I think most people, they choose between Nadal and Federer just because of how they represented the game off the court as much as on the court, and they stand apart to Djokovic in that way. In the women's game, Martina Hingis came along. She won a lot at the end of the 90s before the Williams sisters took over. I remember first seeing Venus Williams in 1999. I took a school party to Wimbledon and we saw Venus Williams in 1999. That's quite that's quite amazing, isn't it, given we're sat here in 2026. But the Williams sisters took on the game. That's when the power really came into the game, and the likes of Martina Hingis really struggled to live with that power. And then since then, Simona Halep had some great results, didn't she? Justin Henin, they're two smaller players who very different to the power game, very diminutive players, did really well for a short period. And then we've had lots of different players, a whole range of players in recent time. I like the variety. I mean, there's so many good players to watch now. But McEnroe was always my favourite player, so I'm not going to change from that. In the women's game, it constantly changes, and really a combination of the fact that we really are supporters of young women. I taught a lot of girls up to the age of 11, and I've tutored young girls. We really find what Alex represents and how she is as a person, added with her tenacious way of playing on the tennis court. I think both Katie and she's definitely our current favourite player, and it's to do with so many different things, and it sort of connects with some of our other walks of life and the overlap. But I enjoy really good tennis, and I appreciate really good tennis, and there are lots of players in the women's game that have done really well. Marta Kostyuk had 17 matches unbeaten on clay not so long ago. She's a really strong woman who competes really hard on court. She's done really well recently. That was good to see. The other young players coming through in the game, and Boko's had a great last 12 months. She's burst onto the scene, as has Eva Jovic. I do like seeing the development of the younger players and how they're getting on. And so Alex is also in that new phase, that new group of players coming through who are, touchwood, going to be with us for 10 years. And maybe they're going to have careers that we look back on in the same way as we've looked back on Nadal and Federer. And of course, I have to mention Andy Murray, because he won Wimbledon. And as a Brit, it was 77 years we waited. So he's been the first British player to win Wimbledon in my lifetime from the men's side. Right, that was a bit of a history lesson. Some of you mentioning Sharapova. Yes, Ash Barty. I didn't mention them. They both won lots of big titles. Sharapova, her career was a lot longer. Ash Barty retired quite young. Coach Dan, is there an advantage of being a lefty on grass? Yes, I think it suits Alex's game more than other surfaces. It's less of an advantage than it used to be because of the modern rackets, because of the double-handed backhand now. The developments in the game has kind of neutralised some of those advantages. The types of racket, the types of string, the way you can put spin on the ball, the physical development of the players. Lots of things have kind of changed the game, and it's much more even now. The data, and I looked into this, the data doesn't really have a clear winner in terms of which right or left-handers have an advantage. It's actually a bit of a misnomer. People have talked a long time about the left-handed player has an advantage on serve, but the data isn't unanimous by any means. And there's one chap who actually did a whole study, a bit like a PhD study on this, and found that the bias was negligible. I think Alex has a bit more of an advantage because she has more confidence in her serve on grass. So that's a personal advantage, because if you've got more confidence and more self-belief when you step onto the court, it transmits into your game. And I think that's very much the case with Alex. The other advantage she has, she serves better. Whether the opponent copes with it or not is irrelevant, but in terms of her serve, she serves better because her slice serve, the spin she puts on a grass court, is more effective on a hard court. That slice serve doesn't have as much advantage because the ball is bouncing a lot higher. On grass, it stays low, and there's more unpredictable bounces. So her spinny serves actually not so good from a pace. There's not so much power, but the spin takes more effect on the grass. If you know the game of cricket, it's a similar thing. When the spin bowlers on certain grass pitches, the spin really takes hold. And tennis courts are a bit similar. So if you were to do a sort of, if you try to do if you're on a tennis court and you try and send the ball over the net and then make it spin back, it's much easier to do on a grass court because the spin really grips on the grass, and that's a bit of an advantage for Alex. So I think really we can talk about the advantage, but Alex likes grass. I don't think it's much about her being left-handed. I just think she just plays better on grass. So it's less about being a left or right-hander for me. And I will get a copy of the article for anyone really interested in all the data. There's a really it's like a dissertation. Because I looked at it, I did an article on the right and left-handers. I think it's on Chalk Dust somewhere. I only did it about 3 months ago, and I talked about all the data, and the advantage is much less than we would think. Sorry, I must keep an eye on the tennis. Okay, looks like Katie's won because I haven't typed that in. Someone, eagle eye there. You can see at the bottom of the comments. Go on, ask me the score. We'll ask her the score then. So Katie doesn't know that we're waiting for the rain. And Katie's going to tell us how she's got on. So it means she's got one more game to go. Well, as far as I can see, it stopped raining in Berlin. So let's see what time they're hoping to get out on court. Ten past, it's saying on my, it might be coming out in a few minutes. Let's hope that's right. Anyone else see the court? Have the covers come off? Yes, I think so. I think that's very sensible. I think it's really important for Alex that we sort of reduce any sort of high expectations. You see it time and time again with players who have a really good tournament, win a big event, do really well at a big event. People then start talking about them winning everything at every event, and that gives them a whole different level of expectation to deal with, a whole different set of pressures, and generally ends with the player playing worse on court. So I'm a great believer in letting things take their natural course and letting Alex have the time to really mature and evolve. But for me, she's progressing very well in quite a short period of time. I'm going to let Katie know there's been a rain day. Oh. Yeah, Katie's will be here for most of the match now, so do not worry. Because of this delay, she's now playing her last match, as I thought she would stay down there and just do her last match, and so I would think she'll be with us for most of the match, because we're sat here waiting, and My time on my court time is updated to 20 past, so another 10 minutes, but I can't see any evidence of them moving yet. Sacramento, hello. Welcome. Yeah, it's a good time to get a few more snacks. I'm having to keep the ding-dongs. Keeping these ding-dongs for and boy bewangs for me, but we're keeping these. Right. Ooh. For those of you just joining, I'll do a bit of Katie's work in her time away. She will be with us later, but she would say, please subscribe if you haven't. It's great. Our channel is really evolving with all your support. As a community, you've been great supporters, and we are just loving this journey with you all. So if you haven't subscribed, please take the time to do so. We do on that one. Oh, just playing. And that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping Alex is celebrating today, as she has been all week, and that at the end of this match, she's looking absolutely made up, because she's made her first, this would be her first final at WTA 500 level. So we're very, very excited for what would be a major achievement in her young career to date. So I've got time. I've only shown this twice. I'm going to show it. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Where's it gone? Here we go. I'm going to show this again, as we've got a few more minutes. For those of you just joining us in the last hour or so since I've shown this, this is what players are earning. As well as prize money, they earn ranking points every week on tour. They play a tournament, and you can count your results from 18 tournaments as long as they've been played in the last 52 weeks. It's a rolling 52 weeks. So any good results that have happened 53 weeks ago or further back in time fall off, and you can't count them anymore. But they count if they've been secured in the last year, but you can only count 18, and you have to count the first 10 listed there from top to Madrid. The first 4 being Grand Slams, and then the next 6 being 1,000 events. You have to count those events as a professional. So that's what Alex is shown there, and all her results then from the next 8 best tournaments she's had in the last 52 weeks add up to 18 events. And you can see after the 1,000 events, there are 3 500 events, of which Berlin is at the top. Her current week that's taking place at the moment, Alex is counting that event because it's better than one of the most recent one that's now been replaced by Berlin, and that was Linz. That was from April, which was another 500 event, and Alex secured 60 points. So once Alex had gone past 60 points, Linz dropped off and Berlin slotted in. She couldn't use Berlin for a tournament higher up on the list because those top 10 have to count. And the difference between the 195 points she's currently got for getting to the semi-finals in Berlin, less the 60 points that fell off, is the reason why you will see that she's added 135 points to her current total, from 1,422 at the start of Berlin to now a provisional 1,557 points. And if she was to win today, she would increase her points total, and she would go up over 1,600 points, and I can tell you that exact total shortly. And if she won the tournament, she would go over 1,850 points. And that's how points work out. And those points earned this week in Berlin will stay on her counting events until another 52 weeks have passed. And in a year's time, those points will drop off. And that's the date you can see in the end column. So if you look at Eastbourne in the 250 list, you can see that that is the next date where the points come off. And it's 29th of June, so a week on Monday, not next Monday, the Monday after. Those 181 points fall off. But Alex will replace them with one of the non-countable events on the right that are in grey. So she can put back Linz, because Linz happened only as recently as April. So those will stay on until next April. So the real difference is about 120 points. And because Alex has already gained 135 points in Berlin, really this week has been great because she has basically sustained the points that she earned in Eastbourne, which was a lot of points this time last year. Okay, come on, let's see if there's any sign of action. Not from my thing. Oh, wow. Well, it's actually beyond belief, isn't it? How the weather is just being. I mean, it's not even a lot of rain. It's not like the place is covered in puddles. Jessica Bagula will be mightily relieved that there was enough time. I mean, there's literally no rain on the radar at all now. So I kind of we're hoping. Okay, is the game suspended? Spectators are gone. Yeah, well, it's 5:20 in Berlin, but this is the longest day. So in the UK, we're not far from Germany. It's daylight. The daylight lasts on June the 20th. It's called the summer solstice here, and it can stay light till 10 o'clock tonight. So in Germany, that means they will be able to play for a good 5 more hours. There are 5 more hours, and honestly, I keep putting Berlin up on my weather app, and it just says there's not meant to be any rain there, and it's a dry evening. So they won't suspend play today. They'll be playing this match tonight. I'm pretty confident. Yes, in terms of Alex, I thought Alex looked good coming out onto court. I think she looked ready to go, and I didn't get a sense that she was coming out with any nervousness about her physical state. Yeah, and she exudes more confidence, definitely. Yeah, literally no rain whatsoever. Still got 4:20. 4:30. They keep updating the new time by 10 minutes. So they're not this is not, these delays are just kind of 10-minute updates. They're not expecting this rain to linger, but it's being very stubborn. Yeah, good point. Good point. Hopefully, they've probably got evening sun till 7ish in Germany, so maybe a couple more hours. So what we saw, if you were with us earlier, after the last rain delay, they had two chaps with leaf blowers. So they weren't blowing leaves away, they were blowing the court dry, a bit like a hairdryer. So that is an added bit of kit that they're kind of using in an innovative way to not blow leaves but dry the court out. But yes, they won't put the players in any position of danger. Okay. But yes, I think we might have, yeah, we might. I mean, being totally honest, from taking the courts off to the players coming out ready to play, that takes a good half an hour. So we might see the players realistically by the next hour. There's 5 o'clock here, 6 o'clock in Germany, and that would give them plenty of time. At Wimbledon, in a week's time, when they start at Wimbledon, they play till 9 o'clock at night, which would be 10 o'clock in Germany. So they don't tend to go much past 9 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 8:30. That kind of time is when the day's play finishes, especially in the first week. So we're going to be okay if they can get back onto court in the next hour. We're going to play that match. Yeah, absolutely. If they didn't come out onto court, then Pegula would have a big advantage, yes. Yeah, they'd have to play 2 matches in the same day, which is obviously a massive disadvantage. I don't believe at the moment, I cannot believe they're not going to play this match tonight. There just is not enough rain. But you've been fantastic. Anyone been here with Coach Dan since the start today? Let us know. Let's see who's joined me since the start. I think it's Lucky Rain, do we? I'm not very good with rain. I would be playing, but then I'm not a professional, and it's my body isn't my job. So I'm saying that with kind of a completely different position to the professionals. I think in London, Vicky Mboko played, didn't she? And she suffered a really bad injury, and that's very much in everyone's mind. So we just have to wait calmly. DVDHR is putting his hand up. You have been here with me since the start. Thank you, DVDHR. I'm going to take that as a vote for being here since the start. That's fantastic effort. Well done to you. Right, any more questions? Oh, Badong has been with me since the start. Well done. That's to Ernest Reyes. Excellent. 3. Brilliant. I'm going to give you a special verbal praise and recognition and prize. Oh, Maria Carmona. Yeah, I wish I could go out and watch croquet. I've just messaged Katie on my phone, and I've said, "How's it going?" And she, being Katie, she's not told me how she's doing. She sent one of her friends to come and get me a drink instead. But we can get our own back, can't we? Because Katie can do the next match on her own, and that will be quite entertaining in more ways than one. Because as everyone knows, she's really good fun. And when the tennis isn't happening, she has a way of entertaining us like no one else. Joanne, thank you. You've been with us since the start. Yeah, I wish I could. It's a technical challenge. Originally, I was going to sit outside next to the croquet with the laptop, but it's just impossible to get the signal or the power for this time period. And so we tested it, and the 5G wasn't working. It just wasn't good enough. So I had to come into the clubhouse and locate myself here. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about everyone, aren't I? We're all waiting patiently, and well done to everyone who's been here as long as me. Katie won't be long. I'm going to get a score update from this friend when she appears. Where Katie's playing is sort of outside and about 100 yards down the path on some grass courts. Croquet's played on courts or lawns as well, so they use the same term as tennis. And how's Katie getting on? They all want to know. Do you know how she's going? Is she playing? Is she currently playing?
She's playing the plate, and she's playing somebody from Sally from Bath.
Okay.
So
we'll
see.
But they're definitely playing. As she, yeah, they're okay. That's good. Okay, so it won't be that long. How are you getting on? I thought you would be. Well done. Do you know who you're playing, or who you might?
Jill.
All right. All right. Cool. Okay. Good luck. Thank you very much. So Katie is in mid-battle, and I suspect she'll beat Alex back. It will be touch and go. But yes, I don't know if you know much about croquet. I play a bit as well. I play a lot of different sports, but they're all very similar. They're all games we've played with an element of feel and touch, and croquet is very much about how you position your balls and whether you can stop your opponent running the hoop before while giving yourself a chance to run the hoop first. And you can do that by either blocking them or knocking their balls away. And then it's the first really to run 7 hoops, the right hoops in the right sequence, that wins the game. And so it's quite a fun game really, because you have to be strategic, and sometimes you can whack your shots with the mallet and send the opponent's ball a long way off the court. And sometimes you just have to drop the ball very close next to another ball, because you're trying to stop the opponent being able to send the ball a certain direction, and so you can put your ball in front of their ball. So there's lots of touch, very similar to tennis, hitting a big serve or a very soft, gentle drop shot. And a lot of the games I play, golf is similar, isn't it? You boom the drive, and then sometimes you have to do a delicate chip. So there's a lot of similarity in the games I've played. Snooker, pool, very similar. Sometimes you can hit the shots with a lot of power, and sometimes you have to get the position very, 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 very sort of soft little stuns and screw shots to position the cue ball in the right place. So a few more. Here we go. Sorry if I've not got your names right, but well done, Bobot Meshia 4579. He's been with us since the start. Luzvinda Sarvida L8M. Thank you for being with us since the start. I hope it won't get postponed. I don't know if you've got weather apps. I know the court's covered, and I know they're not coming out on court yet. The latest is now saying in 29 minutes time. They certainly haven't postponed or suspended play for the day. I'm just surprised that the rain is lingering so much when the weather forecast and the weather apps are saying there's no rain at all. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm okay for drinks. I've just been given one, so I will be fine. I will go to the loo when Katie comes back. But that will only take a couple of minutes, so we're all good. Thank you very much. Rain, rain, go away. Don't come back for another day. Well, at least, possibly 3 weeks, really, because then we'll have finished the grass court season. Yeah, croquet is very similar, singles and doubles, so exactly the same as tennis. You can either play one other opponent in a game of singles or play doubles, and the game is always played with 4 balls. So in singles you play 2 balls each, and in doubles you play a ball each, and your opponents basically mirror back. And the colour sequence is alternate, so there's blue, red, black, yellow, and those are the 4 balls, and that's the sequence. And you know it's your turn by the colour. So blue goes first, red goes second, black third, yellow fourth, and then you repeat that cycle. And so if you play doubles, you'll play blue and black, which is balls 1 and 3, and if you play the other balls, you're red and yellow. So no pair or no singles player has 2 consecutive shots. And that is a quick summary, really. But yeah, occasionally you can play some fantastic shots. And if you're familiar with Efron Reyes on the pool table, there's the similarity there in croquet is you can play jump shots at croquet just like you can play jump shots on the pool table. And that's quite fun because the jump shot is a scoring shot more often than not at croquet, and you can actually jump a ball that's in the hoop and actually score the hoop, even though it looks a really difficult shot. It's a spectacular way of getting an advantage. So it is a fun game. Yeah, I've seen that. I've just seen that they put it back half an hour, haven't they? So it's saying 6 p.m. in Germany. You're saying no light available at 6 p.m. I think they've probably got 3 hours daylight left. It's from 6 p.m. in Germany. It won't go dark. It'll be light enough till 9 p.m. is my guess. It's light enough today till 10 p.m. in the UK because it's the longest daylight hours in the whole year. It's summer solstice in the UK. Germany's an hour different, isn't it? But I suspect they might get close to 9 p.m. there. Yeah, Katie's going to finish in the next 20 minutes or so. She has started her game. She's playing a player I know who is going to be quite a good game, but I suspect that game will last 45 minutes. So she will be with me in the next half hour. There certainly won't be a rain delay here. It's bright sunshine. It's what we call Murphy's Law here. We could do with this dry weather an hour. Well, what is it? It's about a 2.5 hour flight from where I am to Berlin. We could do with the dry weather there. Efren Reyes is still huge. Is he still playing pool? I remember him playing Steve Davis. in I'm pretty sure it was it might have been the World Pool Championships one summer, 2002-ish. Steve Davis, I think, won 9-8. He was absolutely thrilled to have beaten such a legend in that game. And just like Alex he was the perfect sportsman, even though he just lost that match. It isn't, you're right. Yeah. Well, it'd be worth the wait then, Robin Sen, 6922. She is here. She's just double booked today. And she's left me to it for large parts of today, but she will be here for whatever tennis comes our way in the next half an hour. Right, Lucifer, what's the latest on Alex's match? Well, they came out onto court about, 45 minutes ago. And then as soon as they were about to get their rackets out, a tiny bit of rain came back. They sat there for a moment or two. They ummed and ahed, and then they went off court. They covered the courts, and we've been waiting ever since. It's not meant to be raining in Berlin, but it obviously is enough to prevent the match happening. And we are waiting, as we have been, keeping an eye on what's happening elsewhere. But a lot of the tennis today are qualifiers. So there are qualifiers happening in Bad Homburg for Monday. So players trying to qualify there. They have to play today and tomorrow, 2 rounds of qualifying. And there's qualifying happening in Eastbourne. But a lot of these players are ranked outside the top 100. The goat of pool. Nearly midnight in Manila. The good news is, in a few weeks' time, when we get back to America, you'll be at civilized times, and Katie and I will be up at this kind of time, midnight, either side of midnight. So it kind of goes, what goes around comes around, isn't it? It's sort of, we all take our turns with the time differences. But we do remember those short nights of sleep. It will be worth the wait soon. Covers are coming off, so 5 o'clock in Germany, it looks like this is going to be it. We've had the sort of practice run. We're confident that we're going to get back onto court. Murphy's Law. Prediction today. Yeah, well, for lots of you who haven't been with me quite as long as all those people I've mentioned, it's really important Alex finds her serves today that she found against Rybakina and Vekic in particular. Certainly, from the middle of the first set against Rybakina, I haven't seen Alex serve as well. That standard of serving will be important. Getting to that standard for as much of the match as possible will be so important, because if Alex doesn't serve well, then all her good work on the Noskova serve will be kind of ineffective. All Alex's good returns and all her positive shots on Noskova's returns games make all the world of difference when she's holding serve, because suddenly it's effective. That one break of serve or that second break of serve is helping her win the match. And that's what happened against Rybakina. Rybakina started really well, and then Alex came back and she just served really well. And it followed the really good serving against Vekic, where she obviously served 8 aces, and she had another 4 against Rybakina. But it was the consistency of extra pace on her serve, the direction of her serve, and that is the key to today's match. When they last met in March, Noskova was just simply too good, and Alex's serve wasn't ready, and really in subsequent matches against top 20 players, her second serve has just been too vulnerable. The best way to remove that vulnerability is not to use your second serve, but instead rely on your first serve. And 70% of the time, seven out of 10 first serves, that is the majority. That's going to win you your service games, and that's what Alex has been doing, because it doesn't matter then about her second serves being attacked. Every player in the top 100 attacks their opponent's second serves. Alex is better at it than most. L.Noskova is very good. She will attack Alex's second serve like she did Badosa's yesterday. It's not a personal thing. It's just an absolute must in the modern game. You have to go after your opponent's second serves every time you look at one. With a sensible amount of risk. It's the balance between going for too much. But that's a given. What's less of a given is how well you serve. And I think Alex has got to serve well. And actually, playing Vekic, then Rybakina helped her, because what she did against Vekic gave her confidence for the Rybakina match. And what I'm hoping is that those two matches really feed in well with this matchup, because it's a similar type of player. And so hopefully those two wins now feed into this match. You can put the Svitolina match in a different category. That was a different type of match, a different style of opponent. Noskova is the third opponent this week that plays first strike tennis. And that, I think, is something Alex enjoys playing if she's playing well, and she has been this week. So confident that Alex can do well today. I would like her to hold her first service game. That, I think, will set the tone. I can't emphasize strongly enough how important her first service game is today. I think that's going to either make her feel really good and set the right tone, or it's going to set her back and potentially give Noskova an early lead in the first set. And there's a big difference between those two potential scenarios after just 3 games today. So that's where we've really got to hope and pray that Alex starts well on her serve. Yeah, we're well aware of Alex's taping on her arm and her elbow, and we're starting to feel like that's precautionary, because she's just been so successful in recent weeks. She's had to play a lot of competitive matches, and that means that tape is probably precautionary. I don't know whether I'm kind of hanging on to, any little sort of positive signs, but even coming out with your racket bag over your shoulder, for me, suggests that Alex is okay. There's nothing significant there. It's precautionary. Yeah, you don't want to double fault. You're right. She doesn't need to take risks on her second serve, but clearly, if you're serving your first serve 70% of the time successful, it just takes pressure off. And actually, you can be quite brave on your second serve, because you're winning a lot more points before and after every time you have a second serve. And a service game, or any game, you've got to win 4 points. So for me, if you are serving certainly over 50%, then it makes it hard for the opponent to win 4 points. So if Alex is like love 15, love 30 on her serve, then it puts more pressure every time she misses a first serve. And I think we saw that even yesterday against Svitolina. Alex lost her serve actually 3 times. She broke Svitolina 5 times. But some of those service games she lost actually stemmed from actually losing the first couple of points in the game, and it put more pressure on her own serve every time she missed a first serve. So the same applies within a game as much as within a set. Starting well within a set, those first 3 games, but within each game you're trying to start well and get that first point, those first couple of points. Minimize unforced errors, a great tactic to deploy. Keep the aces coming, keep up the bravery, keep going for it, and keep her unbreakable mindset to come from behind and go for the kill. Yes, kill or be killed is a really sort of good summary of professional sporting life. You cannot afford any generosity, and Alex doesn't. She's very good at staying in the moment, playing 1 point at a time, and when she gets her chances, absolutely going for it. What's Noskova's current rank? She's number 12 in the world. She's kind of been in the top 16 all season. I think she was number 14 when Alex played her in March, but she only moves around 1 or 2 spots. She's a very consistent player now. She's much less likely to lose to unknown players early. Occasionally it happens, but this season she's played 30 matches and won 20. And my maths can cope with that because that's 2 out of 3, isn't it? So it's 66.6% winning percentage. She's winning 2/3 of her matches this season. If Alex will come out taped again, then it means she's experiencing issues. Yeah, possibly, or it could be precautionary, but she was taped up. We've seen her come out onto court. So, yeah, I think she's got similar taping to yesterday. Right. See if we can see anything here. Only Alex really knows how she's feeling. Sometimes players have to work their way with niggles. It's very rare you're throughout a whole season that you're 100%, fully perfectly fit without any niggles. So it's not uncommon to have niggles and keep playing. That goes with the territory. But I don't think it's anything serious. She just wouldn't play if it was serious. On second serve, I thought Alex would go with the slice body serve, so Noskova can't easily go over it. Yes, it's important she doesn't give her too much width on the forehand side, so that body serve's a good play. Swinging it to a backhand isn't a bad play either. Certainly getting depth on her second serve is key. As I've said earlier, sometimes when Alex serves a double fault in the net, I feel like that's evidence of her arm not being free enough. She gets a bit tense in her shoulder. So watch out for that. If her double faults are going long, that's a better sign. It means she's trying to go for depth and being brave. How many aces did Alex make yesterday? It was three aces yesterday, 2 double faults. So she was slightly down on the first 2 matches, but she's had 15 1-5 aces this week so far across 3 matches, 8, 4 and 3. Yeah, it shouldn't be long now. Who had better chances? So yes, if it did get close or there was a comeback, Alex is going to be the more likely to win in 3 sets. Alex has got a good record over 3 sets. Noskova on grass, actually, all 3 matches that she's lost out of her last 14 matches on grass, the only 3 defeats she has were all in 3 sets. The other 11 matches, a bit like Alex this week, she's won all 11 of her last 14 matches on grass in straight sets. Interestingly, when they went to 3 sets, Noskova lost all 3. So a 3rd set would not be bad. I would take 1 set all, sat here right now, because I think Alex would then have a really good chance if it went to 3 sets. Yes, they met. I think it was 2018 in the juniors, but as I said, they weren't fully grown, so kind of less relevant. Yeah, I doubt they'll change the schedule for the finals tomorrow. The only reason they would do that is if they had to finish off in the morning. Then they would change the schedule. But if Alex finishes this match tonight, they won't change the schedule for tomorrow. And a lot of that is to do with the next event. So they like to play much closer to the middle of the day at a final than later on in the day, assuming it doesn't rain. I think we're hoping it's 10 minutes away before the players come out. I've been told 5 o'clock here, so midnight with you. They both played 6 sets this week, so they both played 3 matches, both won in the minimum number of sets required, all 3 matches in straight sets. Noskova has won her matches a little bit easier, but as someone rightly said, her opponents on paper were easier and were lower ranked. Alex has played higher ranked players. But for me, not a lot of that matters, other than Alex will be will be feeling much more confident and will probably get a boost from beating those players. Noskova probably felt like she should beat those players, so I doubt she's possibly got quite the same euphoric kind of feeling of being invincible. When you feel like you can't do you can't do anything wrong on court because you're just riding this wave of great form. Alex is probably in a slightly better psychological place because of beating the players she's beaten. Good afternoon, evening, DJ Jazz. Have you just joined us? That's well timed. Been keeping an eye on the weather. That would be very sensible to time your arrival for the start of this match. Yeah, that would be perfect, wouldn't it? We saw it all week in Birmingham. Yes, against lesser ranked opponents, but Alex was able to take the lead after 4 games, whether it was 4-love, which she did most of the time in Birmingham, or 3-1. She was very good in Birmingham, and it sets the tone, and it really prevents your opponent settling in as well. It just puts all the pressure on them, and it makes such a difference. A fast start for Alex today would be great. I would take 2 games all. That would be a good start for Alex today. Hold her first service game is paramount importance. And then obviously thereafter, keep holding her serve. Get the first break point, get chances on Noskova's serve. If she has to defend break points, try and find those first serves that help her save any threat on her serve. And then you will see Noskova make more mistakes. And that's the key today, is Alex competing well, so Noskova knows she's got a match. Noskova knows this is not the same Alex Eala she played in Indian Wells, and then Noskova will be more susceptible to making errors when she's under pressure from the scoreboard. Is that Sen? Ken, Jenny, shalom. Robin is asking me to give you a good, nice, clear shout out. So Jenny, I hope you're having a great weekend. I hope Saturday's going really well for you. I hope you're a big fan of Alex, and you're looking forward to the match tonight, and you're excited for the next few weeks in her career, because this is definitely an exciting time. You haven't missed it. It's soon to start. It's like 4 hours late in starting Clem Roma. But we're hopeful that players will appear in about 6 minutes' time. Then we think, I'm guesstimating there's a good 2.5 hours, if not closer to 3 hours of daylight. So unless it was an epic, and these 2 players are both fast players, so I don't think it will go anywhere near 3 hours. Even if it went to 3 sets, I think you would be looking at about 2.5 hours, the longest this match will go. But I expect these players to play the speed that they normally play, which is no hanging about, and a lot of the points will be reasonably short. So 2.5 hours will be plenty of time to get this match in. I don't think they'll be it'll be threatened by the daylight, but they have to come out onto court in the next 5 minutes or so, which is what we're hoping. So, who's got the pictures? What can you see? Have you got any umpires on the court from your vantage point? Very, very bizarre conditions today. Right, any more questions? I think we've exhausted tennis, croquet, pool we've covered. What? Huge cloud cover now over Berlin. None yet, thank you. Still saying 5 o'clock here. But yeah, I agree. I think would be an advantage if it went to 3 sets. Try saying it, Coach Dan. Umu Ulan. Umu Ulan. It means rain. Well, it's not yet on, you're right. Rain means rain. It's quite a mouthful, isn't it? What's the weather doing today? Umu Ulan. Not great, is it? People coming back to their seats. Good. Well, patience is a virtue. Yeah, they've had a rough day, haven't they? The people who bought tickets for the tennis today, they've had a rough day. They were meant to see the first semi-final between sort of 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. our time, so sort of noon. It started at noon, and now they're looking at 6 o'clock at night. Good. So possibly 10 minutes then, a bit behind. People are coming on the court. And we're kind of repeating what we saw earlier if you were with us for the resumption of Pegula's impressive victory, beating Aryna Sabalenka 6-love in the 3rd set. Hello, Pillow Prime. Where's Mandaluyong? Is that the Philippines? Is that a Filipino? Is that an island? The lucky ding-dongs, you're already starting eating them. Well, save some for the 2nd set, Emil, Damien. Yeah, a heavy... Actually, any type of rain, the covers come on, and in theory, a heavy downpour doesn't have a huge impact any more than sort of just steady rain. But it does depend on how quickly they get the covers on court. But given there's only one court to worry about, and they've got those chaps at the side, the court should be covered in the same time. Okay, Rosie, I will. But while I'm telling you, oh, hello, I can see. Just going to cut to the court. I'm gonna save that, Rosie. Alex is on court. The players are back on court. Finally, well done, everyone. Now we can focus on Alex Eala, the main event. My background in tennis will have to wait, Rosie. But even the players were out a lot quicker this time. Pegula and Sabalenka took their time, but these two, hungry for action. Now at the net, we're going to do the coin toss and then the 5-minute warm-up, and then we will be starting this semi-final. Noskova has more experience at the latter stages of these bigger events. For Alex, this is a big match for her in her young career. She's been in the final of a WTA 250 event in Eastbourne last summer. She's won WTA 125 events, as we know, both in Guadalajara, Birmingham before. But today, this semi-final is right up there. This is a big match for Alex. Yes, she got to the semi-finals in Miami, almost shocking the world in March 2025. But now, as an established member of the top 50, these are the kind of matches, this is the type of round that Alex would have been not hoping and a bit of expectation that her tennis was going to propel her to these stages at WTA 500 events. After all, she is ranked in the 30s. She's moved up this week from mid-30s to number 30 provisionally in the world. This is where she should be aiming to reach these kind of stages of big tournaments, and she deserves to be in the semi-final. Her tennis has spoken volumes for her tennis journey and the progress she's making, and she's actually got to this stage as comfortably as Linda Noskova. Noskova beat Paula Badosa, a player not playing a lot of tennis, ranked outside the top 100 in the quarterfinals. That's a very different standard of opponent to Elina Svitolina. Svitolina didn't really play a match, but Alex took no time in beating her in straight sets. So both these players haven't lost a set this week. And for those of you who've been with us this season, you will remember March, early March, Indian Wells, the last 16. Linda Noskova really got one over on Alex, and Alex will be determined today to get revenge. Earlier this year, Sinju Wong beat Alex in a marathon 3-set in Auckland. When the match was came up again, the rematch came up again, Alex won that rematch. She got her revenge. Will she do the same today to Linda Noskova? Well, we're really hoping so. Talked about these two players. They both like grass. This could be a classic. There could be some really great points today. I'm expecting both these players to play some really good tennis, and if it's sustained from both players, and we could have an absolute cracker. Both players hit great shots from the back of the court. Noskova is a bit more of a first strike player. That means she likes to try and win the point quickly. Alex can be a counter puncher. She needs to counter Noskova's big service game, so she needs to find her range on returns and use the power from Noskova's shots and redirect it like she can do, and she has done. She's already been facing big power players in Rybakina and Vekic, so today I think she'll be well ready. Those two matches will have prepared her for Noskova, so I think that'll work in her favour. But as we keep talking about the key shot for Alex today to make have a different outcome, to push Noskova, to get Noskova struggling with her game, is what I'm seeing now as she takes a few practice serves. Is her left arm okay? Is she going to be able to serve as well as she's done earlier in this week? The best indicator will be in the first couple of service games. Look out, I'll tell you how fast her serve is on her first serve, because that will be a good indicator. If Alex is able to get up to 100 miles an hour, that will tell me that her first serve and her shoulder is okay. If that speed and the pace of first serve drops off, that tells me that maybe there are a few niggles that she's trying to protect. So fingers crossed. We're all behind you, Alex. Let's pray and hope and for your best tennis. And we're about to start. Alex has won the toss. She's serving first, as she always does, or always has done this season. She likes to serve first. And she's going to be serving. And this first service game is going to set the tone for the match. Come on, Alex. So the computer's putting the win probability up. They make it a bit closer than Coach Dan. I said it was 60-40. Linda Noskova is being shown by the Berlin computer as 56-44. They make it a bit closer. They're probably factoring in Alex's strong week this week. But that's the kind of percentage we're talking. It slightly favours Noskova. If they played 10 times, Noskova would win 5 or 6 times. Alex would win 4 or 5 times. This is going to be an exciting match. And look who's just turned up right at the point of starting. None other than Miss Katie.
Mabuhay. Guys, look, do you need to go and have a stretch?
You've not missed anything, Katie.
I've just missed you talking for 5 hours, darling. 5 hours.
Goodness me, you are a completely a stalwart, and oh, you're amazing. You're
Hey, here we
committed to your
go. First
cause.
service game, first point. Alex does find a first serve. Noskova nets.
Do you need to go to the loo or anything?
I will
darling?
do it at the first changeover events.
Okay.
Sorry, folks. I'm
Hello, Rob Jen.
so overcome with Katie's arrival. But Alex has won the first point. She landed the first serve. It wasn't 100 miles an hour. We were just keeping an eye on that. Second point, first serve goes long, 152 kilometres an hour. That's 90 miles an hour or thereabouts. So we're watching out for that speed this first game, but she's won the first point. Second serve, big attempt down the middle, just misses. Double fault, 15 all.
It's hot, right? You're hot.
Uh,
Oh, Mr. Rainier Poe.
right, come on, Alex. Third point, 15 all. Settling into this match.
I can't believe I missed the whole of the rain delay. It's been 5 hours you've been talking to these lovely
First
people.
serve into the net. Third point, 15 all. It's a good deep second serve, but there's an example of Noskova's first strike tennis. A backhand put away cross court for a clean winner, 15-30. And Alex's pace on her serve is a little bit down.
Can you sit that way a little bit so I can type? Thank you, sweetheart.
That's a better first serve. Now the third. Oh, Alex nets. And one of the things I was worried about, we're seeing in this first game, 15-40, 2 break points. That's a better first serve. Good return from Noskova. Now Noskova will go down the line, and she's not missed, and she's found that first break of serve. And that's the type of tennis Alex is facing today. It's the tennis she saw in Indian Wells up close. And I'm afraid that first service game has gone to Noskova. And the first serves that Alex landed were in the 150 kilometers an hour. So unfortunately below that 100 mile an hour target that she was serving earlier in the week. So she needs to lift her first serve speed up, ideally by another 5 to 10 kilometers an hour. Otherwise Noskova is going to take advantage. So Alex now, her job is to see how she can cope with the Noskova serve. Been a long delay.
It has.
But for these two,
It's the middle of the night for these guys.
there will be enough time to play this match. Light will not be an issue today because
It's the rain.
they've got 3 hours daylight left. Noskova now, having made the perfect start, she's serving from this near end. First serve goes long. Let's see what Alex can do off these second serves. She'll be determined. She's got to see if she can bounce right back here, right away. It's a good backhand return. Noskova goes deep to Alex's forehand. Now Noskova tries a drop shot, but that comes up short, and Alex has got the first point in this second game.
12:09
Change her mood on court immediately with a break back.
I'm in a golf club. I can't really get excited, like visibly.
Love 15. Alex does well to get that first serve
Ow.
back. And she's made Noskova play a second shot. Noskova would have expected that first serve to win her the point. It doesn't. That's a good sign from Alex. She's love 30.
Oh, so hot. I'm going to get
I'm
my
glad to see her returns already working. She coped with that first serve. That's a good sign. Love 30. She makes another return. Noskova nets, love 40. Brilliant play, Alex Eala. This is what you've got to do. You've got to get these first serves back. She's doing that. This will help her forget that first service game. These are 3 points now to break back and get back to 1 game all, level in this match. Much better second game.
I'm going to replace your mic. Where's the other mic?
Can't you hear it?
No, where's the other mic?
First serve into the net. Chance here for Alex to immediately break back. She makes the return. Noskova a good forehand, 15-40. Alex committing to move across, ready for a backhand, and Noskova went back behind her into the open space. She saves the first of 3 break points. Alex still has 2 break point chances.
Have this one.
Noskova finds an ace. She saved 2 of these points. This is what you have to do when you're facing break points. Find these big serves. But Alex got one more shot at this. Come on, Alex. Big difference this point would make to the start of this match. Noskova aborts a ball
She's
toss.
playing for time.
Just trying to slow it down. She misses. It slows her down, herself down more than Alex there, and she mistimes that first serve. Well wide. Second serve. This is the chance. These chances are slim. But Alex
She
misses
missed
it. Disappointing for us all.
But we've still got a chance.
As Alex nets that return, Laforte comes back to deuce. That's a good first serve, and Noskova's escaping the game with some good first serves. Can Alex get back into this game? She can. That was a much better return. Oh, how she would have wished for one of those returns at Laforte, but she's got back to deuce. This is good. This is good from Alex, making Noskova work hard on her service games. It will really help her when she comes to serve. Stopping Noskova racing through these games is so important. She misses her first serve at deuce.
This is okay.
Second serve is good. Good deep return. Alex is into this point. Now she goes back down the middle. Noskova pulls it wide on the backhand side, and Alex deservedly gets a 4th break point chance.
Okay, a little prayer now for everybody, please, around the world. Okay, we're ready.
Will Katie's presence make a difference on this 4th break point?
Not me.
It goes long. That was another
Back to
first serve. This
deuce.
is what the top players do. They find their best serves when they need to. And she saves it again with a first serve right on the edge of the line, deep into the service box. Deuce. That was close. It's not an ace, so it's a second serve. Some relief for Alex. She goes cross court with a return and she wins that point.
Come on now, 2 advantage
This
points.
time lucky. Further evidence. This is what Noskova likes to do. She goes for the first strike. Coaches would ask her maybe to build the point sometimes. She doesn't like to. She likes to go for the winner. This can work to Alex's advantage if she can get depth on her return. Can she do it this time? 5th time of asking. She gets a return and now she gets a look at the pass. She makes Noskova volley. She'll get a chance at the forehand to win the point. And she does. Well done. Alex Eala, massive game in the context of this opening set. A massive game to get back into this first set. So important. She keeps her side of the scoreboard ticking over.
This is incredible. Look, are
One game all.
Do they change ends now, darling? No. You need to go and have a comfort break.
I will do after this game.
Good. I'm just worried about you. You've been there for 5 hours without me.
You keep telling me.
And you're-
Why don't you forget about the past and concentrate on the present?
Okay, gosh, you sound like a coach.
Alex now. Come on, Alex. Let's hold this service game. Second service game. She hasn't won her first service game, but she has broken the Noskova serve. So, all things being equal, it's a perfectly good start. Now she can take the lead. Good second serve. Now Noskova goes back down the middle. Alex goes back down the middle. Alex goes to the backhand side. It's a good play. Deep to the middle of the court.
Too
And
good.
then Noskova gets her forehand into play and hits a cross-court winner.
Did Sabalenka win?
No, she didn't. A reminder that Alex has to target the backhand side as much as possible anything vaguely short of the baseline, Noskova is going to attack on her forehand. 15. First serve into the net, 144 kilometers an hour. She's not using her full power yet on this first serve. Second serve is to the backhand. Noskova returns. Alex goes down the line, perfectly placed, well played, just caught enough of the sideline. I was worried for a minute, and that's why, because it was more out than in, but it was enough in, and that's all that matters. 15 all.
Oh, warm shandy.
Right on the edge of the line. Forehand down the line. 15 all. That's a better first serve. That's the first time Alex has gone at 100 miles an hour, but she misses the forehand.
Only just, she was so close.
The good news of that point was the service speed. It was her best serve of the match. The bad news was that she missed by an inch, and she actually didn't need to go that close to the line because Noskova had gone the wrong way.
You okay?
I'm starting to cramp up.
Are you? Bless you. Come on.
No, I'm not going at 15:30. First serve is good. Now she'll get a short forehand. She puts pressure on Noskova's backhand. Now she'll go down the middle. And she's gone long. Oh, it's frustrating.
But she likes being,
Get the score right.
behind. She does. Well, not she likes being behind.
Serve-
She likes to
the annoying
fight.
feature of this game is Alex has served a bit better, and she's actually had short balls to attack on her forehand, but she's just missed on both the last 2 points. So instead of 40-15, she's 15-40. You're needing to play best tennis, remember, to win these kind of matches. It's so hard. It's so hard. And I'm going to leave you with Katie, as unfortunately, Noskova wins that third game. But the good news is Alex served a little bit better that game.
Honey, get some cake or something for yourself on the way back.
I had a good lunch.
Did you? Okay, good. Or a drink or something. Bless him. He's been here or you've been with him, guys. I think he came on at noon because I was playing croquet at like past. So he had to come on because he doesn't know which buttons to press. And so he's been here for 5 hours, and I think trying to commentate on Sabalenka without the scoreboard. But I know you guys know what he's been doing because you've been here and I haven't. So need some Johnny Walker Blue in that glass. I've got a warm shandy that I bought Dan for about 3 hours ago. But yeah, so what do we think, guys? How are we feeling about this? I think maybe we're just settling in. It's only like the fourth game. So I remember in the chat that in the vlog which I read to you, which Dan wrote, I remember he said he didn't want it to run away with it. He wanted Alex not to run away with it. He needed at least 2 all at the beginning, like after 4 games. So let's pray that Alex, she's going to break serve now. Okay. Oh, you've got me commentating. This should be funny. Right. Well, Noskova is at the service at baseline, and she is about to serve. Oh, she's walking backwards. I think she's probably waiting for a Eala, and she's got I think not the coolest dress on, not the one that Sabalenka wears, not the Nike one. Oh, I'd love a lemonade, please. Cold one. Yes, thank you so much, Ed. Thank you. Oh, my croquet friends are. Oh, what happened there? Sorry. Okay, Noskova got the first point. 15. Yes. Okay, I'm working the scoreboard now as well. Gosh, poor you. Okay, so she's serving again. The serve is good, and Alex goes wide, but she was amazing to have got it, really. So that means she's at 30. Yeah, good. Yeah, my croquet friend just offered to get me a cold drink. That was nice, because this warm shandy is not drinkable. Right, come on now. Come on now. But why did it say break point in there? It shouldn't say break point. I'll try and get rid of that. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, she served, and Alex is now in the rally. Oh dear, but not for very long, because they were both playing well, but then Noskova came forward, and then she got the angle, and it was perfect. So that's now 40. Okay, yeah, we need to pray. I need to pray Dan gets back soon because I'm rubbish at the scoreboard or commentating. Although he does need a little stretch. Okay, I think that serve was wrong in some way. Long, I think. We need Alex to have some luck here. Okay. Ooh, was it long? Was it long? It was long. She got 15. Oh, thank you so much, Sally. My lovely croquet friend just bought me a cold drink.
Ding dong.
Ding dong, she says. She knows the stories. She knows that we drove her. Oh, Noskova is serving again. I've got the score all right. He's back, and that was an ace. Oh dear. That must be game. Yeah, we drove her for a couple of hours from home to the croquet, and we told them the story, and that's why she gave us a lemonade and said "ding dong."
Was it okay?
Yeah, well, no, I mean I'm terrible at this, but it's okay. You're back. That's the thing. It's okay.
Okay, Alex desperately trying to hold a service game. 1-3 behind. First serve landed. Now she goes cross court to the Noskova forehand twice,
Oh, that was nice.
pulling Noskova further wide, and she wins the first point.
You see, Dan coming back, and it helps her.
The previous service game, she did have a first serve at 162 kilometers an hour. She had one first serve over 100 miles an hour. She was serving a little bit better. She didn't actually follow up with the forehand she would have liked, but it was a better service game than the first one. But she's going to have to find that service speed. And there's another example. It went long, but it was over 100 miles an hour. So she's starting. I don't know whether she's got a bit of tightness in her shoulder.
Right, can you still hear him? I've swapped his mic.
Okay, this is the longest rally of the match. Both players at the back of the court. Alex going cross court on the backhand side and just catches the top of the net after quite a long baseline exchange.
I thought 5 hours you might need a new microphone.
Oh, okay.
I think the battery usually runs out of it on this time. Okay.
Yeah, any of the older members watching, sometimes things ease up. If there's any stiffness there, any issue, shoulder might loosen up a little bit after a few games. And that's further evidence there. A good first serve. Noskova mishits her return, 30-15. 95 miles an hour or thereabouts. That's so for me, I'm just looking for little signs here on Alex's serve.
Okay, right, I'm ready now.
Starting to become a little looser.
Okay, so she's just got one into the net. This is her second serve. Let's give a little prayer for Alex. Okay.
Down the middle, Noskova, big return. And again, that was too open. It was in her hitting zone.
30 all.
And,
I feel like having some ding dongs already.
what we're looking for, Alex, is try and find this first serve down the middle of the service box, down the tee, just like that.
Exactly like that.
And it wins her the point.
Laban. That's exactly what Dan says. Do it. It's like he's got a headpiece in.
That's the key serve. That's the critical serve. 160 kilometers, right on 100 miles an hour. That's the serve that is doing so much damage for Alex. This is a serve we need to see working. And there, for the first time, she pulled it off and won that point. Now it's a chance for a very important game, a very important service hold. But she's missed her first serve, so it's a second serve. She can win this point. She defends off a second serve. Noskova on the forehand side. Now tries a drop shot. Alex can get to the drop
Yes.
shot. Noskova goes cross court.
Yes.
Alex does. What a great volley.
Did you see that? That was fabulous.
That was a great volley, a great point to close out that game. And for the first time in the match,
2-3.
Alex holds her serve and trails just by the one game. 3-2. She's one break of serve behind. But the good news is, and I'm saying it as I see it, her serve is improving. It started off a bit slower than she would have liked, as if she does have some kind of tightness in her shoulder, but it's loosened up a bit, and her service speed is now up to above 100 miles an hour on occasion, now close to or around 160 kilometres an hour if you're looking at the board in the corner of
Look
the
at her
court.
face. She's such a sweet child. Gosh. The face, and then you think, how did she become this Catipunera? But she is on fire. She has beaten, and this is what's going on in the chat. She has beaten the number 2 in the whole world. I'm sorry, I've got to keep it down a little bit today because I'm in this kind of smart golf club, and they don't want to hear it. But
They were all shouting and cheering about your croquet.
were they?
I could hear them from here.
I won 1 game. That was good.
I thought you'd won your 5th game when you messaged.
Yeah, I did.
You said,
Ask me
what
the
was
score.
that? Yeah, asked
yeah,
the
yeah.
score. I thought you won your 3rd game as well.
No, I did.
How many games you won today, Katie?
2.
2. Well done. Your maths is working then.
Yeah, yeah. Where are we? We are near Stonehenge, near Salisbury. And yeah, sorry, I have to keep it down a bit because we could be thrown out because we're in a golf club and it's not our golf club. It's where I've come to play croquet. Right, okay.
So Noskova's turn to serve. She's the 1 break ahead, 3-2, but it's a much better start in terms of score than Indian Wells.
And she's not looking very happy. I've got to say, Noskova is looking a little bit like a petulant child. She is.
Yeah,
That's
she's
what her
not-
face.
Yeah, so she's confident in her tennis.
Well, it's sort of, yeah, but it's, hang on a minute. How come I haven't got all the games yet? That sort of face on.
She started this game well. Good first serve. Did she miss that forehand? No, just caught the line. So 2 very impressive first serves. The first was an ace. The second was very difficult. Alex did well to get it back, but it was too short, and Noskova put it away with that trademark forehand. Just caught the edge of the line. 30 love. She's found her first serves this game. That's the 3rd one in a row, and that means trouble for Alex. Serving at 177 kilometres an hour.
What's that in miles?
That is close to 110 miles an hour. In fact, it's probably dead on 110.5 miles an hour. So, not much chance this game for Alex. And
Was that an ace? Another
Another
ace.
ace,
Another ace.
that's what happens when you serve 4 first serves in a row of that quality. It
Guys.
puts the pressure straight back on Alex. She now has to serve and do it all over again. It feels
Come on. Let's
30
all get
seconds
behind
since she
her.
was serving before.
Come on, Laban, Alex. Isapa. That's what she said to herself. Isapa. Isapa. Good serve.
Good first serve, good return though. Noskova on the backhand side. Alex slices. I'd
into
like
the
to see Alex work her shots a bit more on the Noskova backhand. She's playing too many forehands for me at the moment. Alex, I think, is just feeling a bit more pressure because she's probably just feeling her way in this match. There's obviously something that's.
Did she just serve an ace?
She did.
She just served an ace. Our screen froze a little.
Yeah, sorry, that it just froze. That was a great ace.
Isapa.
Yeah.
One more. That's what she says to herself. I heard her tell me in an interview. Well,
She looks
I say
quite
tell me,
thoughtful.
you know.
For me at the moment, she looks quite thoughtful. Third point underway. Good
think she's
depth from
fighting.
Alex.
She's
Good
fighting.
depth. Cross court to Noskova's backhand. That's a better play. But Noskova lands her shot right on the baseline and gets the 3rd point. And it's always difficult when the ball hits the lines on any surface, but grass can be tricky. It can bounce awkwardly. Bad bounces are much more common on a grass court. 15:30. Alex with work to do.
Oh, Maria, the doctor's in. Good to see you, Marie.
That's a good first serve. Now a short forehand. And please hit the.
Please,
She's
did it?
missed the
Did it?
baseline again.
She had an
That's
open
the
court.
There's a 3rd forehand from a short ball. Alex would normally have put those 3 forehands away for winners, and instead 3 errors.
Do you think it's quite muggy there? She looks quite hot, bothered.
Yeah, I think she's just got a niggle. This time she opts for a slower first serve and puts it in the net. This is trouble for Alex. Second serve. Noskova catches the top of the net. And Alex goes long. And it is trouble for Alex, I'm afraid. Noskova gets another break of serve.
Oh, she's saying
And
something.
She's yeah, it's a tennis body language. I'm just reading Alex's body language, and I'm no guaranteeing what I'm saying. I just feel there's a little bit of it's sort of tennis stress. It's sort of, she's come on court today, and it's as if she knows that she's carrying a niggle and that she's wary of it, and she's just a bit reluctant to go fully.
Gosh, that ball toss
You know,
is very high.
if it was in a car engine on full cylinders, Alex seems like she's just holding back a little bit, and that's difficult to manage against a really good opponent. So I'm sure we won't necessarily hear from Alex or her team, because she's a true professional. But this first set has been there's been moments of what we've seen from Alex the rest of the week, and then there's been a lot of kind of almost as if she's being a bit cautious, a bit careful. Basically, she needs to go for it and needs to swing freely. And of course, that freedom comes from a racket arm. And at the moment, it's not totally free in its deliveries. Good first serve. Noskova serving really well, and it's going to make it very difficult. That's 5 first serves in a row now, and it's making her service games fly by.
Oh, I'm not enjoying this.
That's a better return from Alex. Follows up with a cross-court forehand. Oh, Noskova blitzed a backhand. It wasn't a bad shot from Alex, but Noskova just now, with the freedom of a lead, a good lead in this first set, just going for it there, and she just went for that line, and she pulled off an impressive backhand, 30 love.
Poor old Alex. She needs a rest.
And that's another ace.
Another ace. She's just being battered.
Oh.
Bless her. We just need to, I think, as Dr. Marie says, we just need to pray for an injury-free game. Oh, there you are.
Noskova missing a first serve. I said what was seeming hours ago, Noskova is going to be a real threat on grass in her career. She is a potential champion on grass. She's that good. For me, on grass, this is really her surface. And she is the toughest opponent Alex could face and has faced this week on form. And she's showing us why. 40-15, 2 set points here now to take this opening set. That's good return from Alex.
Yeah.
Saving one of those set points with a cross-court backhand return.
And remember that whilst Alex is tired from all these previous games, Noskova isn't. Noskova hasn't. She's had a bit of a rest.
Well, she hasn't played the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
So she is a fresher player based on just the previous 2 weeks. She didn't play in London, and she didn't play the second week of the French Open. And Noskova does win that last point with a drive volley. She's hitting the line. She's making good first serves. She's putting a lot of high-quality tennis Alex's way. And Alex, bless her, was unable to really compete consistently in that first set.
But she is fighting. She is doing her very best. And you know what we are here at Chalk Dust. You know, all of us together, our whole community. You know, we're good supporters of her. And hello, Fiona. You're coming in from Ireland. Good to see you. Everyone else, it's past midnight
But
Alex,
we're lucky here, aren't we? We're
yeah, Alex 57% on first serve, and that's the issue. It is the shoulder. We have to just recognise that Alex has played so much tennis in the last 3 weeks. She's been so successful that her body is possibly not able to be at full speed today. And I'm seeing also an opponent that's serving at 70% first serves and hitting 16 winners and only 7 unforced errors, a ratio of +9. So hard to live with whoever you are without any kind of niggly injury or basically the wear and tear of serving. For 10 matches in the last 2.5 weeks, Alex has been serving and winning 9 of those 10 matches. So it's a lot of tennis.
guys, I'm just going to do what I always do, because Dan's been sitting here for 5 hours without me, bless him, and it's really tough what he's been doing. So if you're sitting in the shadows wondering if you might just pop a little subscription on there and a little bell so that we can notify you when we're doing fresh videos all about Alex and oh yeah, it's ding dong time. So if we would absolutely love it. We really get excited by our hugely increasing subscription numbers, and we're thrilled. And we can just about see 10,000. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Anyway, pop us up if you can.
Okay, let's see how Alex fights back in this second set. She's serving first of the game. First serve goes long. Somehow, she needs to try and slow L.Noskova down. She's defending for all she's worth at the back of the court. Now a drop shot, but Alex is there.
Yes. Oh, bless
But despite getting the drop shot, going down the line, Noskova was there to cut out with an impressive backhand volley.
Yes, you're right. She's a Katipunera. Let's just keep the faith. Keep the faith. She has this is a whole fresh set for her that she is in the first game of. So let's believe.
Good first serve, wins her the point.
Come on.
Really well placed, swinging out wide. Noskova couldn't get her racket to redirect that even anywhere near the singles court. It was wide of the doubles line. 15 all. More of the same, Alex. Another
good serve, wasn't it?
A let. Must be a let. 100-mile-an-hour first serve, but it's caught at the top of the net. Another first serve. She'll have to go again. And she stayed balanced through this service action and put that ball down the middle of the tee.
She's tired.
Ball toss in the right place. There's the serve.
Ace.
And there's the middle. There's the tee. I've said it twice now. All very balanced through that service action and the perfect first serve. 162 kilometres an hour.
This is
taking her time, which is sensible. Can she do it again? 3 in a row. First serve doesn't quite clear the net. Bit more speed again though. 167 kilometres an hour. Good sign. Come on, Alex. Let's sustain this. Second serve is good. Noskova goes for the big return. Alex gets it back. Noskova back to Alex's forehand. Alex down the line. Noskova goes deep to Alex's backhand. Now to Alex's forehand. Noskova goes wide. Good evidence of a point where Alex hung in there. She stayed in the point, and finally
40-15, everyone.
Noskova made the mistake.
More aces.
What a big point. What a big game this would be. This would give Alex the lead in a set.
Are you all crunching on your ding-dongs? Because they're lucky, remember?
This position in this game has been earned because Alex has found some good serves. Long may it continue. 40-15.
Yes.
Just missing the line. Trying to get good deep serves in. Just missing. Second serve. He goes for a big second serve. Can't be criticised when you go for a big deep second serve.
Only because she's trying so hard. Okay, I'm crunching on my ding dongs for good luck. And you like those ones, the boy bawang.
40-30. Second chance for Alex to get this first game on the board. That's a better first serve. Good return from Noskova. Alex in the point though. She goes cross court.
Oh,
Just
can you
wide.
believe it?
Just
Oh,
missing. And she's
have
missed a
faith.
few.
I mean, she's very well composed, isn't she? She's so graceful, but it's frustrating for the best of us.
Juice, back to Juice. Their same attempt on that down the middle first serve, but just lost her balance, and that's why she finished that serve. She was 2 yards into the court. Second serve is into court. Noskova goes down the middle. Alex is in this point, and she wins this point. Well done, Alex.
I've got a question for you that somebody I just messaged him in here and he's coming. I said, come into the room and ask Dan live. And he has. So I'll ask Dan at the change of end.
Another game point for Alex. Better first serve. Noskova net. Alex is pleased with that. She's won the first game. She's rightfully pleased. This gives her a foothold into this second set.
Oh, right. The question was about ranking points, darling. I know this comes up a lot. My question was, how much points do you get for beating a higher ranked player, okay, or a lower ranked player? It doesn't matter whether the person is a higher ranked or lower ranked. What matters is which round you're in of which tournament. So a tournament might be a WTA 125, 250, 500, or 1,000, or a Grand Slam of 2,000. And then for each round that you get to, you get more points, and therefore when you lose at some point, whenever you lose, or if you win the final, you receive the number of points. It's not about how good the player is. It's about your relative positions. Did I answer that okay?
Yeah, basically you get more points for each round. Each round you reach, the further you go, the more points you get, and
it depends on what
the bigger the event, the more
is.
points there are for each round. And at the end of the match, or on one of our previous rankings vlogs on our website, you can find out that information.
Mr. Rainier is saying this is the first time that she's leading. Absolutely. And let's pray that stays a little longer.
Yeah, she did well to get that first serve back, but it's a short ball and Noskova's not missing any forehands at the moment. She's going to have to take advantage of this type of situation, which is now a second serve look. A look at a second serve. Noskova serves it. Alex's backhand goes cross court. It's a good shot. Now she'll get a chance to go into the open court.
Out.
She doesn't need to. Noskova can't manage to get that return back into court.
I'm so sorry, I can't.
Alex there
out
reading a first serve well there and getting an acute angle on her backhand, which put Noskova way out of court. That was an excellent point.
Can you just move your elbow so I can type? Thank you.
But yet again, Noskova finding a first serve. Remember, she's serving at that very important marker, which is 70%. That's where she is at the moment. It makes it very difficult for Alex to get enough points in a row on her opponent's serve. 40-15.
Come on, Alex. Oh. Oh, one into the net.
And Noskova does hold serve, and we're at one game all.
And I know Mr. Rainier always likes to know how long the match has been going on. And, well, it's not a huge length of time, is it? Careful of the cable, darling. Careful of that cable. You got it. It's not a huge amount of time. We'll have to work that out. Sure, I know Dan's been here sitting talking to you for 5.5 hours. I'm not sure how long.
Alex turned to serve, one game all. Looking to have a run of games where she holds serve and takes this second set a lot closer. Put some pressure on Noskova. Good first serve. Now she goes down the line. Noskova on the run. Now she'll get a short forehand. She goes back cross court, but she's missing too many forehands today. That's another forehand that's gone wide. And such is the journey of a professional. The highs and the lows. Some days everything just seems to miss rather than hit the lines. So far, Alex has a lot of shots where she has been making these shots. Today, they're just missing. Noskova playing another good point. She found a forehand and then she hits a cross-court forehand winner. The pattern of play that Noskova plays, I could almost have a tape recording, which either says good first serve, forehand, put away into the open court. I could say good return, followed up by a forehand winner. It's kind of the same type of point. Alex has to take control of these points. That's better.
Yes. 39 minutes, Mr. Rainiepo. Thank you very much to Joe and Bulencia telling us that. Okay, 30-15. It could be a lot worse.
Good deep returns. Noskova is playing as well as she did, if not better than Indian Wells. She played unbelievable match then, and she's doing the same today. I did expect Linda Noskova to play well, I must admit, but she's playing better than even well. That's a good first serve. Well done,
Well
Alex.
done, Alex. That's our girl.
She saves the first break point.
How
She's got one
tiring
more
for
to
her
save.
that she has to, she has to keep it. She has to keep it up. We can sit here and be a bit for a few minutes, and before we wind it up again. But she has to be on it, doesn't she? Bless her. Oh, that was quite wide.
Yeah, just missing 168 Ks. Second serve. What can she do? Oh, she goes for it. She has to go for it, and she's missed, I'm afraid. And Noskova has broken serve, and she's leading 2-1. I think...
Yeah, this is tough. Do you remember, though? Let's just have a little think about the whole week. Because when we were right at the beginning in round 1, and there she was, and she was playing Vekic, and we were a bit upset, weren't we? Do you remember the little short that we did when Dan was upset? Oh, our friend has just won. Did you win, darling? Yes. Oh, come and tell them. Come and tell them. They want to know. This is Fiona. She's just won the whole croquet. Look, show them what you've won.
Hey!
Yay!
Oh, where is
there
it?
you are. There it is.
Bottle of
She's
champagne.
won.
Kind of.
Coach, you won't be surprised to know that Coach Dan said to me about yesterday morning, Fiona should win this tournament.
He did. He did.
He did. He did.
And I said that to
Statistics.
at 9:30 this morning to the lady, Rich's wife, is it?
Up. Photo. Yes,
We watched your first.
We're in a change of
hoop,
ends.
and I
We're
said,
okay.
Fiona's,
And if you
my
want to come and
favourite.
say hello, Sally, Sally was the lovely lady who brought me a
Where is
lemonade.
Pendle?
Pendle's up. Another
Lancashire way.
croquet
What's-
player.
what's
Good luck.
the,
For any one of you who... Are you okay with getting a lift back with Trish?
You're definitely staying for quite a while, are you? Yeah. Okay.
About an hour, I would think.
Yeah, okay.
If you want to stay here, we will take you
We're
home.
not going to warm into
She
that.
should won't go through warnings to stay with my son.
Oh,
So I'm going to swap it all around. Don't worry. Yeah.
See you guys. Thanks.
Sorry.
If you go back, if you were going straight back to Bodmin, oh, sorry.
we'll go whichever way you like, Sally. Doesn't matter. If you want to stay for now, we'll go whichever way you like.
All right.
Okay.
You had your cards in your bag. In your mallet bag.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Safe trip.
Bye-bye.
God bless.
Well done. Okay, first point, Noskova, not for the first time, finds a winning forehand. This time it was on the volley. And she's relentless with her first serves. It's first serve after first serve.
Oh, everyone's saying well done to Fiona.
170 kilometres plus relentless first serving. And this is a very confident player that Alex is facing. She needed to be 100%, and for me, she's clearly not 100%, and that's not her fault.
No,
And
it isn't. No,
there's
it isn't.
nothing they can do. And this is an example of Linda Noskova showing absolutely no mercy whatsoever. She's just interested in winning each and every point as quickly as possible, and she's basically not missing.
One of our members, honoured members of the Chalk Dust membership crowd, is asking, is there a retirement? Is that a possibility? I don't think that Alex would do that. What do you think, Coach Dan?
Yeah, I don't think she wants to retire. I
I think it's in her nature,
it's,
in her.
it's used a lot. A lot of players on tour retire a lot, but I just
Rybakina
don't.
does it all the
Alex
time.
is not that type of player. I think if she was unable to play, she just wouldn't play, and she
They
would.
never retire when they're winning, do they? And it's almost an ethical thing, I think. She's not that type of person. Yeah, it's effortless, Michael. It is. It's sort of difficult to watch.
Alex takes the first point on this fifth game of the second set, and should be keen to just show her some of her best tennis just for a bit longer in this match. Alex will take inspiration from playing some really good shots. She kind of works her way back into matches by playing some really good shots. Nothing wrong with that point. 30 love.
Oh, bless her. I mean, she's still got it in her, hasn't she? And then she's getting a lot of applause from the congregation.
That went the lob. It was too short, and Alex smashes it away for an easy put away. 30 love. Okay, let's see if she can build some momentum here. Let's build some positivity.
Yeah, 30 love.
In
You
a
can't
game.
say fairer than that. Into the net. 40 love.
Noskova going for a big return on Alex's
Is
second
it prayer
serve.
time? I think it might be.
40 love. Chance to get back to just one game behind. Pattern of this set has been similar to the first set. Noskova led 3-2 in the first set. That's a good first serve. Alex comes forward. Catches the net with a backhand moving
Alex.
forwards.
You can do this. You can do this. We support you, win or lose. And this is what I'm reading in the chat. You know what? You guys are just the most positive, sweet, thoughtful, kind. The best support she can possibly have. It will help her throughout her career to have this type of support.
40-15. First serve
Nice serve.
catches the net.
Oh, did it? Oh. No fair weather supporters here. No, no, no. We're in for the long haul. That one went into the net, so we've got second serve.
Second serve. It's good deep second serve, and it wins her the game. She's closed the gap to just one game. She is 6-2, 3-2 behind in the semi-final.
Can you smell it? This set? Am I allowed to still have some? Oh, she wants to talk to the umpire. Maybe she just needs a little comfort break.
No, she might be asking for the trainer.
Okay.
She's looking at her elbow, and she's called for the trainer. So our suspicions before the match started, maybe there's something that's not so much precautionary. Maybe there is some pain there, and
She's having a bit of banana.
That won't surprise any of us that have been following Alex's journey closely
For all these months, well, or years. You guys have been here longer than us. We've just been, I think we're almost at our 4th month birthday of not missing a single day of Alex. Not just the on-court, but also the off-court, the rankings, the seedings for Wimbledon, all the excitement, the draws that we love to tell you all about. It's very exciting, and she is just doing so well. Much better than we could possibly have dreamt of, isn't she? I mean, we really couldn't have dreamt that she could get this far in Berlin. We did not expect this. No, we did not. And next week, how long before Wimbledon? Well, Wimbledon starts. Here we are on Saturday. It starts a week on Monday. We've got Bad Homburg next week, where we know she's playing singles and she's playing doubles with Venus Williams. And then the week after that, we get ourselves down there. We hot-foot it to Wimbledon, and we will be literally there because it's my hometown, and my mum lives on the same road as the tennis, and where I grew up. And so we're going to do loads of footage for you from there. Take you around.
The trainer's not come out, so Alex can't have called for it immediately.
She's not a panic pants, is she?
Noskova serving 3-2 ahead with just the one break of serve. And that, not a bad return from Alex, but Noskova manages to redirect her second shot into the corner, and that is good enough to win the first point. Really difficult to find any weakness in Noskova's game today. She's really been almost perfect.
Well, not that one. That serve was wide.
There was a slight chance at the
Such
beginning
a
of
word
the
as comeback.
first
Thank you,
set.
Bo Bottom-Mezia.
But
Comeback.
since that second game in the first set, she's really put on a show of excellent first strike tennis. But Alex is still in this match, hanging in there. 15-all after that double fault from Noskova.
What was that?
Looked like it might have been long, but Noskova's going to get the point because Alex didn't get the call.
Oh dear.
And her return goes long, 30-15. This point's better. Alex will come forward and she'll win the point.
Yes!
30-all. First time Alex has been close enough to Noskova for a while on serve. She's got a chance here, 30-all.
They're calling for a third set.
We want a couple of second serves. If we could please do that for us, Linda Noskova.
It's 3-2, 30-all. That is not a bad score.
Instead, we get an ace. Oh, this is what Alex was doing earlier in the week. She was serving her way out of trouble whenever it got close on her serve. She was finding first serves, and Noskova's first serve is deadly. Another ace.
Oh, okay. Nathaniel is saying, I fully disagree that Noskova is playing perfect. The reason why Noskova looks perfect because Alex is not playing her best. I am fully convinced she is injured. Yeah, I think there's some truth in that, Nathaniel.
Second serve now. And that goes long. We're back to deuce. Good length from Alex Eala there.
She's fighting. She's hurting, I think. And she's fighting through that pain, which is horrible to watch as her auntie, as her tita.
So this is possibly the last opportunity Alex has got to get back level in this match. If she can get back on level terms this game, then we've got half a chance. Noskova. Oh, up goes the lob.
Was that out? Yes.
Alex
Come
gets
on,
another
Alex.
lob up.
Come on.
It's in. Good shot, Alex Eala. Now she's going back cross court with a forehand. Noskova defending. Alex goes, and it's gone wide. Alex has forced another chance to get back level.
Shouting in a golf club.
Sorry.
This is great. This is really good, and the crowd are loving it. She is fighting.
She's like a tiger, and bless her, we just want to help her with her wounds. Come on, Alex. Laban Isaba.
So Noskova taking her time. Misses her first serve. Alex will get a look at this second serve on this big point, break point chance.
I've forgotten the phrase for "we believe in you."
It's a double fault, and Alex goes back to 3 games all. She's broken back.
Come on, everybody.
That's a big, big turning point potentially for Alex in this match.
Oh, look, and poor old Bosch. He doesn't look particularly happy, but anyway. She is representing the Philippines yet again in the way she does that.
Vital 7th game, 3 games all. Can Alex force her way back into this match here? First point of this 7th game.
They're rallying.
And
Yeah.
Noskova goes long and Alex takes the first point.
Come on.
Alex with a bit of momentum here in this second set.
Are we going to dare to dream? She does let us. She does encourage us, doesn't she? Ace?
Just long.
Oh, I'm not very good at calling these. Don't believe me when you hear me. A wounded tiger fights more fiercely. That's a lovely phrase.
That's a good redirected forehand. Alex comes across now on the back and goes down the line for a winner.
Yes. Can you see this? 30 love.
Here comes Alex Eala. She's suddenly got a taste for this match. She's suddenly playing better tennis. That break of serve has really done her a wonder, some real good.
Yeah.
And she's now finding her range on her ground strokes.
Can we see this? Yeah. Mr. Rainier Poe. Oh.
Mixing
Yes.
up the speeds of serve.
Come on.
Noskova nets again, 40 love. This is a turning moment. This is the moments in the match that for the first time Alex Eala is turning this match towards her. 40 love.
One into the net. That's okay. She can keep it calm because she's got such great mentality. Second serve.
Second serve is good, but that's a good return from Noskova, but it's okay.
It's
only
40-15.
1 point.
She's got
40-15.
She has got a few points left. Marvin's telling us for other sports references. Come on now, Alex. Come on, Laban. 40-15. Okay, one into the net because she's trying so hard. That's why this is.
Second serve now from Alex. Needing to close this game out. This will give her a 4-3 lead. Second serve's good. Noskova goes back down the middle. Alex goes cross court. Noskova goes back to the middle. Alex wrong foot set.
Yes!
And she wins the 7th game.
4-3. Dan always talks about the vital 7th. The vital 7th. He never stops banging on about the vital 7th. That was the vital 7th. I've got 2 things to tell you about that.
Trainer
One
is
thing,
on, Katie.
it was vital for Alex. But the other thing is she got it, but it was also vital for Noskova. And there you go. Noskova didn't get it. And the trainer is on. Somebody's got like maybe some ice. She's having a bit of a gel pack.
So Alex was 3-1 down in this second set. For the first time in this match, she's had a run of 3 consecutive games in her favour. She's turned this second set right round, and now she's in the ascendancy. And it's come about because she's playing a level of tennis which we've seen earlier in the week, point after point after point, building momentum. And this is turning the match back in her favour. The tennis scoring system means that if Alex wins this second set, and she's 2 games from doing that, then she becomes favourite going into the third set with all the momentum. The scoring system allows you to turn the match round, but you do need a run of games, and Alex is well on the way to achieving that. She's won the last 3 games. She needs to just win the next 2 if she possibly can.
I need to give a shout out to Jenny Chen. Jenny Chen is Rob Jen Chen's wife. And so we just wanted to say hello. Have you been here before with Rob? Are you sitting on the sofa together, shouting at the telly, screaming, singing? Are you? I don't know. But if you are, fantastic. If you're new here, welcome. Come in, sit by the fire, or underneath the air conditioning, whichever you fancy. Alex, bless her, she really is, isn't she? She's brought it back. And I'm really just praying that she's, as we always go back to, don't we, injury free. But there she is. She's running to the baseline, ready for her next game. And are we ready? Are we ready?
So let's see how Noskova copes with being behind in the score. 3-4. She's now serving.
Oh, Jenny's together with Rob on the couch. That's nice. Oh, out. I think that was out.
Will she be able to make first serves when the pressure's on? First serve misses wide. Second serve.
Yes.
It's a good second serve.
Ooh,
Alex makes a great return.
That was
a fantastic return.
Fantastic. Well done, girl. I think we need a little prayer for her elbow, prayer for her injury, or whatever it is.
She did well, stretching to her left, forehand right into the corner, catches the line, takes the first point.
Oh, so close.
Noskova lands a good first serve, 15 all.
Good, but Alex almost got it back. Good lordy. This is great tennis. Well, it is for me.
Much more competitive now.
Yeah. Coming on, isn't it? Net. Ace. I swear it hit the net. Bless her, Lord. Absolutely right.
Noskova's 8th ace in the match so far. Has had 2 aces herself. But this 4th point is up for grabs. Missed first serve, now a second serve. Alex will move forward, looking to get on top in this point. She makes a return. Noskova goes down the line.
Oh, yes. Go, Alex.
Alex
Go.
now come forward and go cross.
Yes.
Alex goes cross court.
Go on.
Oh,
Drop
good
shot.
volley from Noskova. Drop shot volley. Wins at that point, and she's 40-15. And,
she is fighting. She's
Noskova
fighting.
responding here. Alex tried to get the ball across past her at the net. Noskova cut it out with a
I think with it being
good
her
forehand volley.
shoulders that's the problem. Her legs aren't the problem, are they? She is running around like a crazy thing.
And Noskova closes out the game. We're at 4 games all.
Okay, but we take that at the beginning of the set. If we'd said, is it going to be 4 all? I think we might all not have quite had enough faith to say that. And so, what do you think? 4 alls, not a bad score.
It's a good score if
Given the circumstances.
Alex keeps doing what she's been doing.
Oh, interesting point. Now, Marianne Angelico is saying Noskova must be tired. Well, that would be a nice turnaround, wouldn't it?
Every game now for the rest of this second set is a big game. Alex, 4 all, serving.
That one went into the net.
Second serve. He's good. Noskova goes back down the middle. Alex gets that back. Noskova will have to come forward. Alex tries for the down the line passing shot, and it
She is working so
catches
hard.
the bot. Well, it was a low bouncing approach, and it made it difficult for Alex to get that ball back up over the net.
Yes, she is. She's tired from playing so often, I think.
Taping on her arm suggests that it's it's the vibrations going down the length of the arm, starting in the shoulder, down through to her elbow, and that repeated service action is obviously causing her potentially inflammation around the top of the elbow.
You had that, didn't you, when you were playing? Yeah. Oh, close.
Yeah, you had that, and you had acupuncture for it, didn't you? You really
Yes.
swore by that.
Talked a little bit about acupuncture, but I think I can't remember whether it was earlier today or yesterday.
It's
But
been a long day.
Alex needs some first serves now. She can find it. Taking her time, trying to find some good balanced first serves.
Oh, Michael, don't ask me about my predicting. I'm just the optimist. Dan's the realist and the coach analyst.
Second serve is in court, but there's a L.Noskova forehand, and this game has gone away from Alex. It's just her arm is just not in 100%, I'm afraid, and we all recognise that. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. It is impacting her. I doubt Alex will tell us anything herself. She's too professional for that.
Yeah,
But
she'll never blame something else.
It's minimising her threat.
Oh, ace? No? Oh,
Don't think the computer agrees with. Well, Alex doesn't agree with the automated
Yeah.
call there.
come on. Let's have some ding dongs because it might help.
So second serve, love 40. Oh no, it was Alex. Bizarre. That was first serve was a let, and so she's now on her second serve.
Okay.
Having had 2 goes at her first serve. Second serve now is good. L.Noskova though with a forehand, and Alex can't get that, and it's L.Noskova who will come out and serve for the match. And despite that really brave run of 3 games,
Yeah.
Alex is suffering here, I'm afraid. Her arm is an issue, and it's going to be very interesting what Alex does over the next 24, 48 hours, because she does need some time to recover.
She does, bless her. And you guys are just such one of the things I love about the Chalk Dust community is how incredibly supportive you are, and how I don't hear any of this, oh, you know, we've built her up and now we're going to put her down sort of stuff. She is working so hard. She's only 21. She's only just been 21 weeks ago. If you know, probably about 3 weeks ago or something. And you guys are just fantastic at praying for her, helping her, encouraging her, just putting it up to her, just helping. And that is incredible. And that's the type of support she needs. She just needs people, not just to support her when she's winning, to scream when she's winning. It's also to help her out when she's not winning, and to understand that there are other pressures, you know, physical pressures, mental pressures, travel pressures. You know, she's away from her family. Her mum and dad aren't here, are they? She had to ring her dad the other day. And so, hey, yeah, and there's somebody saying, in fact, the baker is not in the house, I think. She's had an amazing trip in Berlin. And
Okay, so here's L.Noskova trying to
she didn't
close
get a
out this
bagel.
match. She's serving for the match, and not for the first time. First serve followed up by a forehand winner. In elite sport, any sport, if you're just not 100%, it's very difficult.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Nathaniel, there. In boxing, it's like fighting somebody with one arm behind their back. It's
40 minutes.
thanks very much.
Another ace from L.Noskova. Wide. Past Alex's backhand side. Another excellent serve, and that time it was a second serve ace.
Yeah, it's not over till it's over, but I wouldn't put her through another set. Would you, darling?
No, it's difficult today because we're so pleased with Alex's
Yeah,
recent performances. She's been playing so well.
yeah.
but her body is playing and getting used to playing a series of matches in quick succession, and her body is possibly making adjustments, and that for a young player.
Yeah, everyone's so supportive. They all love and support her.
And Noskova will put this ball away, and she has the victory. It's been a great week for Alex Eala. This was one match too much for her body, really. Her left arm, she needs a good rest. She needs to have some treatment down that left arm. She wasn't able to play freely, and as you've highlighted, playing with one arm is really not an option. So for her to compete so well in that second set in particular,
Yes,
and
bless her.
actually get ahead at one point is testament to how well she did today.
5 minutes. So if
We've just been told. Yeah, thank you. Thanks so much. Cheers. Yes, and as people are saying in the group, in the chat here, Alex has brought so much. This is from a Filipino, obviously not from me. Alex has brought so much joy and pride to the Philippines at a very young age. It actually brings tears to my eyes just to think about that, because that's the type of joy that you guys are thinking about now. You're not saying, oh, she's lost. You're saying, look at what she's given us, and that is absolutely the way you should be, because she's incredible. She's still the person she is. She's still the fantastic talent that she is. She's still got that incredible tennis talent, the grace, the courage, the bravery, the wonderful inspiration that she is to young people all over the world, to all the sportsmen and women around the world. And she's representing the Philippines everywhere. And as somebody else just said in the chat, did you see the Germans waving their Filipino flag? I thought that was fantastic too. You don't often see that, and that is wonderful. And yes, she will be playing in Bad Homburg unless we hear otherwise. Emil Damien, I think Coach Tim wouldn't be too surprised if she pulled out of Bad Homburg, because because her body needs rest, honestly. But there is the issue that she's playing doubles with Venus Williams, who is her absolute heroine. And so there's that to deal with. But I think, honestly, Venus Williams will probably say, no, come on, you've got to do the best for yourself. Bless you, Dan. Dan is now tidying up around us because the golf club has just said they're shutting down in 40 minutes. And then they've just come for last orders. Going into the semis is still something. Yes, it certainly is. You're still our pride, Alex. Yes, thanks to Dan and Katie. Well, it was really today. It was Dan. Melanie Ann, happy birthday. Happy birthday from all of us. Everybody, pile in and wish her a happy birthday, will you? Because Melanie Ann's been having a troubled time recently, and we need to send her some love.
Happy birthday, Melanie Ann.
I know it wasn't the semi-final that you were after. You wanted the final at the end of it, but it was a semi-final because she won the quarters for us all. But yesterday we were celebrating because Melanie Ann got her birthday present, and her whole family are watching that. And Alex did her very best. She fought, and she did great.
For a young player to have that level of poise and professionalism to come out today, knowing full well that she wasn't anywhere near 100%, but having the professionalism to play that semi-final, give the spectators who paid a lot of money to come on semi-final day. After such a rain delay, she's aware of so many aspects on tour, and she fulfilled that commitment. A lot of players would have potentially pulled out last night, and the spectators wouldn't have had a second match. So there's so much respect goes to Alex Eala.
Absolutely, and she's doing that for as an example of how to behave. I think that's what she is to us. Is she shows everybody how to behave, and I think just Dan's tidying up. Bless you, sweetheart. Oh. Yes, we're kind of being thrown out. Oh, look at you. You're all wishing happy birthday to Melanie Ann. That's lovely. Oh, look, you're all such darlings. If anyone is in the room who wants to join us for the next time, you know that we're going to be here. We're always doing
videos which help people understand tennis. And we want to do a real basics tennis course, because that's something that people have asked us for. We do all the videos in between the matches. We do a post-match analysis. We do pre-match, how she can possibly win each time, every time she's got a new player and on a new surface. Coach Dan spends hours of his life writing this.
Yeah,
and
I
read
won't
it to the camera.
analyse today's match. I
Okay.
don't count that as a reflection of two players that in normal conditions.
Fair
We
enough.
just have to put that down to Alex's.
But we have had such a run
injury.
in Berlin, haven't we?
It's been a fantastic week,
Wow.
full of optimism for the future, and this is only her second year on the main tour at this level. Of course, her body has to get used to these the demands. This is all part of the journey, and
Absolutely.
she's doing so well. You can
Yeah.
be so proud of her.
Yes, this is why Alex is a champion to fans, because she's an exemplary wee woman. We are so proud of you. Yes, Nathaniel, that's exactly why.
Oh, it's Father's Day. You're so right.
Oh, it is. Happy Father's Day. Oh, happy Father's Day, sweetheart.
Thank you.
I know you're not
It's
my
tomorrow. It's
father, but-
tomorrow, isn't it? But yes,
Oh, Sunday, of course.
it's in the Philippines. It is now Sunday.
Yeah, gosh, it's late. So it's 6:30 at night for us. See you at Wimby on the 6th, on the Sunday the 5th. Sweet. We're not gonna be there that day. We're gonna be there. Oh, we're leaving on the Friday, but we might come back on the Monday. When is the doubles? The doubles we don't know yet. It hasn't come out yet. Unless Dan has been
Wimbledon
checking things
doubles
today.
doesn't start till the Wednesday of the first week, so that's a week on Wednesday. Doubles next week will be fitted around the singles schedule, but I expect that to be either Tuesday or Wednesday next week. But we don't know if Alex will play next week. She's going to go now and consider all her options.
And her team will
Get treatment, and we'll hear in the next 24 hours, because she will let the tournament know, and I suspect she'll also speak to Venus Williams on all those conversations when they've been had. She will update everyone.
Yeah, and I think they'll probably, in a way, almost like a family would, they might take the decision away from her, don't you think? Her coach and her team will say, you know what, Alex, we're not asking you to make this decision. It's too much of a big decision to make. Do you think?
Yeah, I'd be surprised now, having watched how that match then ended and having the trainer. I'd be surprised if she does play next week.
Yeah,
But we will see.
yeah. Well, lovely.
Right, it's been an
We're being
epic
thrown
day.
out of the golf club
It's
because
been
it's shutting.
fantastic to have so many with us today, all
Yeah.
afternoon. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for subscribing and taking care of us in this, in the every way that you do, with all your likes and your hearts and your hypes and your comments, and we love it. We really love it. Every morning we wake up and it's exciting to see how many more subscribers and all your comments, and I love responding to them all. And you're all telling me I'm getting slightly better at Tagalog, which is a real treat to hear. I'm trying. Good night, Rob, Jen and Jenny. That's lovely. It's sad that Alex matches is always played the last. Maybe the draws, crowds. The problem is because it's
Okay.
all right then.
Have
Look,
a good,
everybody.
good night's sleep.
Yes, night. You
And
sleep
we'll
well.
see you very soon.
We will see you all very soon.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Salamat po for coming. Bye.